Part 3, Chapter 3 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 3. Well, let's know all about it. I can't imagine, began Lingard after waiting for some time in silence. Can't imagine? I should think you couldn't, interrupted Almayer. Why, you just listen. When Ali came back I felt a little easier in my mind. There was then some semblance of order in Sambir. I had the jack up since the morning and began to feel safer. Some of my men turned up in the afternoon. I did not ask any questions, set them to work as if nothing had happened. Towards the evening, it might have been 5 or half past, I was on our jetty with the child, when I heard shouts at the far off end of the settlement. At first I didn't take much notice. By and by Ali came to me and says, "Master, give me the child. There is much trouble in the settlement." So I gave him Nina and went in, took my revolver, and passed through the house into the back courtyard. As I came down the steps I saw all the serving girls clear out from the cooking shed, and I heard a big crowd howling on the other side of the dry ditch, which is the limit of our ground. Could not see them on account of the fringe of bushes along the ditch, but I knew that crowd was angry and after somebody. After I stood wondering, that Jim Eng, you know the Chinaman who settled here a couple of years ago? He was my passenger. I brought him here, exclaimed Lingard. A first-class Chinaman that. Did you? I had forgotten. Well, that Jim Eng, he burst through the bush and fell into my arms, so to speak. He told me, panting, that they were after him because he wouldn't take off his hat to the flag. He was not so much scared, but he was very angry and indignant. Of course he had to run for it. There were some 50 men after him, Lakamba's friends, but he was full of fight. Said he was an Englishman and would not take off his hat to any flag but English. I tried to soothe him while the crowd was shouting on the other side of the ditch. I told him he must take one of my canoes and cross the river. Stop on the other side for a couple of days. He wouldn't. Not he. He was English, and he would fight the whole lot. Says he, "They are only black fellows. We white men," meaning me and himself, "can fight everybody in Sambir." He was mad with passion. The crowd quieted a little, and I thought I could shelter Jim Eng without much risk, when all of a sudden I heard Willems' voice. He shouted to me in English, "Let 4 men enter your compound to get that Chinaman." I said nothing. Told Jim Eng to keep quiet too. Then after a while Willems shouts again, "Don't resist, Almayer. I give you good advice. I am keeping this crowd back. Don't resist them." That beggar's voice enraged me. I could not help it. I cried to him, "You are a liar," and just then Jim Eng, who had flung off his jacket and had tucked up his trousers ready for a fight, just then that fellow he snatches the revolver out of my hand and lets fly at them through the bush. There was a sharp cry, he must have hit somebody, and a great yell, and before I could wink twice they were over the ditch and through the bush and on top of us, simply rolled over us. There wasn't the slightest chance to resist. I was trampled underfoot, Jim Eng got a dozen gashes about his body, and we were carried halfway up the yard in the first rush. My eyes and my mouth were full of dust. I was on my back with 3 or 4 fellows sitting on me. I could hear Jim Eng trying to shout not very far from me. Now and then they would throttle him and he would gurgle. I could hardly breathe myself with 2 heavy fellows on my chest. Willems came up running and ordered them to raise me up, but to keep good hold. They led me into the verandah. I looked round, but did not see either Ali or the child. Felt easier. Struggled a little. Oh my God! Almayer's face was distorted with a passing spasm of rage. Lingard moved in his chair slightly. Almayer went on after a short pause. They held me, shouting threats in my face. Willems took down my hammock and threw it to them. He pulled out the drawer of this table and found there was a palm and needle and some sail twine. We were making awnings for your brig, as you had asked me last voyage before you left. He knew, of course, where to look for what he wanted. By his orders they laid me out on the floor, wrapped me in my hammock, and he started to stitch me in, as if I had been a corpse, beginning at the feet. While he worked he laughed wickedly. I called him all the names I could think of. He told them to put their dirty paws over my mouth and nose. I was nearly choked. Whenever I moved they punched me in the ribs. He went on taking fresh needlefuls as he wanted them, and working steadily. Sewed me up to my throat. Then he rose, saying, "That will do. Let go." That woman had been standing by. They must have been reconciled. She clapped her hands. I lay on the floor like a bale of goods while he stared at me, and the woman shrieked with delight. Like a bale of goods! There was a grin on every face, and the verandah was full of them. I wished myself dead. 'Pon my word, Captain Lingard, I did. I do now whenever I think of it. Lingard's face expressed sympathetic indignation. Almayer dropped his head upon his arms on the table, and spoke in that position in an indistinct and muffled voice, without looking up. Finally, by his directions, they flung me into the big rocking chair. I was sewed in so tight that I was stiff like a piece of wood. He was giving orders in a very loud voice, and that man Babalatchi saw that they were executed. They obeyed him implicitly. Meantime I lay there in the chair like a log, and that woman capered before me and made faces, snapped her fingers before my nose. Women are bad, ain't they? I never saw her before, as far as I know, never done anything to her, yet she was perfectly fiendish. Can you understand it? Now and then she would leave me alone to hang round his neck for a while, and then she would return before my chair and begin her exercises again. He looked on indulgent. The perspiration ran down my face, got into my eyes. My arms were sewn in. I was blinded half the time. At times I could see better. She drags him before my chair. "I am like white women," she says, her arms round his neck. You should have seen the faces of the fellows in the verandah. They were scandalized and ashamed of themselves to see her behaviour. Suddenly she asked him, alluding to me, "When are you going to kill him?" Imagine how I felt. I must have swooned. I don't remember exactly. I fancy there was a row. He was angry. When I got my wits again he was sitting close to me, and she was gone. I understood he sent her to my wife, who was hiding in the back room, and never came out during this affair. Willems says to me, I fancy I can hear his voice, hoarse and dull. He says to me, "Not a hair of your head shall be touched." I made no sound. Then he goes on, "Please remark that the flag you have hoisted, which, by the by, is not yours, has been respected. Tell Captain Lingard so when you do see him. But," he says, "you first fired at the crowd." "You are a liar, you blackguard!" I shouted. He winced, I am sure. It hurt him to see I was not frightened. "Anyways," he says, "a shot had been fired out of your compound and a man was hit. Still, all your property shall be respected on account of the Union Jack. Moreover, I have no quarrel with Captain Lingard, who is the senior partner in this business. As to you," he continued, "you will not forget this day. Not if you live to be 100 years old, or I don't know your nature. You will keep the bitter taste of this humiliation to the last day of your life, and so your kindness to me shall be repaid. I shall remove all the powder you have. This coast is under the protection of the Netherlands, and you have no right to have any powder. There are the Governor's orders in council to that effect, and you know it. Tell me where the key of the small storehouse is?" I said not a word, and he waited a little, then rose, saying, "It's your own fault if there is any damage done." He ordered Babalatchi to have the lock of the office room forced, and went in, rummaged amongst my drawers, could not find the key. Then that woman Aissa asked my wife, and she gave them the key. After a while they tumbled every barrel into the river. 83 hundredweight. He superintended himself and saw every barrel roll into the water. There were mutterings. Babalatchi was angry and tried to expostulate, but he gave him a good shaking. I must say he was perfectly fearless with those fellows. Then he came back to the verandah, sat down by me again, and says, "We found your man Ali with your little daughter hiding in the bushes up the river. We brought them in. They are perfectly safe, of course. Let me congratulate you, Almayer, upon the cleverness of your child. She recognized me at once and cried 'Pig,' as naturally as you would yourself. Circumstances alter feelings. You should have seen how frightened your man Ali was. Clapped his hands over her mouth. I think you spoil her, Almayer. But I am not angry. Really, you look so ridiculous in this chair that I can't feel angry. I made a frantic effort to burst out of my hammock to get at that scoundrel's throat, but I only fell off and upset the chair over myself. He laughed and said only, "I leave you half of your revolver cartridges, and take half myself. They will fit mine. We are both white men, and should back each other. I may want them." I shouted at him from under the chair, "You are a thief!" but he never looked, and went away, one hand round that woman's waist, the other on Babalatchi's shoulder to whom he was talking, laying down the law about something or other. In less than 5 minutes there was nobody inside our fences. After a while Ali came to look for me and cut me free. I haven't seen Willems since, nor anybody else for that matter. I have been left alone. I offered $60 to the man who had been wounded, which were accepted. They released Jim Eng the next day, when the flag had been hauled down. He sent 6 cases of opium to me for safe keeping, but has not left his house. I think he is safe enough now. Everything is very quiet." Towards the end of his narrative, Almayer lifted his head off the table, and now sat back in his chair and stared at the bamboo rafters of the roof above him. Lingard lolled in his seat with his legs stretched out. In the peaceful gloom of the verandah, with its lowered screens, they heard faint noises from the world outside in the blazing sunshine: a hail on the river, the answer from the shore, the creak of a pulley, sounds short, interrupted, as if lost suddenly in the brilliance of the noonday. Lingard got up slowly, walked to the front rail, and holding one of the screens aside, looked out in silence. Over the water and the empty courtyard came a distinct voice from a small schooner anchored abreast of the Lingard jetty. "Sarang, take a pull at the main peak halyards. This gaff is down on the boom." There was a shrill pipe dying in the long drawn cadence, the sound of the men swinging on the rope. The voice said sharply, "That will do." Another voice, the Sarang's probably, shouted, "Ikat," and as Lingard dropped the blind and turned away, all was silent again, as if there had been nothing on the other side of the swaying screen, nothing but the light, brilliant, crude, heavy, lying on a dead land like a pall of fire. Lingard sat down again, facing Almayer, his elbow on the table, in a thoughtful attitude. "Nice little schooner," muttered Almayer, wearily. "Did you buy her?" "No," answered Lingard. "After I lost the Flash, we got to Palembang in our boats. I chartered her there for 6 months. From young Ford, you know. Belongs to him. He wanted a spell ashore, so I took charge myself. Of course all Ford's people on board. Strangers to me. I had to go to Singapore about the insurance. Then I went to Macassar, of course. Had long passages. No wind. It was like a curse on me. I had lots of trouble with old Hudig. That delayed me much." "Ah, Hudig! Why with Hudig?" asked Almayer, in a perfunctory manner. "Oh, about a woman," mumbled Lingard. Almayer looked at him with languid surprise. The old seaman had twisted his white beard into a point, and now was busy giving his moustaches a fierce curl. His little red eyes, those eyes that had smarted under the salt sprays of every sea, that had looked unwinking to windward in the gales of all latitudes, now glared at Almayer from behind the lowered eyebrows like a pair of frightened wild beasts crouching in a bush. "Extraordinary. So like you. What can you have to do with Hudig's women? The old sinner," said Almayer, negligently. "What are you talking about? Wife of a friend of I mean, of a man I know." "Still I don't see," interjected Almayer, carelessly. "Of a man you know too. Well. Very well." "I knew so many men before you made me bury myself in this hole," growled Almayer, unamiably. "If she had anything to do with Hudig, that wife, then she can't be up to much. I would be sorry for the man," added Almayer, brightening up with the recollection of the scandalous tittle tattle of the past, when he was a young man in the second capital of the islands, and so well informed. So well informed. He laughed. Lingard's frown deepened. "Don't talk foolish. It's Willems' wife." Almayer grasped the sides of his seat, his eyes and mouth opened wide. "What? Why?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Willems' wife," repeated Lingard, distinctly. "You ain't deaf, are you? The wife of Willems. Just so. As to why, there was a promise, and I did not know what had happened here." "What is it? You've been giving her money, I bet," cried Almayer. "Well, no," said Lingard, deliberately. "Although I suppose I shall have to." Almayer groaned. "The fact is," went on Lingard, speaking slowly and steadily, "the fact is that I have brought her here. Here, to Sambir." "In heaven's name, why?" shouted Almayer, jumping up. The chair tilted and fell slowly over. He raised his clasped hands above his head and brought them down jerkily, separating his fingers with an effort, as if tearing them apart. Lingard nodded quickly several times. "I have. Awkward, eh?" he said, with a puzzled look upwards. "Upon my word," said Almayer, tearfully, "I can't understand you at all. What will you do next? Willems' wife!" "Wife and child. Small boy, you know. They are on board the schooner." Almayer looked at Lingard with sudden suspicion, then turning away busied himself in picking up the chair, sat down in it, turning his back upon the old seaman, and tried to whistle, but gave it up directly. Lingard went on. "Fact is, the fellow got into trouble with Hudig. Worked upon my feelings. I promised to arrange matters. I did, with much trouble. Hudig was angry with her for wishing to join her husband. Unprincipled old fellow. You know she is his daughter. Well, I said I would see her through it all right. Help Willems to get a fresh start, and so on. I spoke to Craig in Palembang. He is getting on in years, and wanted a manager or partner. I promised to guarantee Willems' good behaviour. We settled all that. Craig is an old crony of mine. Been shipmates in the '40s. He's waiting for him now. A pretty mess. What do you think?" Almayer shrugged his shoulders. "That woman broke with Hudig on my assurance that all would be well," went on Lingard, with growing dismay. "She did. Proper thing, of course. Wife, husband, together, as it should be. Smart fellow. Impossible scoundrel. Jolly old goat. Oh, damn!" Almayer laughed spitefully. "How delighted he will be," he said softly. "You will make two people happy. Two at least." He laughed again, while Lingard looked at his shaking shoulders in consternation. "I am jammed on a lee shore this time, if ever I was," muttered Lingard. "Send her back quick," suggested Almayer, stifling another laugh. "What are you snickering at?" growled Lingard, angrily. "I'll work it out all clear yet. Meantime you must receive her in this house." "My house!" cried Almayer, turning round. "It's mine too. A little, isn't it?" said Lingard. "Don't argue," he shouted as Almayer opened his mouth. "Obey orders and hold your tongue." "Oh, if you take it in that tone," mumbled Almayer, sulkily, with a gesture of assent. "You are so aggravating too, my boy," said the old seaman, with unexpected placidity. "You must give me time to turn round. I can't keep her on board all the time. I must tell her something. Say, for instance, that he has gone up the river. Expected back every day. That's it, do you hear? You must put her on that track and dodge her along easy, while I take the kinks out of the situation. By God!" he exclaimed mournfully after a short pause, "life is foul. Foul like a lee forebrace on a dirty night. And yet one must see it clear for running before going below for good. Now you attend to what I said," he added sharply, "if you don't want to quarrel with me, my boy." "I don't want to quarrel with you," murmured Almayer, with unwilling deference. "Only I wish I could understand you. I know you are my best friend, Captain Lingard. Only, upon my word, I can't make you out sometimes. I wish I could." Lingard burst into a loud laugh, which ended shortly in a deep sigh. He closed his eyes, tilting his head over the back of his armchair, and on his face, baked by the unclouded suns of many hard years, there appeared for a moment a weariness and a look of age which startled Almayer, like an unexpected disclosure of evil. "I am done up," said Lingard, gently. "Perfectly done up. All night on deck getting that schooner up the river. Then talking with you. Seems to me I could go to sleep on a clothesline. I should like to eat something, though. Just see about that, Kaspar." Almayer clapped his hands, and receiving no response was going to call, when in the central passage of the house, behind the red curtain of the doorway opening upon the verandah, they heard a child's imperious voice speaking shrilly. "Take me up at once. I want to be carried into the verandah. I shall be very angry. Take me up." A man's voice answered, subdued in humble remonstrance. The faces of Almayer and Lingard brightened at once. The old seaman called out "Bring the child. Likas!" "You will see how she has grown," exclaimed Almayer, in a jubilant tone. Through the curtained doorway Ali appeared with little Nina Almayer in his arms. The child had one arm round his neck, and with the other she hugged a ripe pumelo nearly as big as her own head. Her little pink sleeveless robe had half slipped off her shoulders, but the long black hair that framed her olive face, in which the big black eyes looked out in childish solemnity, fell in luxuriant profusion over her shoulders, all round her, and over Ali's arms, like a close meshed and delicate net of silken threads. Lingard got up to meet Ali, and as soon as she caught sight of the old seaman, she dropped the fruit and put out both her hands with a cry of delight. He took her from the Malay, and she laid hold of his moustaches with an affectionate goodwill that brought unaccustomed tears into his little red eyes. "Not so hard, little one, not so hard," he murmured, pressing with an enormous hand that covered it entirely the child's head to his face. "Pick up my pumala, O Rajah of the sea," she said, speaking in a high-pitched, clear voice with great volubility. "There, under the table. I want it quick, quick. You have been away fighting with many men. Ali says so. You are a mighty fighter. Ali says so. On the great sea, far away, away, away." She waved her hand, staring with dreamy vacancy, while Lingard looked at her, and squatting down, groped under the table after the pumelo. "Where does she get those notions?" said Lingard, getting up cautiously to Almayer, who had been giving orders to Ali. "She is always with the men. Many a time I've found her with her fingers in their rice dish of an evening. She does not care for her mother, though, I am glad to say. How pretty she is, and so sharp. My very image." Lingard had put the child on the table, and both men stood looking at her with radiant faces. "A perfect little woman," whispered Lingard. "Yes, my dear boy. We shall make her somebody. You'll see." "Very little chance of that now," remarked Almayer, sadly. "You do not know!" exclaimed Lingard, taking up the child again, and beginning to walk up and down the verandah. "I have my plans. I have. Listen." And he began to explain to the interested Almayer his plans for the future. He would interview Abdulla and Lakamba. There must be some understanding with those fellows now that they had the upper hand. Here he interrupted himself to swear freely, while the child, who had been diligently fumbling about his neck, had found his whistle and blew a loud blast now and then close to his ear, which made him wince and laugh as he put her hands down, scolding her lovingly. Yes, that would be easily settled. He was a man to be reckoned with yet. Nobody knew that better than Almayer. Very well. Then he must patiently try and keep some little trade together. It would be all right. But the great thing, and here Lingard spoke lower, bringing himself to a sudden standstill before the entranced Almayer, the great thing would be the gold hunt up the river. He, Lingard, would devote himself to it. He had been in the interior before. There were immense deposits of alluvial gold there. Fabulous, he felt sure. Had seen places. Dangerous work, of course. But what a reward! He would explore and find. Not a shadow of doubt. Hang the danger. They would first get as much as they could for themselves. Keep the thing quiet. Then, after a time, form a company. In Batavia or in England. Yes, in England. Much better. Splendid. Why, of course. And that baby would be the richest woman in the world. He, Lingard, would not perhaps see it, although he felt good for many years yet. But Almayer would. Here was something to live for yet. Eh? But the richest woman in the world had been for the last 5 minutes shouting shrilly, "Rajah Laut! Rajah Laut! Here! Hai! Give ear!" while the old seaman had been speaking louder, unconsciously, to make his deep bass heard above the impatient clamour. He stopped now and said tenderly, "What is it, little woman?" "I am not a little woman. I am a white child, a Nant Putih. A white child, and the white men are my brothers. Father says so. And Ali says so too. Ali knows as much as father everything." Almayer almost danced with paternal delight. "I taught her. I taught her," he repeated, laughing, with tears in his eyes. "Isn't she sharp?" "I am the slave of a white child," said Lingard, with playful solemnity. "What is the order?" "I want a house," she warbled, with great eagerness. "I want a house, and another house on the roof, and another on the roof, high, high like the places where they dwell, my brothers, in the land where the sun sleeps." "To the westward," explained Almayer under his breath. "She remembers everything. She wants you to build a house of cards. You did last time you were here." Lingard sat down with the child on his knees, and Almayer pulled out violently one drawer after another, looking for the cards, as if the fate of the world depended upon his haste. He produced a dirty double deck which was only used during Lingard's visit to Sambir, when he would sometimes play of an evening with Almayer. a game which he called Chinese Bezique. It bored Almayer, but the old seaman delighted in it, considering it a remarkable product of Chinese genius, a race for which he had an unaccountable liking and admiration. "Now we will get on, my little pearl," he said, putting together with extreme precaution two cards that looked absurdly flimsy between his big fingers. Little Nina watched him with intense seriousness as he went on erecting the ground floor, while he continued to speak to Almayer with his head over his shoulder so as not to endanger the structure with his breath. "I know what I am talking about. Been in California in '49. Not that I made much. Then in Victoria in the early days. I know all about it. Trust me. Moreover, a blind man could. Be quiet, little sister, or you will knock this affair down. My hand pretty steady yet, eh, Kaspar? Now, delight of my heart, we shall put a third house on the top of these two. Keep very quiet. As I was saying, you got only to stoop and gather handfuls of gold. Dust. There. Now, here we are. 3 houses on top of one another. Grand!" He leaned back in his chair, one hand on the child's head, which he smoothed mechanically, and gesticulated with the other, speaking to Almayer. "Once on the spot, there would be only the trouble to pick up the stuff. Then we shall all go to Europe. The child must be educated. We shall be rich. Rich is no name for it. Down in Devonshire, where I belong, there was a fellow who built a house near Teignmouth which had as many windows as a 3-decker has ports. Made all his money somewhere out here in the good old days. People around said he had been a pirate. We boys, I was a boy in the Brixham trawler then, certainly believed that. He went about in a bath chair in his grounds. Had a glass eye." "Higher, higher!" called out Nina, pulling the old seaman's beard. "You do worry me, don't you?" said Lingard gently, giving her a tender kiss. "What? One more house atop of all these? Well, I will try." The child watched him breathlessly. When the difficult feat was accomplished, she clapped her hands, looked on steadily, and after a while gave a great sigh of content. "Oh, look out!" shouted Almayer. The structure collapsed suddenly before the child's light breath. Lingard looked discomposed for a moment. Almayer laughed, but the little girl began to cry. "Take her," said the old seaman abruptly. Then, after Almayer went away with the crying child, he remained sitting by the table, looking gloomily at the heap of cards. "Damn this Willems," he muttered to himself. "But I will do it yet." He got up, and with an angry push of his hand swept the cards off the table. Then he fell back in his chair. "Tired as a dog," he sighed out, closing his eyes. Chapter 3. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part 3, Chapter 4 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 4. Consciously or unconsciously, men are proud of their firmness, steadfastness of purpose, directness of aim. They go straight towards their desire, to the accomplishment of virtue, sometimes of crime, in an uplifting persuasion of their firmness. They walk the road of life, the road fenced in by their tastes, prejudices, disdains or enthusiasms, generally honest, invariably stupid, and are proud of never losing their way. If they do stop, it is to look for a moment over the hedges that make them safe, to look at the misty valleys, at the distant peaks, at cliffs and morasses, at the dark forests and the hazy plains where other human beings grope their days painfully away, stumbling over the bones of the wise, over the unburied remains of their predecessors who died alone, in gloom or in sunshine, half-way from anywhere. The man of purpose does not understand, and goes on, full of contempt. He never loses his way. He knows where he is going, and what he wants. Travelling on, he achieves great length without any breadth, and battered, besmirched and weary, he touches the goal at last. He grasps the reward of his perseverance, of his virtue, of his healthy optimism. An untruthful tombstone over a dark and soon forgotten grave. Lingard had never hesitated in his life. Why should he? He had been a most successful trader, and a man lucky in his fights, skilful in navigation, undeniably first in seamanship in those seas. He knew it. Had he not heard the voice of common consent? The voice of the world that respected him so much, the whole world to him, for to us the limits of the universe are strictly defined by those we know. There is nothing for us outside the babble of praise and blame on familiar lips, and beyond our last acquaintance there lies only a vast chaos, a chaos of laughter and tears which concerns us not, laughter and tears unpleasant, wicked, morbid, contemptible, because heard imperfectly by ears rebellious to strange sounds. To Lingard, simple himself, all things were simple. He seldom read. Books were not much in his way, and he had to work hard navigating, trading, and also in obedience to his benevolent instincts, shaping stray lives he found here and there under his busy hand. He remembered the Sunday school teachings of his native village and the discourses of the black-coated gentleman connected with the mission to fishermen and seamen, whose yawl-rigged boat, darting through rain squalls amongst the coasters wind-bound in Falmouth Bay, was part of those precious pictures of his youthful days that lingered in his memory. As clever a sky pilot as you could wish to see, he would say with conviction, and the best man to handle a boat in any weather I ever did meet. Such were the agencies that had roughly shaped his young soul before he went away to see the world in a southern-going ship, before he went ignorant and happy, heavy of hand, pure in heart, profane in speech, to give himself up to the great sea that took his life and gave him his fortune. When thinking of his rise in the world, commander of ships, then shipowner, then a man of much capital, respected wherever he went, Lingard, in the word, the Rajah Laut, he was amazed and awed by his fate, that seemed to his ill-informed mind the most wondrous known in the annals of men. His experience appeared to him immense and conclusive, teaching him the lesson of the simplicity of life. In life, as in seamanship, there were only two ways of doing a thing, the right way and the wrong way. Common sense and experience taught a man the way that was right. The other was for lubbers and fools, and led in seamanship to loss of spars and sails or shipwreck, in life to loss of money and consideration, or to an unlucky knock on the head. He did not consider it his duty to be angry with rascals. He was only angry with things he could not understand, but for the weaknesses of humanity he could find a contemptuous tolerance. It being manifest that he was wise and lucky, otherwise how could he have been as successful in life as he had been, he had an inclination to set right the lives of other people, just as he could hardly refrain, in defiance of nautical etiquette, from interfering with his chief officer when the crew was sending up a new topmast, or generally when busy about what he called a heavy job. He was meddlesome with perfect modesty. If he knew a thing or two, there was no merit in it. "Hard knocks taught me wisdom, my boy," he used to say, "and you had better take the advice of a man who has been a fool in his time. Have another." And "my boy" as a rule took the cool drink, the advice, and the consequent help which Lingard felt himself bound in honour to give, so as to back up his opinion like an honest man. Captain Tom went sailing from island to island, appearing unexpectedly in various localities. Beaming, noisy, anecdotal, commendatory or comminatory, but always welcome. It was only since his return to Sambir that the old seaman had for the first time known doubt and unhappiness. The loss of the Flash, planted firmly and forever on a ledge of rock at the north end of Gasper Straits in the uncertain light of a cloudy morning, shook him considerably, and the amazing news which he heard on his arrival in Sambir were not made to soothe his feelings. A good many years ago, prompted by his love of adventure, he with infinite trouble had found out and surveyed, for his benefit only, the entrances to that river where, he had heard through native report, a new settlement of Malays was forming. No doubt he thought at the time mostly of personal gain, but, received with hearty friendliness by Patalolo, he soon came to like the ruler and the people, offered his counsel and his help, and, knowing nothing of Arcadia, he dreamed of Arcadian happiness for that little corner of the world which he loved to think all his own. His deep-seated and immovable conviction that only he, Lingard, knew what was good for them, was characteristic of him, and, after all, not so very far wrong. He would make them happy, whether or no, he said, and he meant it. His trade brought prosperity to the young state, and the fear of his heavy hand secured its internal peace for many years. He looked proudly upon his work. With every passing year he loved more the land, the people, the muddy river that, if he could help it, would carry no other craft but the Flash on its unclean and friendly surface. As he slowly warped his vessel upstream, he would scan with knowing looks at the riverside clearings, and pronounce solemn judgment upon the prospects of the season's rice crop. He knew every settler on the banks between the sea and Sambir. He knew their wives, their children. He knew every individual of the multicolored groups that, standing on the flimsy platform of tiny reed dwellings built over the water, waved their hands and shouted shrilly, "O Kapalair, hi!" while the Flash swept slowly through the populated reach to enter the lonely stretches of sparkling brown water bordered by the dense and silent forest, whose big trees nodded their outspread boughs gently in the faint warm breeze, as if in sign of tender but melancholy welcome. He loved it all. The landscape of brown golds and brilliant emeralds under the dome of hot sapphire, the whispering big trees, the loquacious nipa palms that rattled their leaves volubly in the night breeze, as if in haste to tell him all the secrets of the great forest behind them. He loved the heavy scents of blossoms and black earth, that breath of life and of death which lingered over his brig in the damp air of tepid and peaceful nights. He loved the narrow and sombre creeks, strangers to sunshine, black, smooth, tortuous, like byways of despair. He liked even the troops of sorrowful-faced monkeys that profaned the quiet spots with capricious gambols and insane gestures of inhuman madness. He loved everything there, animated or inanimated, the very mud of the riverside, the very alligators, enormous and stolid, basking on it with impertinent unconcern. Their size was a source of pride to him. Immense fellows. "Make two of them palabang reptiles. I tell you, old man," he would shout, poking some crony of his playfully in the ribs, "I tell you, big as you are, they could swallow you in one gulp, hat, boots and all. Magnificent beggars! Wouldn't you like to see them? Wouldn't you? Ha, ha, ha!" His thunderous laughter filled the veranda, rolled over the hotel garden, overflowed into the street, paralyzing for a short moment the noiseless traffic of bare brown feet, and its loud reverberations would even startle the landlord's tame bird, a shameless mynah, into a momentary propriety of behaviour under the nearest chair. In the big billiard room perspiring men in thin cotton singlets would stop the game, listen, cue in hand for a while through the open windows, then nod their moist faces at each other sagaciously and whisper, "The old fellow is talking about his river." His river. The whispers of curious men, the mystery of the thing, were to Lingard a source of never-ending delight. The common talk of ignorance exaggerated the profits of his queer monopoly, and, although strictly truthful in general, he liked, on that matter, to mislead speculation still further by boasts full of cold raillery. His river! By it he was not only rich, he was interesting. This secret of his which made him different to the other traders of those seas gave intimate satisfaction to that desire for singularity which he shared with the rest of mankind, without being aware of its presence within his breast. It was the greater part of his happiness, but he only knew it after its loss, so unforeseen, so sudden and so cruel. After his conversation with Almayer, he went on board the schooner, sent Joanna on shore, and shut himself up in his cabin, feeling very unwell. He made the most of his indisposition to Almayer, who came to visit him twice a day. It was an excuse for doing nothing just yet. He wanted to think. He was very angry. Angry with himself, with Willems, angry at what Willems had done, and also angry at what he had left undone. The scoundrel was not yet complete. The conception was perfect, but the execution unaccountably fell short. Why? He ought to have cut Almayer's throat and burnt the place to ashes, then cleared out. Get out of his way, of him, Lingard. Yet he didn't. Was it impudence, contempt, or what? He felt hurt at the implied disrespect of his power, and the incomplete rascality of the proceeding disturbed him exceedingly. There was something short, something wanting, something that would have given him a free hand in the work of retribution. The obvious, the right thing to do, was to shoot Willems. Yet how could he? Had the fellow resisted, showed fight, or ran away? Had he shown any consciousness of harm done, it would have been more possible, more natural. But no. The fellow actually had sent him a message. Wanted to see him. What for? The thing could not be explained. An unexampled, cold-blooded treachery, awful, incomprehensible. Why did he do it? Why? Why? The old seaman, in the stuffy solitude of his little cabin on board the schooner, groaned out many times that question, striking with an open palm his perplexed forehead. During his 4 days of seclusion he had received 2 messages from the outer world, from that world of Sambir which had, so suddenly and so finally, slipped from his grasp. One, a few words from Willems written on a torn-out page of a small notebook. The other, a communication from Abdulla, calligraphed carefully on a large sheet of flimsy paper, and delivered to him in a green silk wrapper. The first he could not understand. It said, "Come and see me. I am not afraid. Are you? W." He tore it up angrily, but before the small bits of dirty paper had the time to flutter down and settle on the floor, the anger was gone, and was replaced by a sentiment that induced him to go on his knees, pick up the fragments of the torn message, piece it together on top of his chronometer box, and contemplate it long and thoughtfully, as if he had hoped to read the answer of the horrible riddle in the very form of the letters that went to make up that fresh insult. Abdulla's letter he read carefully and rammed it into his pocket, also with anger, but with anger that ended in a half resigned, half amused smile. He would never give in as long as there was a chance. "It's generally the safest way to stick to the ship as long as she will swim," was one of his favourite sayings. The safest and the right way. To abandon a craft because it leaks is easy, but poor work, poor work. Yet he was intelligent enough to know when he was beaten, and to accept the situation like a man without repining. When Almayer came on board that afternoon, he handed him the letter without comment. Almayer read it, returned it in silence, and leaning over the taffrail the 2 men were on deck looked down for some time at the play of the eddies round the schooner's rudder. At last he said, without looking up, "That's a decent enough letter. Abdulla gives him up to you. I told you they were getting sick of him. What are you going to do?" Lingard cleared his throat, shuffled his feet, opened his mouth with great determination, but said nothing for a while. At last he murmured, "I'll be hanged if I know just yet." "I wish you would do something." "What's the hurry?" interrupted Lingard. "He can't get away. As it stands, he is at my mercy, as far as I can see." "Yes," said Almayer reflectively, "and very little mercy he deserves too. Abdulla's meaning, as I can make it out amongst all those compliments, is, 'Get rid for me of that white man, and we shall live in peace and share the trade.'" "You believe that?" asked Lingard contemptuously. "Not altogether," answered Almayer. "No doubt we will share the trade for a time till he can grab the lot. Well, what are you going to do?" He looked up as he spoke, and was surprised to see Lingard's discomposed face. "You ain't well. Pain anywhere?" he asked, with real solicitude. "I have been queer, you know, these last few days, but no pain." He struck his broad chest several times, cleared his throat with a powerful hem, and repeated, "No, no pain. Good for a few years yet. But I am bothered with all this, I can tell you." "You must take care of yourself," said Almayer. Then after a pause he added, "You will see Abdulla, won't you?" "I don't know. Not yet. There's plenty of time," said Lingard impatiently. "I wish you would do something," urged Almayer moodily. "You know, that woman is a perfect nuisance to me. She and her brat. Yelps all day. And the children don't get on together. Yesterday the little devil wanted to fight with my Nina. Scratched her face, too. A perfect savage. Like his honourable papa. Yes, really. She worries about her husband and whimpers from morning to night. When she isn't weeping, she is furious with me. Yesterday she tormented me to tell her when he would be back, and cried because he was engaged in such dangerous work. I said something about it being all right. No necessity to make a fool of herself, when she turned upon me like a wild cat, called me a brute, selfish, heartless, raved about her beloved Peter risking his life for my benefit, while I did not care, said I took advantage of his generous good nature to get him to do dangerous work, my work, that he was worth 20 of the likes of me, that she would tell you, open your eyes as to the kind of man I was, and so on. That's what I've got to put up with for your sake. You really might consider me a little. I haven't robbed anybody," went on Almayer with an attempt at bitter irony, "or sold my best friend, but still you ought to have some pity on me. It's like living in a hot fever. She is out of her wits. You make my house a refuge for scoundrels and lunatics. It isn't fair. 'Pon my word it isn't. When she is in her tantrums she is ridiculously ugly and screeches so. It sets my teeth on edge. Thank God, my wife got a fit of the sulks and cleared out of the house. Lives in a riverside hut, since that affair, you know. But this Willems' wife by herself is almost no more than I can bear, and I ask myself, why should I? You were exacting, and no mistake. This morning I thought she was going to claw me. Only think! She wanted to go prancing about the settlement. She might have heard something there, so I told her she mustn't. It wasn't safe outside our fences, I said. Thereupon she rushes at me with her 10 nails up to my eyes. 'You miserable man!' she yells. 'Even this place is not safe, and you sent him up this awful river where he may lose his head. If he dies before forgiving me, Heaven will punish you for your crime.' My crime! I ask myself sometimes whether I am dreaming. It will make me ill, all this. I've lost my appetite already." He flung his hat on deck and laid hold of his hair despairingly. Lingard looked at him with concern. "What did she mean by it?" he muttered thoughtfully. "Mean? She is crazy, I tell you, and I will be, very soon, if this lasts." "Just a little patience, Kaspar," pleaded Lingard. "A day or so more." Relieved or tired by his violent outburst, Almayer calmed down, picked up his hat, and, leaning against the bulwark, commenced to fan himself with it. "Days do pass," he said resignedly, "but that kind of thing makes a man old before his time. What is there to think about? I can't imagine. Abdulla says plainly that if you undertake to pilot his ship out and instruct the half caste, he will drop Willems like a hot potato and be your friend ever after. I believe him perfectly as to Willems. It's so natural. As to being your friend, it's a lie, of course, but we need not bother about that just yet. You just say yes to Abdulla, and then whatever happens to Willems will be nobody's business." He interrupted himself, and remained silent for a while, glaring about with set teeth and dilated nostrils. "You leave it to me. I'll see to it that something happens to him," he said at last with calm ferocity. Lingard smiled faintly. "The fellow isn't worth a shot. Not the trouble of it," he whispered, as if to himself. Almayer fired up suddenly. "That's what you think," he cried. "You haven't been sewn up in your hammock to be made a laughing stock of before a parcel of savages. Why, I daren't look anybody here in the face while that scoundrel is alive. I will settle him." "I don't think you will," growled Lingard. "Do you think I am afraid of him?" "Bless you, no," said Lingard with alacrity. "Afraid? Not you. I know you. I don't doubt your courage. It's your head, my boy. Your head that I ..." "That's it," said the aggrieved Almayer. "Go on. Why don't you call me a fool at once?" "Because I don't want to," burst out Lingard with nervous irritability. "If I wanted to call you a fool, I would do so without asking your leave." He began to walk athwart the narrow quarter deck, kicking ropes' ends out of his way and growling to himself. "Delicate gentleman. What next? I've done man's work before you could toddle. Understand. Say what I like." "Well, well," said Almayer with affected resignation. "There's no talking to you these last few days." He put on his hat, strolled to the gangway and stopped, one foot on the little inside ladder, as if hesitating, came back and planted himself in Lingard's way, compelling him to stand and listen. "Of course you will do what you like. You never take advice. I know that. But let me tell you that it wouldn't be honest to let that fellow get away from here. If you do nothing, that scoundrel will leave in Abdulla's ship for sure. Abdulla will make use of him to hurt you and others elsewhere. Willems knows too much about your affairs. He will cause you lots of trouble. You mark my words. Lots of trouble. To you and to others perhaps. Think of that, Captain Lingard. That's all I've got to say. Now I must go back on shore. There's lots of work. We will begin loading this schooner to-morrow morning, first thing. All the bundles are ready. If you should want me for anything, hoist some kind of flag on the mainstaff. At night 2 shots will fetch me." Then he added in a friendly tone, "Won't you come and dine in the house tonight? It can't be good for you to stew on board like that, day after day." Lingard did not answer. The image evoked by Almayer, the picture of Willems ranging over the islands and disturbing the harmony of the universe by robbery, treachery, and violence, held him silent, entranced, painfully spellbound. Almayer, after waiting for a little while, moved reluctantly towards the gangway, lingered there, then sighed and got over the side, going down step by step. His head disappeared slowly below the rail. Lingard, who had been staring at him absently, started suddenly, ran to the side, and looking over, called out, "Hey, Kaspar, hold on a bit." Almayer signed to his boatman to cease paddling, and turned his head towards the schooner. The boat drifted back slowly abreast of Lingard, nearly alongside. "Look here," said Lingard, looking down. "I want a good canoe with 4 men to-day." "Do you want it now?" asked Almayer. "No. Catch this rope. Oh, you clumsy devil. No, Kaspar," went on Lingard, after the bowman had got hold of the end of the brace he had thrown down into the canoe. "No, Kaspar, the sun is too much for me, and it would be better to keep my affairs quiet, too. Send the canoe, 4 good paddlers, mind, and your canvas chair for me to sit in. Send it about sunset. Do you hear?" "All right, father," said Almayer, cheerfully. "I will send Ali for a steersman, and the best men I've got. Anything else?" "No, my lad. Only don't let them be late." "I suppose it's no use asking where you are going," said Almayer, tentatively. "Because if it is to see Abdulla, I am not going to see Abdulla. Not to-day. Now be off with you." He watched the canoe dart away shorewards, waved his hand in response to Almayer's nod, and walked to the taffrail, smoothing out Abdulla's letter, which he had pulled out of his pocket. He read it over carefully, crumbled it up slowly, smiling the while and closing his fingers firmly over the crackling paper, as though he had hold there of Abdulla's throat. Half way to his pocket he changed his mind, and flinging the ball overward, looked at it thoughtfully as it spun round in the eddies for a moment, before the current bore it away downstream towards the sea. Part 3. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 1 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 1. The night was very dark. For the first time in many months, the east coast slept unseen by the stars under a veil of motionless cloud that, driven before the first breath of the rainy monsoon, had drifted slowly from the eastward all the afternoon, pursuing the declining sun with its masses of black and grey that seemed to chase the light with wicked intent, and with an ominous and gloomy steadiness, as though conscious of the message of violence and turmoil they carried. At the sun's disappearance below the western horizon, the immense cloud, in quickened motion, grappled with the glow of retreating light, and rolling down to the clear and jagged outline of the distant mountains, hung arrested above the steaming forest, hanging low, silent and menacing over the unstirring tree tops, withholding the blessing of rain, nursing the wrath of its thunder, undecided, as if brooding over its own power for good or for evil. Babalatchi, coming out of the red and smoky light of his little bamboo house, glanced upwards, drew in a long breath of the warm and stagnant air, and stood for a moment with his good eye closed tightly, as if intimidated by the unwonted and deep silence of Lakamba's courtyard. When he opened his eye he had recovered his sight so far that he could distinguish the various degrees of formless blackness which marked the places of trees, of abandoned houses, of riverside bushes, on the dark background of the night. The careworn sage walked cautiously down the deserted courtyard to the waterside, and stood on the bank listening to the voice of the invisible river that flowed at his feet, listening to the soft whispers, to the deep murmurs, to the sudden gurgles and the short hisses of the swift current racing along the bank through the hot darkness. He stood with his face turned to the river, and it seemed to him that he could breathe easier with the knowledge of the clear vast space before him. Then, after a while, he leaned heavily forward on his staff, his chin fell on his breast, and a deep sigh was his answer to the selfish discourse of the river that hurried on unceasing and fast, regardless of joy or sorrow, of suffering and of strife, of failures and triumphs that lived on its banks. The brown water was there, ready to carry friends or enemies, to nurse love or hate on its submissive and heartless bosom, to help or to hinder, to save life or give death, the great and rapid river, a deliverance, a prison, a refuge, or a grave. Perchance such thoughts as these caused Babalatchi to send another mournful sigh into the trailing mist of the unconcerned Pantai. The barbarous politician had forgotten the recent success of his plottings in the melancholy contemplation of a sorrow that made the night blacker, the clammy heat more oppressive, the still air more heavy, the dumb solitude more significant of torment than of peace. He had spent the night before the side of the dying Omar, and now, after 24 hours, his memory persisted in returning to that low and sombre reed hut from which the fierce spirit of the incomparably accomplished pirate took its flight, to learn too late, in a worse world, the error of its earthly ways. The mind of the savage statesman, chastened by bereavement, felt for a moment the weight of his loneliness with keen perception, worthy even of a sensibility exasperated by all the refinements of tender sentiment that a glorious civilization brings in its train, among other blessings and virtues, into this excellent world. For the space of about 30 seconds, a half-naked, beetle-chewing pessimist stood upon the bank of the tropical river, on the edge of the still and immense forest. A man angry, powerless, empty-handed, with a cry of bitter discontent ready on his lips. A cry that, had it come out, would have rung through the virgin solitudes of the woods, as true, as great, as profound, as any philosophical shriek that ever came from the depths of an easy-chair to disturb the impure wilderness of chimneys and roofs. For half a minute, and no more, did Babalatchi face the gods in the sublime privilege of his revolt, and then the one-eyed puller of wires became himself again, full of care and wisdom and far-reaching plans, and a victim to the tormenting superstitions of his race. The night, no matter how quiet, is never perfectly silent to attentive ears, and now Babalatchi fancied he could detect in it other noises than those caused by the ripples and eddies of the river. He turned his head sharply to the right and to the left in succession, and then spun round quickly in a startled and watchful manner, as if he had expected to see the blind ghost of his departed leader wandering in the obscurity of the empty courtyard behind his back. Nothing there. Yet he had heard a voice, a strange noise, no doubt a ghostly voice of a complaining and angry spirit. He listened. Not a sound. Reassured, Babalatchi made a few paces towards his house, when a very human noise, that of hoarse coughing, reached him from the river. He stopped, listened attentively, but now without any sign of emotion, and moving briskly back to the waterside, stood expectant, with parted lips, trying to pierce with his eye the wavering curtain of mist that hung low over the water. He could see nothing, yet some people in a canoe must have been very near, for he heard words spoken in an ordinary tone. "Do you think this is the place, Ali? I can see nothing." "It must be here, Tuan," answered another voice. "Shall we try the bank?" "No. Let drift a little. If you go poking into the bank in the dark, you might stove the canoe on some log. We must be careful. Let drift. Let drift. This does seem to be a clearing of some sort. We may see a light by and by from some house or other." "In Lakamba's campong there are many houses, eh?" "A great number, Tuan. I do not see any light." "Nor I," grumbled the first voice again, this time nearly abreast of the silent Babalatchi, who looked uneasily towards his own house, the doorway of which glowed with the dim light of a torch burning within. The house stood end on to the river, and its doorway faced downstream, so Babalatchi reasoned rapidly that the strangers on the river could not see the light from the position their boat was in at the moment. He could not make up his mind to call out to them, and while he hesitated, he heard the voices again, but now some way below the landing place where he stood. Nothing. This cannot be it. Let them give way. Ali, Dayong there." That order was followed by the splash of paddles, then a sudden cry. "I see a light. I see it. Now I know where to land, Tuan." There was more splashing as the canoe was paddled sharply round and came back upstream close to the bank. "Call out," said very near a deep voice, which Babalatchi felt sure must belong to a white man. "Call out, and somebody may come with a torch. I can't see anything." The loud hail that succeeded these words was emitted nearly under the silent listener's nose. Babalatchi, to preserve appearances, ran with long but noiseless strides half way up the courtyard, and only then shouted in answer, and kept on shouting as he walked slowly back again towards the river bank. He saw there an indistinct shape of a boat, not quite alongside the landing place. "Who speaks on the river?" asked Babalatchi, throwing a tone of surprise into his question. "A white man," answered Lingard from the canoe. "Is there not one torch in rich Lakamba's campong to light a guest on his landing?" "There are no torches and no men. I am alone here," said Babalatchi, with some hesitation. "Alone!" exclaimed Lingard. "Who are you?" "Only a servant of Lakamba. But land, Tuan Patu, and see my face. Here is my hand. No, here. By your mercy, Ada, now you are safe." "And you are alone here," said Lingard, moving with precaution a few steps into the courtyard. "How dark it is," he muttered to himself. "One would think the world had been painted black." "Yes, alone. What did you say, Tuan? I did not understand your talk." "It is nothing. I expected to find here. But where are they all?" "What matters where they are?" said Babalatchi, gloomily. "Have you come to see my people? The last departed on a long journey, and I am alone. Tomorrow I go too." "I came to see a white man," said Lingard, walking on slowly. "He is not gone, is he?" "No," answered Babalatchi at his elbow. "A man with a red skin and hard eyes," he went on, musingly, "whose hand is strong and whose heart is foolish and weak. A white man indeed, but still a man." They were now at the foot of the short ladder which led to the split bamboo platform surrounding Babalatchi's habitation. The faint light from the doorway fell down upon the two men's faces as they stood looking at each other curiously. "Is he there?" asked Lingard in a low voice, with a wave of his hand upwards. Babalatchi, staring hard at his long expected visitor, did not answer at once. "No, not there," he said at last, placing his foot on the lowest rung and looking back. "Not there, Tuan, yet not very far. Will you sit down in my dwelling? There may be rice and fish and clear water, not from the river, but from a spring." "I am not hungry," interrupted Lingard, curtly, "and I did not come here to sit in your dwelling. Lead me to the white man who expects me. I have no time to lose." "The night is long, Tuan," went on Babalatchi, softly, "and there are other nights and other days. Long, very long. How much time it takes for a man to die! O Rajah Laut!" Lingard started. "You know me?" he exclaimed. "Ai wa! I have seen your face and felt your hand before many years ago," said Babalatchi, holding on half way up the ladder, and bending down from above to peer into Lingard's upturned face. "You do not remember, but I have not forgotten. There are many men like me. There is only one Rajah Laut." He climbed with sudden agility the last few steps, and stood on the platform, waving his hand invitingly to Lingard, who followed after a short moment of indecision. The elastic bamboo floor of the hut bent under the heavy weight of the old seaman, who, standing within the threshold, tried to look into the smoky gloom of the low dwelling. Under the torch, thrust into the cleft of a stick, fastened at a right angle to the middle stay of the ridge pole, lay a red patch of light, showing a few shabby mats and a corner of a big wooden chest the rest of which was lost in shadow. In the obscurity of the more remote parts of the house a lance head, a brass tray hung on a wall, the long barrel of a gun leaning against the chest, caught the stray rays of the smoky illumination in trembling gleams that wavered, disappeared, reappeared, went out, came back, as if engaged in a doubtful struggle with the darkness that, lying in wait in distant corners, seemed to dart out viciously towards its feeble enemy. The vast space under the high pitch of the roof was filled with a thick cloud of smoke whose underside, level like a ceiling, reflected the light of the swaying dull flame, while at the top it oozed out through the imperfect thatch of dried palm leaves. An indescribable and complicated smell, made up of the exhalation of damp earth below, of the taint of dried fish, and of the effluvia of rotting vegetable matter pervaded the place and caused Lingard to sniff strongly as he strode over, sat on the chest, and, leaning his elbows on his knees, took his head between his hands and stared at the doorway thoughtfully. Babalatchi moved about in the shadows, whispering to an indistinct form or two that flitted about the far end of the hut. Without stirring, Lingard glanced sideways, and caught sight of muffled up human shapes that hovered for a moment near the edge of the light, and retreated suddenly back into the darkness. Babalatchi approached, and sat at Lingard's feet on a rolled up bundle of mats. "Will you eat rice and drink sagueir?" he said. "I have waked up my household." "My friend," said Lingard, without looking at him, "when I come to see Lakamba, or any of Lakamba's servants, I am never hungry and never thirsty. Tau, Savee, never! Do you think I am devoid of reason? That there is nothing there?" He sat up, and, fixing his eyes abruptly on Babalatchi, tapped his own forehead significantly. Say, how can you talk like that, Tuan?" exclaimed Babalatchi in a horrified tone. "I talk as I think. I have lived many years," said Lingard, stretching his arm negligently to take up the gun, which he began to examine knowingly, cocking it, and easing down the hammer several times. "This is good. Mataram make. Old, too," he went on. "Hai! Hai!" broke in Babalatchi eagerly. "I got it when I was young. He was an Aru trader, a man with a big stomach and a loud voice, and brave. Very brave. When we came up with his prau in the grey morning, he stood aft shouting to his men, and fired this gun at us once. Only once." He paused, laughed softly, and went on in a low, dreamy voice. "In the grey morning we came up, 40 silent men in his swift Sulu prau, and when the sun was so high," here he held up his hands about 3 feet apart, "when the sun was only so high, Tuan, our work was done, and there was a feast ready for the fishes of the sea." "Ai! Ai!" muttered Lingard, nodding his head slowly. "I see. You should not let it get rusty like this," he added. He let the gun fall between his knees, and moving back in his seat, leaned his head against the wall of the hut, crossing his arms on his breast. "A good gun," went on Babalatchi. "Carry far and true. Better than this there." With the tips of his fingers he touched gently the butt of the revolver peeping out of the right pocket of Lingard's white jacket. "Take your hand off that," said Lingard sharply, but in a good humoured tone, and without making the slightest movement. Babalatchi smiled and hitched his seat a little further off. For some time they sat in silence, Lingard with his head tilted back, looking downwards with lowered eyelids at Babalatchi, who was tracing invisible lines with his finger on the mat between his feet. Outside they could hear Ali and the other boatmen chattering and laughing round the fire they had lighted in the big and deserted courtyard. "Well, what about that white man?" said Lingard quietly. It seemed as if Babalatchi had not heard the question. He went on tracing elaborate patterns on the floor for a good while. Lingard waited motionless. At last the Malay lifted his head. "Hai! The white man I know," he murmured absently. "This white man or another. Tuan," he said aloud with unexpected animation, "you are a man of the sea?" "You know me. Why ask?" said Lingard in a low tone. "Yes. A man of the sea, even as we are. A true Orang Laut," went on Babalatchi thoughtfully, "not like the rest of the white men. I am like other whites, and do not wish to speak many words when the truth is short. I came here to see the white man that helped Lakamba against Patalolo, who is my friend. Show me where that white man lives. I want him to hear my talk." "Talk only? Tuan, why hurry? The night is long and death is swift, as you ought to know. You who have dealt it to so many of my people. Many years ago I have faced you, arms in hand. Do you not remember? It was in Carimata, far from here." "I cannot remember every vagabond that came in my way," protested Lingard seriously. "Hai! Hai!" continued Babalatchi, unmoved and dreamy. "Many years ago. Then all this," and looking up suddenly at Lingard's beard, he flourished his fingers below his own beardless chin. "Then all this was like gold in sunlight. Now it is like the foam of an angry sea." "Maybe, maybe," said Lingard patiently, paying the involuntary tribute of a faint sigh to the memories of the past evoked by Babalatchi's words. He had been living with Malays so long, and so close that the extreme deliberation and deviousness of their mental proceedings had ceased to irritate him much. To-night, perhaps, he was less prone to impatience than ever. He was disposed, if not to listen to Babalatchi, then to let him talk. It was evident to him that the man had something to say, and he hoped that from the talk a ray of light would shoot through the thick blackness of inexplicable treachery to show him clearly, if only for a second, the man upon whom he would have to execute the verdict of justice. Justice only. Nothing was further from his thoughts than such an useless thing as revenge. Justice only. It was his duty that justice should be done, and by his own hand. He did not like to think how. To him, as to Babalatchi, it seemed that the night would be long enough for the work he had to do. But he did not define to himself the nature of the work, and he sat very still and willingly dilatory under the fearsome oppression of his call. What was the good to think about it? It was inevitable, and its time was near. Yet he could not command his memories that came crowding round him in that evil-smelling hut, while Babalatchi talked on in a flowing monotone, nothing of him moving but the lips, in the artificially inanimated face. Lingard, like an anchored ship that had broken her sheer, darted about here and there on the rapid tide of his recollections. The subdued sound of soft words rang around him, but his thoughts were lost, now in the contemplation of the past sweetness and strife of Carimata days, now in the uneasy wonder at the failure of his judgment, at the fatal blindness of accident that had caused him, many years ago, to rescue a half-starved runaway from a Dutch ship in Samarang roads. How he had liked the man, his assurance, his push, his desire to get on, his conceited good humour and his selfish eloquence. He had liked his very faults, those faults that had, so many, to him, sympathetic sides. And he had always dealt fairly by him from the very beginning, and he would deal fairly by him now to the very end. This last thought darkened Lingard's features with a responsive and menacing frown. The doer of justice sat with compressed lips and a heavy heart, while in the calm darkness outside the silent world seemed to be waiting breathlessly for that justice he held in his hand, in his strong hand, ready to strike, reluctant to move. End of chapter 1. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 2 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 2. Babalatchi ceased speaking. Lingard shifted his feet a little, uncrossed his arms, and shook his head slowly. The narrative of the events in Sambir, related from the point of view of the astute statesman, the sense of which had been caught here and there by his inattentive ears, had been yet like a thread to guide him out of the sombre labyrinth of his thoughts. And now he had come to the end of it, out of the tangled past into the pressing necessities of the present. With the palms of his hands on his knees, his elbows squared out, he looked down on Babalatchi, who sat in a stiff attitude, inexpressive and mute as a talking doll, the mechanism of which had at length run down. "You people did all this," said Lingard at last, "and you will be sorry for it before the dry wind begins to blow again. Abdulla's voice will bring the Dutch rule here." Babalatchi waved his hand towards the dark doorway. "There are forests there. Lakamba rules the land now. Tell me, Tuan, do you think the big trees know the name of the ruler? No. They are born, they grow, they live and they die, yet know not, feel not. It is their land." "Even a big tree may be killed by a small axe," said Lingard dryly. "And remember, my one-eyed friend, that axes are made by white hands. You will soon find that out, since you have hoisted the flag of the Dutch." "Ay wa," said Babalatchi slowly. "It is written that the earth belongs to those who have fair skins and hard but foolish hearts. The farther away is the master, the easier it is for the slave. Tuan, you were too near. Your voice rang in our ears always. Now it is not going to be so. The great Rajah in Batavia is strong, but he may be deceived. He must speak very loud to be heard here. But if we have need to shout, then he must hear the many voices that call for protection. He is but a white man. If I ever spoke to Patalolo like an elder brother, it was for your good, for the good of all," said Lingard, with great earnestness. "This is a white man's talk," exclaimed Babalatchi, with bitter exultation. "I know you. That is how you all talk while you load your guns and sharpen your swords. And when you are ready, then to those who are weak you say, 'Obey me and be happy, or die.' You are strange, you white men. You think it is only your wisdom and your virtue and your happiness that are true. You are stronger than the wild beasts, but not so wise. A black tiger knows when he is not hungry. You do not. He knows the difference between himself and those that can speak. You do not understand the difference between yourselves and us, who are men. You are wise and great, and you shall always be fools." He threw up both his hands, stirring the sleeping cloud of smoke that hung above his head, and brought the open palms on the flimsy floor on each side of his outstretched legs. The whole hut shook. Lingard looked at the excited statesman curiously. "Appa, Appa, what's the matter?" he murmured soothingly. "Whom did I kill here? Where are my guns? What have I done? What have I eaten up?" Babalatchi calmed down and spoke with studied courtesy. "You, Tuan, are of the sea, and more like what we are. Therefore I speak to you all the words that are in my heart. Only once has the sea been stronger than the Rajah of the sea." "You know it, don't you?" said Lingard, with pained sharpness. "Hai! We have heard about your ship, and some rejoiced. Not I. Amongst the whites, who are devils, you are a man." "Trimakasi, I give you thanks," said Lingard, gravely. Babalatchi looked down with a bashful smile, but his face became saddened directly, and when he spoke again it was in a mournful tune. "Had you come a day sooner, Tuan, you would have seen an enemy die. You would have seen him die poor, blind, unhappy, with no son to dig his grave and speak of his wisdom and courage. Yes, you would have seen the man that fought you in Carimata many years ago, die alone, but for one friend. A great sight to you." "Not to me," answered Lingard. "I did not even remember him till you spoke his name just now. You do not understand us. We fight, we vanquish, and we forget." "True, true," said Babalatchi, with polite irony. "You whites are so great that you disdain to remember your enemies. No, no," he went on, in the same tone. "You have so much mercy for us that there is no room for any remembrance. Oh, you are great and good, but it is in my mind that amongst yourselves you know how to remember. Is it not so, Tuan?" Lingard said nothing. His shoulders moved imperceptibly. He laid his gun across his knees and stared at the flintlock absently. "Yes," went on Babalatchi, falling again into a mournful mood. "Yes, he died in darkness. I sat by his side and held his hand, but he could not see the face of him who watched the faint breath on his lips. She whom he had cursed because of the white man was there too, and wept with covered face. The white man walked about the courtyard making many noises. Now and then he would come to the doorway and glare at us who mourned. He stared with wicked eyes, and then I was glad that he who was dying was blind. This is true talk. I was glad, for a white man's eyes are not good to see when the devil that lives within is looking out through them." "Devil, hey?" said Lingard half aloud to himself, as if struck with the obviousness of some novel idea. Babalatchi went on. "At the first hour of the morning he sat up, he so weak, and said plainly some words that were not meant for human ears. I held his hand tightly, but it was time for the leader of brave men to go amongst the faithful who are happy. They of my household brought a white sheet, and I began to dig a grave in the hut in which he died. She mourned aloud. The white man came to the doorway and shouted. He was angry. Angry with her because she beat her breast and tore her hair and mourned with shrill cries, as a woman should. Do you understand what I say, Tuan? That white man came inside the hut with great fury, and took her by the shoulder and dragged her out. Yes, Tuan, I saw Omar dead, and I saw her at the feet of that white dog who has deceived me. I saw his face grey like the cold mist of the morning. I saw his pale eyes looking down at Omar's daughter, beating her head on the ground at his feet. at the feet of him who is Abdulla's slave. Yes, he lives by Abdulla's will. That is why I held my hand while I saw all this. I held my hand because we are now under the flag of the Orang Blanda, and Abdulla can speak into the ears of the great. We must not have any trouble with white men. Abdulla has spoken, and I must obey." "That's it, is it?" growled Lingard into his moustache. Then in Malay: "It seems that you are angry, O Babalatchi." "Oh, I am not angry, Tuan," answered Babalatchi, descending from the insecure heights of his indignation into the insincere depths of safe humility. "I am not angry. What am I to be angry? I am only an Orang Laut, and I have fled before your people many times. Servant of this one, protected of another, I have given my counsel here and there for a handful of rice. What am I to be angry with a white man? What is anger without the power to strike? But you whites have taken all, the land, the sea, and the power to strike, and there is nothing left for us in the islands but your white men's justice, your great justice that knows not anger." He got up and stood for a moment in the doorway, sniffing the hot air of the courtyard, then turned back and leaned against the stay of the ridge pole, facing Lingard, who kept his seat on the chest. The torch, consumed nearly to the end, burned noisily. Small explosions took place in the heart of the flame, driving through its smoky blaze strings of hard round puffs of white smoke, no bigger than peas, which rolled out of doors in the faint draught that came from the visible crack of the bamboo walls. The pungent taint of unclean things below and about the hut grew heavier, weighing down Lingard's resolution and his thoughts in an irresistible numbness of the brain. He thought drowsily of himself and of that man who wanted to see him, who waited to see him, who waited night and day, waited. A spiteful but vaporous idea floated through his brain that such waiting could not be very pleasant to the fellow. Well, let him wait. He would see him soon enough. And for how long? 5 seconds? 5 minutes? Say nothing. Say something. What? No? Just give him time to take one good look, and then... Suddenly Babalatchi began to speak in a soft voice. Lingard blinked, cleared his throat, sat up straight. "You know all now, Tuan. Lakamba dwells in the stockaded house of Patalolo. Abdulla has begun to build godowns of plank and stone, and now that Omar is dead, I myself shall depart from this place and live with Lakamba and speak in his ear. I have served many. The best of them all sleeps in the ground in a white sheet, with nothing to mark his grave but the ashes of the hut in which he died. Yes, Tuan, the white man destroyed it himself. With a blazing brand in his hand he strode about, shouting to me to come out, shouting to me who was throwing earth on the body of a great leader. Yes, swearing to me by the name of your God and ours that he would burn me and her in there if we did not make haste. Hai, the white men are very masterful and wise. I dragged her out quickly." "Oh, damn it!" exclaimed Lingard, then went on in Malay, speaking earnestly. "Listen. That man is not like other white men. You know he is not. He is not a man at all. He is I don't know." Babalatchi lifted his hand deprecatingly. His eye twinkled, and his red-stained big lips, parted by an expressionless grin, uncovered a stumpy row of black teeth filed evenly to the gums. "Hai, hai, not like you. Not like you," he said, increasing the softness of his tones as he neared the object uppermost in his mind during that much desired interview. "Not like you, Tuan, who are like ourselves, only wiser and stronger. Yet he also is full of great cunning, and speaks of you without any respect, after the manner of white men when they talk of one another." Lingard leaped in his seat as if he had been prodded. "He speaks! What does he say?" he shouted. "Nay, Tuan," protested the composed Babalatchi. "What matters his talk if he is not a man? I am nothing before you. Why should I repeat words of one white man about another? He did boast to Abdulla of having learned much from your wisdom in years past. Other words I have forgotten. Indeed, Tuan, I have." Lingard cut short Babalatchi's protestations by a contemptuous wave of the hand and reseated himself with dignity. "I shall go," said Babalatchi, "and the white man will remain here
alone with the spirit of the dead, and with her who has been the delight of his heart. He, being white, cannot hear the voice of those that died. Tell me, Tuan," he went on, looking at Lingard with curiosity. "Tell me, Tuan, do you white people ever hear the voices of the invisible ones?" "We do not," answered Lingard, "because those that we cannot see do not speak." "Never speak? And never complain with sounds that are not words?" exclaimed Babalatchi, doubtingly. "It may be so, or your ears are dull. We Malays hear many sounds near the places where men are buried. To night I heard. Yes, even I have heard. I do not want to hear any more," he added nervously. "Perhaps I was wrong when I. There are things I regret. The trouble was heavy in his heart when he died. Sometimes I think I was wrong. But I do not want to hear the complaint of invisible lips. Therefore I go, Tuan. Let the unquiet spirit speak to his enemy the white man who knows not fear, or mercy, or love, knows nothing but contempt and violence. I have been wrong. I have. Hai! Hai!" He stood for a while with his elbow in the palm of his left hand, the fingers of the other over his lips, as if to stifle the expression of inconvenient remorse. Then, after glancing at the torch, burnt out nearly to its end, he moved towards the wall by the chest, fumbled about there, and suddenly flung open a large shutter of ataps woven in a light framework of sticks. Lingard swung his legs quickly round the corner of his seat. "Hallo!" he said, surprised. The cloud of smoke stirred, and a slow wisp curled out through the new opening. The torch flickered, hissed, and went out, the glowing end falling on the mat, whence Babalatchi snatched it up and tossed it outside through the open square. It described a vanishing curve of red light, and lay below, shining feebly in the vast darkness. Babalatchi remained with his arms stretched out into the empty night. "There," he said, "you can see the white man's courtyard, Tuan, and his house." "I can see nothing," answered Lingard, putting his head through the shutter hole. "It's too dark." "Wait, Tuan," urged Babalatchi. "You have been looking long at the burning torch. You will soon see. Mind the gun, Tuan. It is loaded." "There is no flint in it. You could not find a firestone for 100 miles round this spot," said Lingard testily. "Foolish thing to load that gun." "I have a stone. I had it from a man wise and pious that lives in Menang Kabau. A very pious man. Very good fire. He spoke words over that stone that makes its sparks good. And the gun is good. Carries straight and far. Would carry from here to the door of the white man's house, I believe, Tuan." "Tida apa. Never mind your gun," muttered Lingard, peering into the formless darkness. "Is that the house, that black thing over there?" he asked. "Yes," answered Babalatchi. "That is his house. He lives there by the will of Abdulla, and shall live there till. From where you stand, Tuan, you can look over the fence, and across the courtyard straight at the door from which he comes out every morning, looking like a man that has seen Jehannum in his sleep." Lingard drew his head in. Babalatchi touched his shoulder with a groping hand. "Wait a little, Tuan. Sit still. The morning is not far off now. A morning without sun after a night without stars. But there will be light enough to see the man who said not many days ago that he alone has made you less than a child in Sambir." He felt a slight tremor under his hand, but took it off directly, and began feeling all over the lid of the chest behind Lingard's back for the gun. "What are you at?" said Lingard, impatiently. "You do worry about that rotten gun. You had better get a light." "A light? I tell you, Tuan, that the light of heaven is very near," said Babalatchi, who had now obtained possession of the object of his solicitude, and grasping it strongly by its long barrel, grounded the stock at his feet. "Perhaps it is near," said Lingard, leaning both his elbows on the lower crosspiece of the primitive window and looking out. "It is very black outside yet," he remarked carelessly. Babalatchi fidgeted about. "It is not good for you to sit where you may be seen," he muttered. "Why not?" asked Lingard. "The white man sleeps, it is true," explained Babalatchi softly. "Yet he may come out early, and he has arms." "Ah! He has arms?" said Lingard. "Yes. A short gun that fires many times, like yours here. Abdulla had to give it to him. Lingard heard Babalatchi's words, but made no movement. To the old adventurer the idea that firearms could be dangerous in other hands than his own did not occur readily, and certainly not in connexion with Willems. He was so busy with the thoughts about what he considered his own sacred duty, that he could not give any consideration to the probable actions of the man of whom he thought, as one may think of an executed criminal, with wondering indignation tempered by scornful pity. While he sat staring into the darkness, that every minute grew thinner before his pensive eyes, like a dispersing mist, Willems appeared to him as a figure belonging already wholly to the past, a figure that could come in no way into his life again. He had made up his mind, and the thing was as well as done. In his weary thoughts he had closed this fatal, inexplicable, and horrible episode in his life. The worst had happened. The coming days would see the retribution. He had removed an enemy once or twice before out of his path. He had paid off some very heavy scores a good many times. Captain Tom had been a good friend to many, but it was generally understood, from Honolulu round about to Diego Suarez, that Captain Tom's enmity was rather more than any man single-handed could easily manage. He would not, as he had said often, hurt a fly as long as the fly left him alone. Yet a man does not live for years beyond the pale of civilized laws without evolving for himself some queer notions of justice. Nobody of those he knew had ever cared to point out to him the errors of his conceptions. It was not worth anybody's while to run counter to Lingard's ideas of the fitness of things. That fact was acquired to the floating wisdom of the South Seas, of the Eastern Archipelago, and was nowhere better understood than in out-of-the-way nooks of the world, in those nooks which he filled, unresisted and masterful, with the echoes of his noisy presence. There is not much use in arguing with a man who boasts of never having regretted a single action of his life, whose answer to a mild criticism is a good-natured shout: "You know nothing about it. I would do it again. Yes, sir." His associates and his acquaintances accepted him, his opinions, his actions like things preordained and unchangeable, looked upon his many-sided manifestations with passive wonder, not unmixed with that admiration which is only the rightful due of a successful man. But nobody had ever seen him in the mood he was in now. Nobody had seen Lingard doubtful and giving way to doubt, unable to make up his mind and unwilling to act. Lingard timid and hesitating one minute, angry yet inactive the next. Lingard puzzled, in a word, because confronted with a situation that discomposed him by its unprovoked malevolence, by its ghastly injustice, that to his rough but unsophisticated palate tasted distinctly of sulphurous fumes from the deepest hell. The smooth darkness filling the shutter hole grew paler, and became blotchy with ill-defined shapes, as if a new universe was being evolved out of sombre chaos. Then outlines came out, defining forms without any details, indicating here a tree, there a bush, a black belt of forest far off, the straight lines of a house, the ridge of a high roof near by. Inside the hut, Babalatchi, who lately had been only a persuasive voice, became a human shape leaning its chin impudently on the muzzle of a gun, and rolling an uneasy eye over the reappearing world. The day came rapidly, dismal and oppressed by the fog of the river and by the heavy vapours of the sky. A day without colour and without sunshine, incomplete, disappointing and sad. Babalatchi twitched gently Lingard's sleeve, and when the old seaman had lifted up his head interrogatively, he stretched out an arm and a pointing forefinger towards Willems' house, now plainly visible to the right and beyond the big tree of the courtyard. "Look, Tuan," he said. "He lives there. That is the door, his door. Through it he will appear soon, with his hair in disorder and his mouth full of curses. That is so. He is a white man, and never satisfied. It is in my mind he is angry even in his sleep. A dangerous man. As Tuan may observe," he went on obsequiously, "his door faces this opening where you condescend to sit, which is concealed from all eyes. Faces it, straight, and not far. Observe, Tuan, not at all far." "Yes, yes, I can see. I shall see him when he wakes." "No doubt, Tuan. When he wakes. If you remain here, he cannot see you. I shall withdraw quickly and prepare my canoe myself. I am only a poor man, and must go to Sambir to greet Lakamba when he opens his eyes. I must bow before Abdulla, who has strength, even more strength than you. Now, if you remain here, you shall easily behold the man who boasted to Abdulla that he had been your friend, even while he prepared to fight those who called you protector. Yes, yes, he plotted with Abdulla for that cursed flag. Lakamba was blind then, and I was deceived. But you, Tuan, remember he deceived you more. Of that he boasted before all men." He leaned the gun quietly against the wall close to the window, and said softly, "Shall I go now, Tuan? Be careful of the gun. I have put the fire stone in. The fire stone of the wise man, which never fails." Lingard's eyes were fastened on the distant doorway. Across his line of sight, in the grey emptiness of the courtyard, a big fruit pigeon flapped languidly towards the forest with a loud booming cry like the note of a deep gong. A brilliant bird, looking in the gloom of threatening day as black as a crow. A serried flock of white rice birds rose above the trees with a faint scream, and hovered, swaying in a disordered mass that suddenly scattered in all directions as if burst asunder by a silent explosion. Behind his back Lingard heard a shuffle of feet. Women leaving the hut. In the other courtyard a voice was heard complaining of cold, and coming very feeble but exceedingly distinct out of the vast silence of the abandoned houses and clearings. Babalatchi coughed discreetly. From under the house the thumping of wooden pestles husking the rice started with unexpected abruptness. The weak but clear voice in the yard again urged, "Blow up the embers, O brother!" Another voice answered, drawling in modulated, thin sing-song, "Do it yourself, O shivering pig!" And the drawl of the last word stopped short, as if the man had fallen into a deep hole. Babalatchi coughed again, a little impatiently, and said in a confidential tone, "Do you think it is time for me to go, Tuan? Will you take care of my gun, Tuan? I am a man that knows how to obey, even obey Abdulla, who has deceived me. Nevertheless, this gun carries far and true, if you would want to know, Tuan. And I have put in a double measure of powder and 3 slugs. Yes, Tuan, now perhaps I go." When Babalatchi commenced speaking, Lingard turned slowly round and gazed upon him with the dull and unwilling look of a sick man waking to another day of suffering. As the astute statesman proceeded, Lingard's eyebrows came close, his eyes became animated, and a big vein stood out on his forehead accentuating a lowering frown. When speaking his last words Babalatchi faltered, then stopped confused before the steady gaze of the old seaman. Lingard rose. His face cleared, and he looked down at the anxious Babalatchi with sudden benevolence. "So that's what you were after," he said, laying a heavy hand on Babalatchi's yielding shoulder. "You thought I came here to murder him. Eh? Speak, you faithful dog of an Arab trader." "And what else, Tuan?" shrieked Babalatchi, exasperated into sincerity. "What else, Tuan? Remember what he has done. He poisoned our ears with his talk about you. You are a man. If you did not come to kill, Tuan, then either I am a fool or." He paused, struck his naked breast with his open palm, and finished in a discouraged whisper, "Or, Tuan, you are." Lingard looked down at him with scornful serenity. After his long and painful gropings amongst the obscure abominations of Willems' conduct, the logical if tortuous evolutions of Babalatchi's diplomatic mind were to him welcome as daylight. There was something at last he could understand, the clear effect of a simple cause. He felt indulgent towards the disappointed sage. "So you are angry with your friend, O one-eyed one," he said slowly, nodding his fierce countenance close to Babalatchi's discomfited face. "It seems to me that you must have had much to do with what happened in Sambir lately." "Hey, you son of a burnt father! May I perish under your hand, O Rajah of the sea, if my words are not true," said Babalatchi with reckless excitement. "You are here in the midst of your enemies. He the greatest. Abdulla would do nothing without him, and I could do nothing without Abdulla. Strike me, so that you strike all." "Who are you?" exclaimed Lingard, contemptuously. Who are you to dare call yourself my enemy? Dirt! Nothing! Go out first," he went on severely. "Lakas! Quick! March out!" He pushed Babalatchi through the doorway, and followed him down the short ladder into the courtyard. The boatmen squatting over the fire turned their slow eyes with apparent difficulty towards the two men; then, unconcerned, huddled close together again, stretching forlornly their hands over the embers. The women stopped in their work, and with uplifted pestles flashed quick and curious glances from the gloom under the house. "Is that the way?" asked Lingard, with a nod towards the little wicket gate of Willems' enclosure. "If you seek death, that is surely the way," answered Babalatchi, in a dispassionate voice, as if he had exhausted all the emotions. "He lives there. He who destroyed your friends, who hastened Omar's death, who plotted with Abdulla first against you, then against me. I have been like a child. Oh, shame! But go, Tuan! Go there!" "I go where I like," said Lingard, emphatically. "And you may go to the devil. I do not want you any more. The islands of these seas shall sink before I, Rajah Laut, serve the will of any of your people. Tau! But I tell you this. I do not care what you do with him after to-day. And I say that because I am merciful." "Tida, I do nothing," said Babalatchi, shaking his head with bitter apathy. "I am in Abdulla's hand and care not, even as you do. No, no," he added, turning away. "I have learned much wisdom this morning. There are no men anywhere. You whites are cruel to your friends and merciful to your enemies, which is the work of fools." He went away towards the riverside, and without once looking back, disappeared in the low bank of mist that lay over the water and the shore. Lingard followed him with his eyes thoughtfully. After a while he roused himself and called out to his boatmen. "Hi! Ya there! After you have eaten rice, wait for me with your paddles in your hands. You hear?" "Ada, Tuan," answered Ali through the smoke of the morning fire that was spreading itself low and gentle over the courtyard. "We hear." Lingard opened slowly the little wicket gate, made a few steps into the empty enclosure, and stopped. He had felt about his head the short breath of a puff of wind that passed him, made every leaf of the big tree shiver, and died out in a hardly perceptible tremor of branches and twigs. Instinctively he glanced upwards with a seaman's impulse. Above him, under the grey, motionless waste of a stormy sky, drifted low black vapours in stretching bars, in shapeless patches, in sinuous wisps and tormented spirals. Over the courtyard and the house floated a round, sombre and lingering cloud, dragging behind a tail of tangled and filmy streamers, like the dishevelled hair of a mourning woman. Chapter 2. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Part 4, Chapter 3 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 3. "Beware!" The tremulous effort and the broken, inadequate tone of the faint cry surprised Lingard more than the unexpected suddenness of the warning conveyed, he did not know by whom and to whom. Besides himself there was no one in the courtyard as far as he could see. The cry was not renewed, and his watchful eyes, scanning warily the misty solitude of Willems' enclosure, were met everywhere only by the stolid impassiveness of inanimate things, the big sombre looking tree, the shut up sightless house, the glistening bamboo fences, the damp and drooping bushes further off, all these things that condemned to look for ever at the incomprehensible afflictions or joys of mankind, assert in their aspect of cold unconcern the high dignity of lifeless matter that surrounds, incurious and unmoved, the restless mysteries of the ever changing, of the never ending life. Lingard, stepping aside, put the trunk of the tree between himself and the house. Then, moving cautiously round one of the projecting buttresses, had to tread short in order to avoid scattering a small heap of black embers upon which he came unexpectedly on the other side. A thin, wizened, little old woman, who, standing behind the tree, had been looking at the house, turned towards him with a start, gazed with faded, expressionless eyes at the intruder, then made a limping attempt to get away. She seemed, however, to realize directly the hopelessness or the difficulty of the undertaking, stopped, hesitated, tottered back slowly; then, after blinking dully, fell suddenly on her knees amongst the white ashes, and, bending over the heap of smouldering coals, distended her sunken cheeks in a steady effort to blow up the hidden sparks into a useful blaze. Lingard looked down on her, but she seemed to have made up her mind that there was not enough life left in her lean body for anything else than the discharge of the simple domestic duty, and apparently she begrudged him the least moment of attention. After waiting for a while, Lingard asked "Why did you call, O daughter?" "I saw you enter," she croaked feebly, still grovelling with her face near the ashes and without looking up. "And I called the cry of warning. It was her order. Her order," she repeated with a moaning sigh. "And did she hear?" pursued Lingard with gentle composure. Her projecting shoulder blades moved uneasily under the thin stuff of the tight body jacket. She scrambled up with difficulty to her feet, and hobbled away, muttering peevishly to herself towards a pile of dry brushwood heaped up against the fence. Lingard, looking idly after her, heard the rattle of loose planks that led from the ground to the door of the house. He moved his head beyond the shelter of the tree, and saw Aissa coming down the inclined way into the courtyard. After making a few hurried paces towards the tree, she stopped with one foot advanced in an appearance of sudden terror, and her eyes glanced wildly right and left. Her head was uncovered. A blue cloth wrapped her from her head to foot in close slanting folds, with one end thrown over her shoulder. A tress of her black hair strayed across her bosom. Her bare arms pressed down close to her body, with hands open and outstretched fingers. Her slightly elevated shoulders and the backward inclination of her torso gave her the aspect of one defiant, yet shrinking from a coming blow. She had closed the door of the house behind her, and as she stood solitary in the unnatural and threatening twilight of the murky day, with everything unchanged around her, she appeared to Lingard as if she had been made there, on the spot, out of the black vapours of the sky and of the sinister gleams of feeble sunshine that struggled through the thickening clouds into the colourless desolation of the world. After a short but attentive glance towards the shut up house, Lingard stepped out from behind the tree and advanced slowly towards her. The sudden fixity of her till then restless eyes and a slight twitch of her hands were the only sign she gave at first of having seen him. She made a long stride forward, and, putting herself right in his path, stretched her arms across. Her black eyes opened wide, her lips parted as if in an uncertain attempt to speak, but no sound came out to break the significant silence of their meeting. Lingard stopped and looked at her with stern curiosity. After a while he said composedly "Let me pass. I came here to talk to a man. Does he hide? Has he sent you?" She made a step nearer, her arms fell by her side, then she put them straight out, nearly touching Lingard's breast. "He knows not fear," she said, speaking low, with a forward throw of her head, in a voice trembling but distinct. "It is my own fear that has sent me here. He sleeps." "He has slept long enough," said Lingard, in measured tones. "I am come, and now is the time of his waking. Go and tell him this, or else my own voice will call him up, a voice he knows well." He put her hands down firmly and again made as if to pass by her. "Do not!" she exclaimed, and fell at his feet as if she had been cut down by a scythe. The unexpected suddenness of her movement startled Lingard, who stepped back. "What's this?" he exclaimed in a wondering whisper, then added in a tone of sharp command, "Stand up." She rose at once and stood looking at him, timorous and fearless, yet with a fire of recklessness burning in her eyes that made clear her resolve to pursue her purpose even to the death. Lingard went on in a severe voice "Get out of my way. You are Omar's daughter, and you ought to know that when men meet in daylight, women must be silent and abide their fate." "Women!" she retorted with subdued vehemence. "Yes, I am a woman. Your eyes see that, O Rajah Laut, but can you see my life? I have also heard, O man of many fights, I have also heard the voice of firearms. I have also felt the rain of young twigs and leaves cut up by bullets fall down about my head. I also know how to look in silence at angry faces and at strong hands raised high grasping sharp steel.
I also saw men fall dead around me, without a cry of fear and of mourning, and I have watched the sleep of weary fugitives, and looked at night shadows full of menace and death, with eyes that knew nothing but watchfulness. And," she went on with a mournful drop in her voice, "I have faced the heartless sea, held in my lap the heads of those who died raving from thirst, and from their cold hands took the paddle, and worked those so that those with me did not know that one man more was dead. I did all this. What more have you done? That was my life. What has been yours?" The matter and the manner of her speech held Lingard motionless, attentive and approving against his will. She ceased speaking, and from her staring black eyes, with a narrow border of white above and below, a double ray of her very soul streamed out in a fierce desire to light up the most obscure designs of his heart. After a long silence, which served to emphasize the meaning of her words, she added in the whisper of bitter regret, "And I have knelt at your feet, and I am afraid." "You?" said Lingard, deliberately, and returning her look with an interested gaze. "You are a woman whose heart, I believe, is great enough to fill a man's breast. But still you are a woman, and to you I, Rajah Laut, have nothing to say." She listened, bending her head in a movement of forced attention, and his voice sounded to her unexpected, far off, with the distant and unearthly ring of voices that we hear in dreams, saying faintly things startling, cruel or absurd, to which there is no possible reply. To her he had nothing to say. She wrung her hands, glanced over the courtyard with that eager and distracted look that sees nothing, then looked up at the hopeless sky of livid grey and drifting black, at the unquiet morning of the hot and brilliant heaven that had heard his entreaties and her answers, that had seen his desire and her fear, that had seen her joy, her surrender, and his defeat. Lingard moved a little, and this slight stir near her precipitated her disordered and shapeless thoughts into hurried words. "Wait," she exclaimed in a stifled voice, and went on disconnectedly and rapidly. "Stay. I have heard. Men often spoke by the fires, men of my people, and they said of you, the first on the sea, they said that to men's cries you were deaf in battle, but after no, even while you fought your ears were open to the voice of children and women. They said that. Now I, a woman, I." She broke off suddenly and stood before him with dropped eyelids and parted lips, so still now that she seemed to have been changed into a breathless and unhearing and unseeing figure, without knowledge of fear or hope, of anger or despair. In the astounding repose that came on her face, nothing moved but the delicate nostrils that expanded and collapsed quickly, flutteringly, in interrupted beats like the wings of a snared bird. "I am white," said Lingard proudly, looking at her with a steady gaze, where simple curiosity was giving way to a pitying annoyance, "and men you have heard spoke only what is true over the evening fires. My ears are open to your prayer. But listen to me before you speak. For yourself you need not be afraid. You can come even now with me, and you shall find refuge in the household of Syed Abdulla, who is of your own faith. And this also you must know. Nothing that you may say will change my purpose towards the man who is sleeping or hiding in that house." Again she gave him the look that was like a stab, not of anger but of desire, of the intense overpowering desire to see in, to see through, to understand everything, to see everything, every thought, emotion, purpose, every impulse, every hesitation inside that man, inside that white clad foreign being who looked at her, who spoke to her, who breathed before her like any other man, but bigger, red-faced, white-haired, and mysterious. It was the future clothed in flesh, the tomorrow, the day after, all the days, all the years of her life standing there before her alive and secret, with all their good or evil shut up within the breast of that man who could be persuaded, cajoled, entreated, perhaps touched, worried, frightened, who knows, if only first he could be understood. She had seen a long time ago whither events were tending. She had noted the contemptuous yet menacing coldness of Abdulla. She had heard, alarmed yet unbelieving, Babalatchi's gloomy hints, covert allusions, and veiled suggestions to abandon the useless white man whose fate would be the price of the peace secured by the wise and good who had no need of him any more. And he, himself! She clung to him. There was nobody else. Nothing else. She would try to cling to him always, all the life. And yet he was far from her, further every day. Every day he seemed more distant, and she followed him patiently, hopefully, blindly, but steadily through all the devious wanderings of his mind. She followed as well as she could. Yet at times, very often lately, she had felt lost like one strayed in the thickets of tangled undergrowth of a great forest. To her the ex-clerk of old Hudig appeared as remote, as brilliant, as terrible, as necessary, as the sun that gives life to these lands, the sun of unclouded skies that dazzles and withers, the sun beneficent and wicked, the giver of light, perfume, and pestilence. She had watched him close, fascinated by love, fascinated by danger. He was alone now, but for her, and she thought she saw, that he was like a man afraid of something. Was it possible? He afraid? Of what? Was it of that old white man who was coming, who had come? Possibly. She had heard of that man ever since she could remember. The bravest were afraid of him. And now, what was in the mind of this old, old man who looked so strong? What was he going to do with the light of her life? Put it out? Take it away? Take it away for ever? For ever? And leave her in darkness, not in the stirring, whispering, expectant night in which the hushed world awaits the return of sunshine, but in the night without end, the night of the grave, where nothing breathes, nothing moves, nothing thinks, the last darkness of cold and silence, without hope of another sunrise. She cried, "Your purpose! You know nothing. I must." He interrupted, unreasonably excited, as if she had, by her look, inoculated him with some of her own distress. "I know enough." She approached and stood facing him at arm's length, with both her arms on his shoulders, and he, surprised by that audacity, closed and opened his eyes 2 or 3 times, aware of some emotion arising within him, from her words, her tone, her contact, an emotion unknown, singular, penetrating and sad, at the close sight of that strange woman, of that being, savage and tender, strong and delicate, fearful and resolute, that had got entangled so fatally between their 2 lives, his own and that other white man's, the abominable scoundrel. "How can you know?" she went on in a persuasive tone that seemed to flow out of her very heart. "How can you know? I live with him all the days, all the nights. I look at him. I see his every breath, every glance of his eye, every movement of his lips. I see nothing else. What else is there? And even I do not understand. I do not understand him. Him, my life. Him who to me is so great that his presence hides the earth and the water from my sight." Lingard stood straight, with his hands deep in the pockets of his jacket. His eyes winked quickly, because she spoke very close to his face. She disturbed him, and he had a sense of the efforts he was making to get hold of her meaning, while all the time he could not help telling himself that all this was of no use. She added after a pause, "There has been a time when I could understand him, when I knew what was in his mind better than he knew it himself, when I felt him, when I held him, and now he has escaped." "Escaped? What? Gone away?" shouted Lingard. "Escaped from me," she said. "Left me alone. Alone. And I am ever near him, yet alone." Her hands slipped slowly off Lingard's shoulders and her arms fell by her side, listless, discouraged, as if to her the savage, violent and ignorant creature had been revealed clearly in that moment the tremendous fact of our isolation, of the loneliness impenetrable and transparent, elusive and everlasting, of the indestructible loneliness that surrounds, envelops, clothes every human soul from the cradle to the grave, and perhaps beyond. "Aye, very well, I understand. His face is turned away from you," said Lingard. "Now what do you want?" I have looked for help. Everywhere. Against men. All men. I do not know. First they came, the invisible whites, and dealt death from afar. Then he came. He came to me who was alone and sad. He came, angry with his brothers, great amongst his own people, angry with those I have not seen, with the people where men have no mercy and women have no shame. He was of them, and great amongst them. For he was great?" Lingard shook his head slightly. She frowned at him, and went on in disordered haste. "Listen. I saw him. I have lived by the side of brave men, of chiefs. When he came I was the daughter of a beggar, of a blind man without strength and hope. He spoke to me as if I had been brighter than sunshine, more delightful than the cool water of the brook by which we met. More." Her anxious eyes saw some shade of expression pass on her listener's face that made her hold her breath for a second, and then explode in pained fury so violent that it drove Lingard back a pace like an unexpected blast of wind. He lifted both his hands, incongruously paternal in his venerable aspect, bewildered and soothing, while she stretched her neck forward and shouted at him. "I tell you I was all that to him. I know it. I saw it. There are times when even you white men speak the truth. I saw his eyes. I felt his eyes, I tell you. I saw him tremble when I came near, when I spoke, when I touched him. Look at me. You have been young. Look at me. Look, Rajah Laut." She stared at Lingard with provoking fixity, then, turning her head quickly, she sent over her shoulder a glance, full of humble fear, at the house that stood high behind her back, dark, closed, rickety and silent on its crooked posts. Lingard's eyes followed her look, and remained gazing unexpectedly at the house. After a minute or so he muttered, glancing at her suspiciously "If he has not heard your voice now, then he must be far away or dead." "He is there," she whispered, a little calm but still anxious. "He is there. For 3 days he waited. Waited for you, night and day. And I waited with him. I waited, watching his face, his eyes, his lips, listening to his words. To the words I could not understand. To the words he spoke in daylight. To the words he spoke at night in his short sleep. I listened. He spoke to himself, walking up and down here, by the river, by the bushes. And I followed. I wanted to know, and I could not. He was tormented by things that made him speak in the words of his own people. Speak to himself, not to me. Not to me. What was he saying? What was he going to do? Was he afraid of you? Of death? What was in his heart? Fear or anger? What? Desire? What? Sadness? He spoke many words, all the time, and I could not know. I wanted to speak to him. He was deaf to me. I followed him everywhere, watching for some word I could not understand, but his mind was in the land of his people, away from me. When I touched him he was angry. So." She imitated the movement of some one shaking off roughly an importunate hand, and looked at Lingard with tearful and unsteady eyes. After a short interval of laboured panting, as if she had been out of breath with running or fighting, she looked down and went on. "Day after day, night after night, I lived watching him, seeing nothing, and my heart was heavy. Heavy with the presence of death that dwelt amongst us. I could not believe. I thought he was afraid. Afraid of you. And then I myself knew fear. Tell me, Rajah Laut, do you know the fear without voice? The fear of silence? The fear that comes when there is no one near, when there is no battle, no cries, no angry faces or armed hands anywhere? The fear from which there is no escape?" She paused, fastened her eyes again on the puzzled Lingard, and hurried on in a tone of despair. "And I knew then he would not fight you. Before, many days ago, I went away twice to make him obey my desire, to make him strike at his own people so that he could be mine. Mine! Oh, calamity! His hand was false as your white heart's. It struck forward, pushed by my desire, by his desire of me. It struck that strong hand and oh, shame! It killed nobody. Its fierce and lying blow woke up hate without any fear. Round me all was lies. His strength was a lie. My own people lied to me and to him. And to meet you, you the great, he had no one but me. But me with my rage, my pain, my weakness. Only me. And to me he would not speak. The fool!" She came up close to Lingard, with the wild and stealthy aspect of a lunatic longing to whisper out an insane secret, one of those misshapen, heart-rending and ludicrous secrets, one of those thoughts that, like monsters, cruel, fantastic and mournful, wander about terrible and unceasing in the night of madness. Lingard looked at her, astounded but unflinching. She spoke in his face, very low. "He is all, everything. He is my breath, my life, my heart. Go away. Forget him. He has no courage and no wisdom any more, and I have lost my power. Go away and forget. There are other enemies. Leave him to me. He had been a man once. You are too great. Nobody can withstand you. I tried. I know now. I cry for mercy. Leave him to me, and go away." The fragments of her supplicating sentences were as if tossed on the crest of her sobs. Lingard, outwardly impassive, with eyes fixed on the house, experienced that feeling of condemnation, deep-seated, persuasive, and masterful; that illogical impulse of disapproval which is half disgust, half vague fear, and that wakes up in our hearts in the presence of anything new or unusual, of anything that is not run into the mould of our own conscience; the accursed feeling made up of disdain, of anger, and of the sense of superior virtue that leaves us deaf, blind, contemptuous, and stupid before anything which is not like ourselves. He answered, not looking at her at first, but speaking towards the house that fascinated him. "I go away? He wanted me to come. He himself did. You must go away. You do not know what you are asking for. Listen. Go to your own people. Leave him. He is." He paused, looking down at her with his steady eyes, hesitated as if seeking an adequate expression, then snapped his fingers and said, "Finish." She stepped back, her eyes on the ground, and pressed her temples with both her hands, which she raised to her head in a slow and ample movement full of unconscious tragedy. The tone of her words was gentle and vibrating, like a loud meditation. She said, "Tell the brook not to run to the river. Tell the river not to run to the sea. Speak loud, speak angrily, maybe they will obey you. But it is in my mind that the brook will not care. The brook that springs out of the hillside and runs to the great river. He would not care for your words. He that cares not for the very mountain that gave him life. He that tears the earth from which he springs, tears it, eats it, destroys it, to hurry faster to the river in which he is lost for ever. O Rajah Laut, I do not care." She drew close again to Lingard, approaching slowly, reluctantly, as if pushed by an invisible hand, and added in words that seemed to be torn out of her, "I cared not for my own father, for him that died. I would have rather. You do not know what I have done. I." "You shall have his life," said Lingard, hastily. They stood together, crossing their glances, she suddenly appeased, and Lingard thoughtful and uneasy under a vague sense of defeat. And yet there was no defeat. He never intended to kill the fellow, not after the first moment of anger, a long time ago. The days of bitter wonder had killed anger, had left only a bitter indignation and a bitter wish for complete justice. He felt discontented and surprised. Unexpectedly he had come upon a human being, a woman at that, who had made him disclose his will before its time. She should have his life, but she must be told, she must know, that for such men as Willems there was no favour and no grace. "Understand," he said slowly, "that I leave him his life not in mercy, but in punishment." She started, watched every word on his lips, and after he finished speaking she remained still and mute in astonished immobility. A single big drop of rain, a drop enormous, pellucid and heavy, like a superhuman tear coming straight and rapid from above, tearing its way through the sombre sky, struck loudly the dry ground between them in a starred splash. She wrung her hands in the bewilderment of the new and incomprehensible fear. The anguish of her whisper was more piercing than the shrillest cry. "What punishment? Will you take him away, then? Away from me? Listen to what I have done. It is I." "Ah!" exclaimed Lingard, who had been looking at the house. "Don't you believe her, Captain Lingard," shouted Willems from the doorway, where he appeared with swollen eyelids and bared breast. He stood for a while, his hands grasping the lintels on each side of the door, and writhed about, glaring wildly, as if he had been crucified there. Then he made a sudden rush head foremost down the plankway that responded with hollow short noises to every footstep. She heard him, a slight thrill passed on her face, and the words that were on her lips fell back unspoken into her benighted heart.
fell back amongst the mud, the stones, and the flowers that are at the bottom of every heart. End of chapter 3. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 4 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 4. When he felt the solid ground of the courtyard under his feet, Willems pulled himself up in his headlong rush and moved forward with a moderate gait. He paced stiffly, looking with extreme exactitude at Lingard's face, looking neither to the right nor to the left, but at the face only, as if there was nothing in the world but those features, familiar and dreaded, that white-haired, rough and severe head, upon which he gazed in a fixed effort of his eyes, like a man trying to read small print at the full range of human vision. As soon as Willem's feet had left the planks, the silence which had been lifted up by the jerky rattle of his footsteps fell down again upon the courtyard, the silence of the cloudy sky and of the windless air, the sullen silence of the earth oppressed by the aspect of coming turmoil, the silence of the world collecting its faculties to withstand the storm. Through this silence Willems pushed his way, and stopped about 6 feet from Lingard. He stopped simply because he could go no further. He had started from the door with the reckless purpose of clapping the old fellow on the shoulder. He had no idea that the man would turn out to be so tall, so big, and so unapproachable. It seemed to him that he had never in his life seen Lingard. He tried to say, "Do not believe." A fit of coughing checked his sentence in a faint splutter. Directly afterwards he swallowed, as it were, a couple of pebbles, throwing his chin up in the act, and Lingard, who looked at him narrowly, saw a bone, sharp and triangular like the head of a snake, dart up and down twice under the skin of his throat. Then that, too, did not move. Nothing moved. "Well?" said Lingard, and with that word he came unexpectedly to the end of his speech. His hand in his pocket closed firmly round the butt of his revolver bulging his jacket on the hip, and he thought how soon and how quickly he could terminate his quarrel with that man who had been so anxious to deliver himself into his hands, and how inadequate would be that ending. He could not bear the idea of that man escaping from him by going out of life, escaping from fear, from doubt, from remorse into the peaceful certitude of death. He held him now, and he was not going to let him go, to let him disappear for ever in the faint blue smoke of a pistol shot. His anger grew within him. He felt a touch as of a burning hand on his heart, not on the flesh of his breast, but a touch on his heart itself, on the palpitating and untiring particle of matter that responds to every emotion of the soul, that leaps with joy, with terror, or with anger. He drew a long breath. He could see before him the bare chest of the man expanding and collapsing under the wide open jacket. He glanced aside and saw the bosom of the woman near him rise and fall in quick respirations that moved slightly up and down her hand, which was pressed to her breast with all the fingers spread out and a little curved, as if grasping something too big for its span. And nearly a minute passed. One of those minutes when the voice is silenced, while the thoughts flutter in the head like captive birds inside a cage, in rushes desperate, exhausting and vain. During that minute of silence, Lingard's anger kept rising, immense and towering, such as a crested wave running over the troubled shallows of the sands. Its roar filled his ears, a roar so powerful and distracting that, it seemed to him, his head must burst directly with the expanding volume of that sound. He looked at that man, that infamous figure upright on its feet, still, rigid, with stony eyes, as if its rotten soul had departed that moment and the carcass hadn't had the time yet to topple over. For the fraction of a second he had the illusion and the fear of the scoundrel having died there before the enraged glance of his eyes. Willem's eyelids fluttered,
and the unconscious and passing tremor in that stiffly erect body exasperated Lingard like a fresh outrage. The fellow dared to stir, dared to wink, to breathe, to exist here, right before his eyes. His grip on the revolver relaxed gradually. As the transport of his rage increased, so also his contempt for the instruments that pierce or stab, that interpose themselves between the hand and the object of fate. He wanted another kind of satisfaction. Naked hands, by heaven! No firearms. Hands that could take him by the throat, beat down his defence, batter his face into shapeless flesh. Hands that could feel all the desperation of his resistance and overpower it in the violent delight of a contact lingering and furious, intimate and brutal. He let go the revolver altogether, stood hesitating, then, throwing his hands out, strode forward, and everything passed from his sight. He could not see the man, the woman, the earth, the sky, saw nothing, as if in that one stride he had left the visible world behind to step into a black and deserted space. He heard screams round him in that obscurity, screams like the melancholy and pitiful cries of sea birds that dwell on the lonely reefs of great oceans. Then suddenly a face appeared within a few inches of his own. His face. He felt something in his left hand. His throat. Ah, the thing like a snake's head that darts up and down. He squeezed hard. He was back in the world. He could see the quick beating of eyelids over a pair of eyes that were all whites, the grin of a drawn-up lip, a row of teeth gleaming through the drooping hair of a moustache. Strong, white teeth. Knocked them down his lying throat. He drew back his right hand, the fist up to the shoulder, knuckles out. From under his feet rose the screams of sea birds. Thousands of them. Something held his legs. What the devil? He delivered his blow straight from the shoulder, felt the jar right up his arm, and realized suddenly that he was striking something passive and unresisting. His heart sank within him with disappointment, with rage, with mortification. He pushed with his left arm, opening the hand with haste, as if he had just perceived that he got hold by accident of something repulsive. And he watched with stupefied eyes Willems tottering backwards in groping strides, the white sleeve of his jacket across his face. He watched his distance from that man increase, while he remained motionless, without being able to account to himself for the fact that so much empty space had come in between them. It should have been the other way. They ought to have been very close, and he wouldn't fight, he wouldn't resist, he wouldn't defend himself. A cur, evidently a cur. He was amazed and aggrieved, profoundly, bitterly, with the immense and blank desolation of a small child robbed of a toy. He shouted, unbelieving, "Will you be a cheat to the end?" He waited for some answer. He waited anxiously, with an impatience that seemed to lift him off his feet. He waited for some word, some sign, for some threatening stir. Nothing. Only two unwinking eyes glittered intently at him above the white sleeve. He saw the raised arm detach itself from the face and sink along the body. A white-clad arm, with a big stain on the white sleeve. A red stain. There was a cut on the cheek. It bled. The nose bled too. The blood ran down, made one moustache look like a dark rag stuck over the lip, and went on in a wet streak down the clipped beard on one side of the chin. A drop of blood hung on the end of some hairs that were glued together. It hung for a while, and took a leap down on the ground. Many more followed, leaping one after another in close file. One alighted on the breast and glided down instantly with devious vivacity, like a small insect running away. It left a narrow dark track on the white skin. He looked at it, looked at the tiny inactive drops, looked at what he had done with obscure satisfaction, with anger, with regret. This wasn't much like an act of justice. He had a desire to go up nearer to the man, to hear him speak, to hear him say something atrocious and wicked that would justify the violence of the blow. He made an attempt to move, and became aware of a close embrace round both his legs, just above the ankles. Instinctively he kicked out with his foot, broke through the close bond and felt at once the clasp transferred to his other leg. the clasp warm, desperate and soft, of human arms. He looked down, bewildered. He saw the body of the woman, stretched at length, flattened on the ground like a dark blue rag. She trailed face downwards, clinging to his leg with both arms in a tenacious hug. He saw the top of her head, the long black hair streaming over his foot, all over the beaten earth, around his boot. He couldn't see his foot for it. He heard the short and repeated moaning of her breath. He imagined the invisible face close to his heel. With one kick into that face he could free himself. He dared not stir, and shouted down, "Let go! Let go! Let go!" The only result of his shouting was a tightening of the pressure of her arms. With a tremendous effort he tried to bring his right foot up to his left, and succeeded partly. He heard distinctly the rub of her body on the ground as he jerked her along. He tried to disengage himself by drawing up his foot. He stamped. He heard a voice saying sharply, "Steady, Captain Lingard, steady!" His eyes flew back to Willems at the sound of that voice. And, in the quick awakening of sleeping memories, Lingard stood suddenly still, appeased by the clear ring of familiar words. Appeased as in the days of old, when they were trading together, when Willems was his trusted and helpful companion in out of the way and dangerous places, when that fellow, who would keep his temper so much better than he could himself, had spared him many a difficulty, had saved him from many an act of hasty violence, by the timely and good-humoured warning, whispered or shouted, "Steady, Captain Lingard, steady!" A smart fellow. He had brought him up. The smartest fellow in the islands. If he had only stayed with him, then all this. He called out to Willems, "Tell her to let me go, or..." He heard Willems shouting something, waited for a while, then glanced vaguely down, and saw the woman still stretched out, perfectly mute and unstirring, with her head at his feet. He felt a nervous impatience that somehow resembled fear. "Tell her to let go, to go away, Willems. I tell you I've had enough of this," he cried. "All right, Captain Lingard," answered the calm voice of Willems. "She has let go. Take your foot off her hair. She can't get up." Lingard leaped aside, clean away, and spun round quickly. He saw her sit up and cover her face with both hands, then he turned slowly on his heel and looked at the man. Willems held himself very straight, but was unsteady on his feet, and moved about nearly on the same spot, like a tipsy man attempting to preserve his balance. After gazing at him for a while, Lingard called, rancorous and irritable, "What have you got to say for yourself?" Willems began to walk towards him. He walked slowly, reeling a little before he took each step, and Lingard saw him put his hand to his face, then look at it holding it up to his eyes, as if he had there, concealed in the hollow of the palm, some small object which he wanted to examine secretly. Suddenly he drew it with a brusque movement down the front of his jacket, and left a long smudge. "That's a fine thing to do," said Willems. He stood in front of Lingard, one of his eyes sunk deep in the increasing swelling of his cheek, still repeating mechanically the movement of feeling his damaged face, and every time he did this he pressed the palm to some clean spot on his jacket, covering the white cotton with bloody imprints as of some deformed and monstrous hand. Lingard said nothing, looking on. At last Willems left off staunching the blood and stood, his arms hanging by his side, with his face stiff and distorted under the patches of coagulated blood, and he seemed as though he had been set up there for a warning, an incomprehensible figure marked all over with some awful and symbolic signs of deadly import. Speaking with difficulty, he repeated in a reproachful tone, "That was a fine thing to do." "After all," answered Lingard bitterly, "I had too good an opinion of you. And I of you. Don't you see that I could have had that fool over there killed, and the whole thing burnt to the ground, swept off the face of the earth? You wouldn't have found as much as a heap of ashes, had I liked. I could have done all that, and I wouldn't." "You could not. You dared not. You scoundrel!" cried Lingard. "What's the use of calling me names?" "True," retorted Lingard. "There's no name bad enough for you." There was a short interval of silence. At the sound of their rapidly exchanged words, Aissa had got up from the ground where she had been sitting in a sorrowful and dejected pose, and approached the two men. She stood on one side and looked on eagerly, in a desperate effort of her brain, with the quick and distracted eyes of a person trying for her life to penetrate the meaning of sentences uttered in a foreign tongue, the meaning portentous and fateful that lurks in the sounds of mysterious words, in the sounds surprising, unknown and strange. Willems let the last beat of Lingard pass by, seemed by a slight movement of his hand to help it on its way to join the other shadows of the past. Then he said, "You have struck me. You have insulted me." "Insulted you!" interrupted Lingard passionately. "What can insult you? You?" He choked, advanced a step. "Steady, steady," said Willems calmly. "I tell you I shan't fight. Is it clear enough to you that I shan't? I shall not lift a finger." As he spoke, slowly punctuating each word with a slight jerk of his head, he stared at Lingard, his right eye open and big, the left small and nearly closed by the swelling of one half of his face, that appeared all drawn out on one side like faces seen in a concave glass. And they stood exactly opposite each other, one tall, slight and disfigured, the other tall, heavy and severe. Willems went on. "If I had wanted to hurt you, if I had wanted to destroy you, it was easy. I stood in the doorway long enough to pull a trigger. And you know I shoot straight." "You would have missed," said Lingard with assurance. "There is under heaven such a thing as justice." The sound of that word on his own lips made him pause, confused like an unexpected and unanswerable rebuke. The anger of his outraged heart had gone out in the blow, and there remained nothing but the sense of some immense infamy, of something vague, disgusting and terrible, which seemed to surround him on all sides, hover about him with shadowy and stealthy movements, like a band of assassins in the darkness of vast and unsafe places. Was there, under heaven, such a thing as justice? He looked at the man before him with such an intensity of prolonged gaze that he seemed to see right through him, that at last he saw but a floating and unsteady mist in human shape. Would it blow away before the first breath of the breeze, and leave nothing behind? The sound of Willems' voice made him start violently. Willems was saying "I have always led a virtuous life. You know I have. You always praised me for my steadiness. You know you have. You know also I never stole, if that's what you're thinking of. I borrowed. You know how much I repaid. It was an error of judgment. But then consider my position there. I had been a little unlucky in my private affairs and had debts. Could I let myself go under before the eyes of all those men who envied me? But that's all over. It was an error of judgment. I've paid for it. An error of judgment." Lingard, astounded into perfect stillness, looked down. He looked down at Willems' bare feet. Then, as the other had paused, he repeated in a blank tone "An error of judgment?" "Yes," drawled out Willems thoughtfully, and went on with increasing animation. "As I said, I have always led a virtuous life. More so than Hudig. Than you. Yes, than you. I drank a little. I played cards a little. Who doesn't? But I had principles from a boy. Yes, principles. Business is business, and I never was an ass. I never respected fools. They had to suffer for their folly when they dealt with me. The evil was in them, not in me. But as to principles, it's another matter. I kept clear of women. It's forbidden. I had no time. And I despised them. Now I hate them." He put his tongue out a little, a tongue whose pink and moist end ran here and there, like something independently alive, under his swollen and blackened lip. He touched with the tips of his fingers the cut on his cheek, felt all round it with precaution, and the unharmed side of his face appeared for a moment to be preoccupied and uneasy about the state of that other side which was so very sore and stiff. He recommenced speaking, and his voice vibrated as though with repressed emotion of some kind. "You ask my wife, when you see her in the casa, whether I have no reason to hate her. She was nobody, and I made her Mrs. Willems. A half-caste girl! You ask her how she showed her gratitude to me. You ask never mind that. When you came and dumped me here like a load of rubbish, dumped me here and left me with nothing to do, nothing good to remember, and damn little to hope for. You left me here at the mercy of that fool Almayer, who suspected me of something. Of what, devil only knows. But he suspected and hated me from the first. I suppose because you befriended me. Oh, I could read him like a book. He isn't very deep, your Sambir partner, Captain Lingard, but he knows how to be disagreeable. Months passed. I thought I would die of sheer weariness, of my thoughts, of my regrets. And then he made a quick step nearer to Lingard, and as if moved by the same thought, by the same instinct, by the same impulse of his will, Aissa also stepped nearer to them. They stood in a close group, and the two men could feel the calm air between their faces stirred by the light breath of the anxious woman who enveloped them both in the uncomprehending, in the despairing and wondering glances of her wild and mournful eyes. End of chapter 4. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Part 4, Chapter 5 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 5. Willems turned a little from her and spoke lower. "Look at that," he said, with an almost imperceptible movement of his head towards the woman to whom he was presenting his shoulder. "Look at that. Don't believe her. What has she been saying to you? What? I have been asleep. Had to sleep at last. I've been waiting for you 3 days and nights. I had to sleep some time, hadn't I? I told her to remain awake and watch for you, and call me at once. She did watch. You can't believe her. You can't believe any woman. Who can tell what's inside their heads? No one. You can know nothing. The only thing you can know is that it isn't anything like what comes through their lips. They live by the side of you. They seem to hate you, or they seem to love you. They caress or torment you. They throw you over or stick to you closer than your skin for some inscrutable and awful reason of their own, which you can never know. Look at her. And look at me. At me, her infernal work. What has she been saying?" His voice had sunk to a whisper. Lingard listened with great attention, holding his chin in his hand, which grasped a great handful of his white beard. His elbow was in the palm of his other hand, and his eyes were still fixed on the ground. He murmured, without looking up, "She begged me for your life, if you want to know, as if the thing were worth giving or taking." "And for 3 days she begged me to take yours," said Willems quickly. "For 3 days she wouldn't give me any peace. She was never still. She planned ambushes. She has been looking for places all over here where I could hide and drop you with a safe shot as you walked up. It's true. I give you my word." "Your word," muttered Lingard contemptuously. Willems took no notice. "Ah, she is a ferocious creature," he went on. "You don't know. I wanted to pass the time, to do something, to have something to think about, to forget my troubles till you came back. And look at her. She took me as if I did not belong to myself. She did. I did not know there was something in me she could get hold of. She, a savage. I, a civilized European, and clever. She that knew no more than a wild animal. Well, she found out something in me. She found it out, and I was lost. I knew it. She tormented me. I was ready to do anything. I resisted, but I was ready. I knew that too. That frightened me more than anything, more than my own sufferings, and that was frightful enough, I assure you." Lingard listened, fascinated and amazed like a child listening to a fairy tale, and when Willems stopped for breath, he shuffled his feet a little. "What does he say?" cried out Aissa suddenly. The two men looked at her quickly, then looked at one another. Willems began again, speaking hurriedly. "I tried to do something. Take her away from those people. I went to Almayer, the biggest blind fool that you ever. Then Abdulla came, and she went away. She took away with her something of me which I had to get back. I had to do it. As far as you are concerned,
The change here had to happen sooner or later. You couldn't be master here for ever. It isn't what I have done that torments me. It is the why. It's the madness that drove me to it. It's that thing that came over me, that may come again some day. It will do no harm to anybody then, I promise you," said Lingard significantly. Willems looked at him for a second with a blank stare, then went on. "I fought against her. She goaded me to violence and to murder. Nobody knows why. She pushed me to it, persistently, desperately, all the time. Fortunately, Abdulla had sense. I don't know what I would have done. She held me then, held me like a nightmare that is terrible and sweet. By and by it was another life. I woke up. I found myself beside an animal as full of harm as a wild cat. You don't know through what I have passed. Her father tried to kill me, and she very nearly killed him. I believe she would have stuck at nothing. I don't know which was more terrible. She would have stuck at nothing to defend her own. And when I think that it was me, Willems, I hate her. Tomorrow she may want my life. How can I know what's in her? She may want to kill me next." He paused in great trepidation, then added in a scared tone, "I don't want to die here." "Don't you?" said Lingard thoughtfully. Willems turned towards Aissa and pointed at her with a bony forefinger. "Look at her. Always there, always near, always watching, watching for something. Look at her eyes. Ain't they big? Don't they stare? You wouldn't think she can shut them like human beings do. I don't believe she ever does. I go to sleep if I can, under their stare, and when I wake up I see them fixed on me and moving no more than the eyes of a corpse. While I am still, they are still. By God, she can't move them till I stir, and then they follow me like a pair of jailers. They watch me. When I stop they seem to wait patient and glistening till I am off my guard. To do something horrible. Look at them! You can see nothing in them. They are big, menacing, and empty, the eyes of a savage, of a damaged mongrel, half Arab, half Malay. They hurt me. I am white. I swear to you I can't stand this. Take me away. I am white. All white." He shouted towards the sombre heaven, proclaiming desperately under the frown of thickening clouds the fact of his pure and superior descent. He shouted, his head thrown up, his arms swinging about wildly, lean, ragged, disfigured, a tall madman making a great disturbance about something invisible, a being absurd, repulsive, pathetic, and droll. Lingard, who was looking down as if absorbed in deep thought, gave him a quick glance from under his eyebrows. Aissa stood with clasped hands. At the other end of the courtyard the old woman, like a vague and decrepit apparition, rose noiselessly to look, then sank down again with a stealthy movement and crouched low over the small glow of the fire. Willems' voice filled the enclosure, rising louder with every word, and then, suddenly, at its very loudest, stopped short, like water stops running from an overturned vessel. As soon as it had ceased the thunder seemed to take up the burden in a low growl coming from the inland hills. The noise approached in confused mutterings which kept on increasing, swelling into a roar that came nearer, rushed down the river, passed close in a tearing crash, and instantly sounded faint, dying away in monotonous and dull repetitions amongst the endless sinuosities of the lower reaches. Over the great forest, over all the innumerable people of unstirring trees, over all that living people immense, motionless and mute, the silence that had rushed in on the track of the passing tumult remained suspended as deep and complete as if it had ever been disturbed from the beginning of remote ages. Then through it, after a time, came to Lingard's ears the voice of the running river, a voice low, discreet and sad, like the persistent and gentle voices that speak of the past in the silence of dreams. He felt a great emptiness in his heart. It seemed to him that there was within his breast a great space without any light, where his thoughts wandered forlornly, unable to escape, unable to rest, unable to die, to vanish, and to relieve him from the fearful oppression of their existence. Speech, action, anger, forgiveness, all appeared to him alike useless and vain, appeared to him unsatisfactory, not worth the effort of hand or brain that was needed to give them effect. He could not see why he should not remain standing there.
without ever doing anything, to the end of time. He felt something like a heavy chain that held him there. This wouldn't do. He backed away a little from Willems and Aissa, leaving them close together, then stopped and looked at both. The man and the woman appeared to him much further than they really were. He had made only about 3 steps backward, but he believed for a moment that another step would take him out of earshot forever. They appeared to him slightly under life size, and with a great cleanness of outlines, like figures carved with great precision of detail and highly finished by a skillful hand. He pulled himself together. The strong consciousness of his own personality came back to him. He had a notion of surveying them from a great and inaccessible height. He said slowly, "You have been possessed of a devil." "Yes," answered Willems gloomily, and looking at Aissa, "Isn't it pretty?" "I've heard this kind of talk before," said Lingard in a scornful tone, then paused and went on steadily after a while. "I regret nothing. I picked you up by the waterside, like a starving cat, by God. I regret nothing, nothing that I have done. Abdulla, 20 others, no doubt Hudig himself, were after me. That's business for them. But that you should... Money belongs to him who picks it up and is strong enough to keep it. But this thing was different. It was part of my life. I am an old fool." He was. The breath of his words, of the very words he spoke, fanned the spark of divine folly in his breast, the spark that made him, the hard-headed, heavy-handed adventurer, stand out from the crowd, from the sordid, from the joyous, unscrupulous, and noisy crowd of men that were so much like himself. Willems said hurriedly, "It wasn't me. The evil was not in me, Captain Lingard." "And where else, confound you? Where else?" interrupted Lingard, raising his voice. "Did you ever see me cheat and lie and steal? Tell me that. Did you? Eh? I wonder where in perdition you came from when I found you under my feet. No matter. You will do no more harm." Willems moved nearer, gazing upon him anxiously. Lingard went on with distinct deliberation. "What did you expect when you asked me to see you? What? You know me. I am Lingard. You lived with me. You've heard men speak. You knew what you had done. Well, what did you expect?" "How can I know?" groaned Willems, wringing his hands. "I was alone in that infernal savage crowd. I was delivered into their hands. After the thing was done, I felt so lost and weak that I would have called the devil himself to my aid if it had been any good, if he hadn't put in all his work already. In the whole world there was only one man that had ever cared for me. Only one white man. You. Hate is better than being alone. Death is better. I expected anything. Something to expect. Something to take me out of this. Out of her sight." He laughed. His laugh seemed to be torn out from him against his will, seemed to be brought violently on the surface from under his bitterness, his self-contempt, from under his despairing wonder at his own nature. "When I think that when I first saw her, it seemed to me that my whole life wouldn't be enough to... And now, when I look at her, she did it all. I must have been mad. I was mad. Every time I look at her, I remember my madness. It frightens me. And when I think that of all my life, of all my past, of all my future, of my intelligence, of my work, there is nothing left but she, the cause of my ruin, and you whom I have mortally offended." He hid his face for a moment in his hands, and when he took them away he had lost the appearance of comparative calm, and gave way to a wild distress. "Captain Lingard, anything. A deserted island. Anywhere. I promise." "Shut up," shouted Lingard roughly. He became dumb, suddenly, completely. The wan light of the clouded morning retired slowly from the courtyard, from the clearings, from the river, as if it had gone unwillingly to hide in the enigmatical solitudes of the gloomy and silent forests. The clouds over their heads thickened into a low vault of uniform blackness. The air was still and inexpressibly oppressive. Lingard unbuttoned his jacket, flung it wide open, and inclining his body sideways a little, wiped his forehead with his hand, which he jerked sharply afterwards. Then he looked at Willems and said "No promise of yours is any good to me. I am going to take your conduct into my own hands. Pay attention to what I am going to say.
You are my prisoner." Willems' head moved imperceptibly. Then he became rigid and still. He seemed not to breathe. "You shall stay here," continued Lingard, with sombre deliberation. "You are not fit to go amongst people. Who could suspect, who could guess, who could imagine what's in you? I couldn't. You are my mistake. I shall hide you here. If I let you out, you would go amongst unsuspecting men, and lie and steal and cheat for a little money or for some woman. I don't care about shooting you. It would be the safest way, though. But I won't. Do not expect me to forgive you. To forgive, one must have been angry, and become contemptuous, and there is nothing in me now. No anger, no contempt, no disappointment. To me you are not Willems, the man I befriended, and helped through thick and thin, and thought much of. You are not a human being that may be destroyed or forgiven. You are a bitter thought, a something without a body, and that must be hidden. You are my shame." He ceased and looked slowly round. How dark it was! It seemed to him that the light was dying prematurely out of the world, and that the air was already dead. "Of course," he went on, "I shall see to it that you don't starve." "You don't mean to say that I must live here, Captain Lingard," said Willems, in a kind of mechanical voice, without any inflections. "Did you ever hear me say something I did not mean?" asked Lingard. "You said you didn't want to die here. Well, you must live. Unless you change your mind," he added, as if in involuntary afterthought. He looked at Willems narrowly, then shook his head. "You are alone," he went on. "Nothing can help you. Nobody will. You are neither white nor brown. You have no colour, as you have no heart. Your accomplices have abandoned you to me, because I am still somebody to be reckoned with. You are alone, but for that woman there. You say you did this for her. Well, you have her." Willems mumbled something, and then suddenly caught his hair with both hands, and remained standing so. Aissa, who had been looking at him, turned to Lingard. "What did you say, Rajah Laut?" she cried. There was a slight stir amongst the filmy threads of her disordered hair, the bushes by the river sides trembled, the big tree nodded precipitately over them with an abrupt rustle, as if waking with a start from a troubled sleep, and the breath of hot breeze passed, light, rapid and scorching, under the clouds that whirled round, unbroken but undulating, like a restless phantom of a sombre sea. Lingard looked at her pityingly before he said, "I have told him that he must live here all his life, and with you." The sun seemed to have gone out at last like a flickering light away up beyond the clouds, and in the stifling gloom of the courtyard the three figures stood colourless and shadowy, as if surrounded by a black and superheated mist. Aissa looked at Willems, who remained still, as though he had been changed into stone in the very act of tearing his hair. Then she turned her head towards Lingard and shouted "You lie! You lie! White men, like you all do, you whom Abdulla made small, you lie!" Her words rang out shrill and venomous with her secret scorn, with her overpowering desire to wound regardless of consequences, in her woman's reckless desire to cause suffering at any cost, to cause it by the sound of her own voice, by her own voice that would carry the poison of her thought into the hated heart. Willems let his hands fall, and began to mumble again. Lingard turned his ear towards him instinctively, caught something that sounded like "Very well," then some more mumbling, then a sigh. "As far as the rest of the world is concerned," said Lingard, after waiting for a while in an attentive attitude, "your life is finished. Nobody will be able to throw any of your villainies in my teeth. Nobody will be able to point at you and say, 'Here goes a scoundrel of Lingard's upbringing.' You are buried here." "And you think that I will stay, that I will submit?" exclaimed Willems, as if he had suddenly recovered the power of speech. "You needn't stay here, on this spot," said Lingard dryly. "There are the forests, and here is the river. You may swim 15 miles up or 40 down. At one end you will meet Almayer, at the other the sea. Take your choice." He burst into a short, joyless laugh, then added with severe gravity, "There is also another way. If you want to drive my soul into damnation,
By trying to drive me to suicide you will not succeed," said Willems in wild excitement. "I will live. I shall repent. I may escape. Take that woman away. She is sin." A hooked dart of fire tore into the darkness of the distant horizon, and lit up the gloom of the earth with a dazzling and ghastly flame. Then the thunder was heard far away, like an incredibly enormous voice muttering menaces. Lingard said, "I don't care what happens, but I may tell you that without that woman your life is not worth much. Not twopence. There is a fellow here who and Abdulla himself wouldn't stand on any ceremony. Think of that. And then she won't go." He began, even while he spoke, to walk slowly down towards the little gate. He didn't look, but he felt as sure that Willems was following him as if he had been leading him by a string. Directly he had passed through the wicket gate into the big courtyard, he heard a voice behind his back saying, "I think she was right. I ought to have shot you. I couldn't have been worse off." "Time yet," answered Lingard, without stopping or looking back. "But you see, you can't. There is not even that in you." "Don't provoke me, Captain Lingard," cried Willems. Lingard turned round sharply. Willems and Aissa stopped. Another forked flash of lightning split up the clouds overhead and threw upon their faces a sudden burst of light, a blaze violent, sinister and fleeting, and in the same instant they were deafened by a near single crash of thunder, which was followed by a rushing noise like a frightened sigh of the startled earth. "Provoke you?" said the old adventurer as soon as he could make himself heard. "Provoke you? Eh, what's there in you to provoke? What do I care?" "It's easy to speak like that when you know that in the whole world, I have no friend," said Willems. "Whose fault?" said Lingard sharply. Their voices, after the deep and tremendous noise, sounded to them very unsatisfactory, thin and frail like the voices of pygmies, and they became suddenly silent as if on that account. From up the courtyard Lingard's boatmen came down and passed them, keeping step in a single file, their paddles on shoulder, and holding their heads straight with their eyes fixed on the river. Ali, who was walking last, stopped before Lingard, very stiff and upright. He said, "That one-eyed Babalatchi is gone, with all his women. He took everything, all the pots and boxes, big, heavy, 3 boxes." He grinned as if the thing had been amusing, then added with an appearance of anxious concern, "Rain coming." "We return," said Lingard. "Make ready." "Aye, aye, sir," ejaculated Ali with precision, and moved on. He had been quartermaster with Lingard before making up his mind to stay in Sambir as Almayer's head man. He strutted towards the landing place thinking proudly that he was not like those other ignorant boatmen, and knew how to answer properly the very greatest of white captains. "You have misunderstood me from the first, Captain Lingard," said Willems. "Have I? It's all right, as long as there is no mistake about my meaning," answered Lingard, strolling slowly to the landing place. Willems followed him, and Aissa followed Willems. 2 hands were extended to help Lingard in embarking. He stepped cautiously and heavily into the long and narrow canoe, and sat in the canvas folding chair that had been placed in the middle. He leaned back and turned his head to the 2 figures that stood on the bank a little above him. Aissa's eyes were fastened on his face in a visible impatience to see him gone. Willems' look went straight above the canoe, straight at the forest on the other side of the river. "All right, Ali," said Lingard in a low voice. A slight stir animated the faces, and a faint murmur ran along the line of paddlers. The foremost man pushed with the point of his paddle, canted the fore end out of the dead water into the current, and the canoe fell rapidly off before the rush of brown water, the stern rubbing gently against the low bank. "We shall meet again, Captain Lingard," cried Willems in an unsteady voice. "Never," said Lingard, turning half round in his chair to look at Willems. His fierce red eyes glittered remorselessly over the high back of his seat. "Must cross the river. Water less quick over there," said Ali. He pushed in his turn now with all his strength, throwing his body recklessly right out over the stern, then recovered himself just in time into the squatting attitude of a monkey perched on a high shelf, and shouted "Dayong!" The paddles struck the water together. The canoe darted forward and went on steadily crossing the river with a sideways motion made up of its own speed and the downward drift of the current.
Lingard watched the shore astern. The woman shook her hand at him, and then squatted at the feet of the man, who stood motionless. After a while she got up and stood beside him, reaching up to his head, and Lingard saw then that she had wetted some part of her covering, and was trying to wash the dried blood off the man's immovable face, which did not seem to know anything about it. Lingard turned away and threw himself back in his chair, stretching his legs out with a sigh of fatigue. His head fell forward, and under his red face the white beard lay fan-like on his breast, the ends of fine long hairs all astir in the faint draught made by the rapid motion of the craft that carried him away from his prisoner, from the only thing in his life he wished to hide. In its course across the river, the canoe came into the line of Willems' sight, and his eyes caught the image, followed it eagerly as it glided, small but distinct, on the dark background of the forest. He could see plainly the figure of the man sitting in the middle. All his life he had felt that man behind his back, a reassuring presence ready with help, with commendation, with advice, friendly in reproof, enthusiastic in approbation, a man inspiring confidence by his strength, by his fearlessness, by the very weakness of his simple heart. And now that man was going away. He must call him back. He shouted, and his words, which he wanted to throw across the river, seemed to fall helplessly at his feet. Aissa put her hand on his arm in a restraining attempt, but he shook it off. He wanted to call back his very life that was going away from him. He shouted again, and this time he did not even hear himself. No use. He would never return. And he stood in sullen silence, looking at the white figure over there, lying back in the chair in the middle of the boat, a figure that struck him suddenly as very terrible, heartless and astonishing, with its unnatural appearance of running over the water in an attitude of languid repose. For a time nothing on earth stirred, seemingly, but the canoe, which glided upstream with a motion so even and smooth that it did not convey any sense of movement. Overhead the massed clouds appeared solid and steady, as if held there in a powerful grip, but on their uneven surface there was a continuous and trembling glimmer, a faint reflection of the distant lightning from the thunderstorm that had broken already on the coast and was working its way up the river with low and angry growls. Willems looked on, as motionless as everything round him and above him. Only his eyes seemed to live, as they followed the canoe on its course that carried it away from him, steadily, unhesitatingly, finally, as if it were going, not up the great river into the momentous excitement of Sambir, but straight into the past crowded yet empty, like an old cemetery full of neglected graves, where lie dead hopes that never return. From time to time he felt in his face the passing warm touch of an immense breath coming from beyond the forest, like the short panting of an oppressed world. Then the heavy air round him was pierced by a sharp gust of wind, bringing with it the fresh, damp feel of the falling rain, and all the innumerable tree tops of the forest swayed to the left and sprang back again in a tumultuous balancing of nodding branches and shuddering leaves. A light frown ran over the river. The clouds stirred slowly, changing their aspect but not their place, as if they had turned ponderously over. And when the sudden movement had died out in a quickened tremor of the slenderest twigs, there was a short period of formidable immobility above and beyond, during which the voice of thunder was heard, speaking in a sustained, emphatic, and vibrating roll, with violent, louder bursts of crashing sound, like a wrathful and threatening discourse of an angry god. For a moment it died out, and then another gust of wind passed, driving before it a white mist which filled the space with a cloud of water dust that hid suddenly from Willems the canoe, the forest, the river itself, that woke him up from his numbness in a forlorn shiver, that made him look round despairingly to see nothing but the whirling drift of rain spray before the freshening breeze, while through it the heavy big drops fell about him with sonorous and rapid beats upon the dry earth. He made a few hurried steps up the courtyard, and was arrested by an immense sheet of water that fell all at once on him, fell sudden and overwhelming from the clouds, cutting his respiration, streaming over his head, clinging to him, running down his body, off his arms, off his legs. He stood gasping while the water beat him in a vertical downpour, drove on him slanting in squalls,
and he felt the drops striking him from above, from everywhere. Drops thick, pressed and dashing at him, as if flung from all sides by a mob of infuriated hands. From under his feet a great vapour of broken water floated up. He felt the ground become soft, melt under him, and saw the water spring out from the dry earth to meet the water that fell from the sombre heaven. An insane dread took possession of him, the dread of all that water around him, of the water that ran down the courtyard towards him, of the water that pressed him on every side, of the slanting water that drove across his face in wavering sheets which gleamed pale red with the flicker of lightning streaming through them, as if fire and water were falling together, monstrously mixed, upon the stunned earth. He wanted to run away, but when he moved it was to slide about painfully and slowly upon that earth which had become mud so suddenly under his feet. He fought his way up the courtyard like a man pushing through a crowd, his head down, one shoulder forward, stopping often, and sometimes carried back a pace or two in the rush of water which his heart was not stout enough to face. Aissa followed him step by step, stopping when he stopped, recoiling with him, moving forward with him in his toilsome way up the slippery declivity of the courtyard, of that courtyard, from which everything seemed to have been swept away by the first rush of the mighty downpour. They could see nothing. The tree, the bushes, the house, and the fences, all had disappeared in the thickness of the falling rain. Their hair stuck streaming to their heads, their clothing clung to them, beaten close to their bodies, water ran off them, off their heads over their shoulders. They moved, patient, upright, slow and dark, in the gleam clear or fiery of the falling drops, under the roll of unceasing thunder, like two wandering ghosts of the drowned that, condemned to haunt the water for ever, had come up from the river to look at the world under a deluge. On the left the tree seemed to step out to meet them, appearing vaguely high, motionless and patient, with a rustling plaint of its innumerable leaves through which every drop of water tore its separate way with cruel haste. And then, to the right, the house surged up in the mist, very black, and clamorous with the quick patter of rain on its high-pitched roof above the steady splash of the water running off the eaves. Down the plankway leading to the door flowed a thin and pellucid stream, and when Willems began his ascent it broke over his foot as if he were going up a steep ravine in the bed of a rapid and shallow torrent. Behind his heels two streaming smudges of mud stained for an instant the purity of the rushing water, and then he splashed his way up with a spurt and stood on the bamboo platform before the open door under the shelter of the overhanging eaves. Under shelter at last. A low moan, ending in a broken and plaintive mutter, arrested Willems on the threshold. He peered round in the half light under the roof, and saw the old woman crouching close to the wall in a shapeless heap, and while he looked he felt a touch of two arms on his shoulders. Aissa! He had forgotten her. He turned, and she clasped him round the neck instantly, pressing close to him as if afraid of violence or escape. He stiffened himself in repulsion, in horror, in the mysterious revolt of his heart, while she clung to him as if he were a refuge from misery, from storm, from weariness, from fear, from despair. And it was on the part of that being an embrace terrible, enraged, and mournful, in which all her strength went out to make him captive, to hold him for ever. He said nothing. He looked into her eyes while he struggled with her fingers about the nape of his neck, and suddenly he tore her hands apart, holding her arms up in a strong grip of her wrist, and bending his swollen face close over hers, he said, "It is all your doing. You." She did not understand him. Not a word. He spoke in the language of his people that know no mercy and no shame. And he was angry. Alas, he was always angry now, and always speaking words that she could not understand. She stood in silence, looking at him through her patient eyes, while he shook her arms a little, and then flung them down. "Don't follow me," he shouted. "I want to be alone. I mean to be left alone." He went in, leaving the door open. She did not move. What need to understand the words when they are spoken in such a voice? In that voice which did not seem to be his voice when he spoke by the brook, when he was never angry and always smiling.
Her eyes were fixed upon the dark doorway, but her hands strayed mechanically upwards. She took up all her hair, and, inclining her head slightly over her shoulder, wrung out the long black tresses, twisting them persistently while she stood, sad and absorbed, like one listening to an inward voice, the voice of bitter, of unavailing regret. The thunder had ceased, the wind had died out, and the rain fell perpendicular and steady through a great pale clearness, the light of remote sun coming victorious from amongst the dissolving blackness of the clouds. She stood near the doorway. He was there, alone in the gloom of the dwelling. He was there. He spoke not. What was in his mind now? What fear? What desire? Not the desire of her as in the days when he used to smile. How could she know? A sigh, coming from the bottom of her heart, flew out into the world through her parted lips. A sigh faint, profound and broken, a sigh full of pain and fear, like the sigh of those who are about to face the unknown, to face it in loneliness, in doubt, and without hope. She let go her hair that fell scattered over her shoulders like a funeral veil, and she sank down suddenly by the door. Her hands clasped her ankles. She rested her head on her drawn-up knees, and remained still, very still, under the streaming mourning of her hair. She was thinking of him, of the days by the brook. She was thinking of all that had been their love, and she sat in the abandoned posture of those who sit weeping by the dead, of those who watch and mourn over a corpse. End of part 4. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Part 5, Chapter 1 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 1. Almayer, propped alone on the veranda of his house, with both his elbows on the table and holding his head between his hands, stared before him, away over the stretch of sprouting young grass in his courtyard, and over the short jetty, with its cluster of small canoes, amongst which his big whaleboat floated high like a white mother of all that dark and aquatic brood. He stared on the river, past the schooner anchored in mid-stream, past the forest of the left bank. He stared through and past the illusion of the material world. The sun was sinking. Under the sky was stretched a network of white threads, a network fine and close-meshed, where here and there were caught thicker white vapours of globular shape, and to the eastward, above the ragged barrier of the forest, surged the summits of a chain of great clouds, growing bigger slowly, in imperceptible motion, as if careful not to disturb the glowing stillness of the earth and the sky. Abreast of the house the river was empty, but for the motionless schooner. Higher up, a solitary log came out from the bend above, and went on drifting slowly down the straight reach, a dead and wandering tree, going out to its grave in the sea, between two ranks of trees, motionless and living. And Almayer sat, his face in his hands, looking on, and hating all this. The muddy river, the faded blue of the sky, the black log passing by on its first and last voyage, the green sea of leaves, the sea that glowed, shimmered, and stirred above the uniform and impenetrable gloom of the forest, the joyous sea of living green powdered with the brilliant dusk of oblique sun rays. He hated all this. He begrudged every day, every minute of his life spent amongst all these things. He begrudged it bitterly, angrily, with enraged and immense regret, like a miser compelled to give up some of his treasure to a near relation. And yet all this was very precious to him. It was the present sign of a splendid future. He pushed the table away impatiently, got up, made a few steps aimlessly, then stood by the balustrade and again looked at the river, at that river which would have been the instrument for the making of his fortune if... "What an abominable brute!" he said. He was alone, but he spoke aloud, as one is apt to do under the impulse of a strong, of an overmastering thought. "What a brute!" he muttered again. The river was dark now,
and the schooner lay on it, a black, a lonely, and a graceful form, with the slender mast darting upwards from it in two frail and raking lines. The shadows of the evening crept up the trees, crept up from bough to bough, till at last the long sunbeams coursing from the western horizon skimmed lightly over the topmost branches, then flew upwards amongst the piled up clouds, giving them a sombre and fiery aspect in the last flush of light. And suddenly the light disappeared, as if lost in the immensity of the great, blue, and empty hollow overhead. The sun had set, and the forest became a straight wall of formless blackness. Above them, on the edge of lingering clouds, a single star glimmered fitfully, obscured now and then by the rapid flight of high and invisible vapours. Almayer fought with the uneasiness within his breast. He heard Ali, who moved behind him, preparing his evening meal, and he listened with strange attention to the sounds the man made, to the short dry bang of the plate put upon the table, to the clink of glass and the metallic rattle of knife and fork. The man went away. Now he was coming back. He would speak directly, and Almayer, notwithstanding the absorbing gravity of his thoughts, listened for the sound of expected words. He heard them, spoken in English, with painstaking distinctness. "Ready, sir." "All right," said Almayer curtly. He did not move. He remained pensive, with his back to the table upon which stood the lighted lamp brought by Ali. He was thinking, where was Lingard now? Halfway down the river probably, in Abdulla's ship. He would be back in about 3 days, perhaps less. And then? Then the schooner would have to be got out of the river, and when that craft was gone he and Lingard, would remain here, alone with the constant thought of that other man living near them. What an extraordinary idea to keep him there for ever. For ever. What did that mean, for ever? Perhaps a year, perhaps 10 years. Preposterous. Keep him there 10 years, or maybe 20. The fellow was capable of living more than 20 years. And for all that time he would have to be watched, fed, looked after. There was nobody but Lingard to have such notion. 20 years! Why, no! In less than 10 years their fortune would be made, and they would leave this place, first for Batavia, yes, Batavia, and then for Europe. England, no doubt. Lingard would want to go to England. And would they leave that man here? How would that fellow look in 10 years? Very old, probably. Well, devil take him. Nina would be 15. She would be rich and very pretty, and he himself would not be so old then. Almayer smiled into the night. Yes, rich. Why, of course. Lingard was a resourceful man, and he had plenty of money even now. They were rich already, but not enough. Decidedly not enough. Money brings money. That gold business was good, famous. Captain Lingard was a remarkable man. He said the gold was there, and it was there. Lingard knew what he was talking about. But he had queer ideas. For instance, about Willems. Now, what did he want to keep him alive for? Why? "That scoundrel," muttered Almayer again. "Makan Tuan!" ejaculated Ali suddenly, very loud in a pressing tone. Almayer walked to the table, sat down, and his anxious visage dropped from above into the light thrown down by the lamp shade. He helped himself absently, and began to eat in great mouthfuls. Undoubtedly Lingard was the man to stick to, the man undismayed, masterful, and ready. How quickly he had planned a new future when Willems' treachery destroyed their established position in Sambir. And the position even now was not so bad. What an immense prestige that Lingard had with all those people, Arabs, Malays, and all. Ah, it was good to be able to call a man like that father. Fine. Wonder how much money really the old fellow had. People talked, they exaggerated surely, but if he had only half of what they said. He drank, throwing his head up, and fell to it again. Now, if that Willems had known how to play his cards well, had he stuck to the old fellow, he would have been in his position. He would be now married to Lingard's adopted daughter with future assured. Splendid. "The beast!" growled Almayer between two mouthfuls. Ali stood rigidly, with an uninterested face, his gaze lost in the night which pressed round the small circle of light that shone on the table, on the glass, on the bottle, and on Almayer's head as he leaned over his plate, moving his jaws. A famous man, Lingard, yet you never knew what he would do next. It was notorious that he had shot a white man once for less than Willems had done. For less? Why, for nothing, so to speak. It was not even his own quarrel. It was about some Malay returning from pilgrimage with wife and children. Kidnapped or robbed or something. A stupid story. An old story. And now he goes to see that Willems and nothing. Comes back talking big about his prisoner, but after all he said very little. What did that Willems tell him? What passed between them? The old fellow must have had something in his mind when he let that scoundrel off. And Joanna. She would get round the old fellow, sure. Then he would forgive, perhaps. Impossible. But at any rate he would waste a lot of money on them. The old man was tenacious in his hates, but also in his affections. He had known that beast Willems from a boy. They would make it up in a year or so. Everything is possible. Why did he not rush off at first and kill the brute? That would have been more like Lingard. Almayer laid down his spoon suddenly, and, pushing his plate away, threw himself back in the chair. Unsafe. Decidedly unsafe. He had no mind to share Lingard's money with anybody. Lingard's money was Nina's money, in a sense. And if Willems managed to become friendly with the old man, it would be dangerous for him, Almayer. Such an unscrupulous scoundrel! He would oust him from his position. He would lie and slander. Everything would be lost. Lost! Poor Nina! What would become of her? Poor child! For her sake he must remove that Willems. Must. But how? Lingard wanted to be obeyed. Impossible to kill Willems. Lingard might be angry. Incredible, but so it was. He might. A wave of heat passed through Almayer's body, flushed his face, and broke out of him in copious perspiration. He wriggled in his chair and pressed his hands together under the table. What an awful prospect. He fancied he could see Lingard and Willems reconciled and going away arm in arm, leaving him alone in this God-forsaken hole, in Sambir, in this deadly swamp, and all his sacrifices, the sacrifice of his independence, of his best years, his surrender to Lingard's fancies and caprices, would go for nothing. Horrible! Then he thought of his little daughter, his daughter, and the ghastliness of his supposition overpowered him. He had a deep emotion, a sudden emotion that made him feel quite faint at the idea of that young life spoiled before it had fairly begun. His dear child's life. Lying back in his chair, he covered his face with both his hands. Ali glanced down at him and said unconcernedly, "Master finish?" Almayer was lost in the immensity of his commiseration for himself, for his daughter who was, perhaps, not going to be the richest woman in the world, notwithstanding Lingard's promises. He did not understand the other's question, and muttered through his fingers in a doleful tone. "What did you say? What? Finish what?" "Clean up, Messa," explained Ali. "Clear up," burst out Almayer with incomprehensible exasperation. "Devil take you and the table. Stupid. Chatterer. Chalaka. Get out." He leaned forward, glaring at his head man, then sank back in his seat with his arms hanging straight down on each side of the chair. And he sat motionless in a meditation so concentrated and so absorbing, with all his power of thought so deep within himself, that all expression disappeared from his face in an aspect of staring vacancy. Ali was clearing the table. He dropped negligently the tumbler into the greasy dish, flung there the spoon and fork, then slipped in the plate with a push amongst the remnants of food. He took up the dish, tucked up the bottle under his armpit, and went off. "My hammock!" shouted Almayer after him. "Ada, I come soon," answered Ali from the doorway in an offended tone, looking back over his shoulder. How could he clear the table and hang the hammock at the same time? Ya wa! These white men were all alike, wanted everything done at once, like children. The indistinct murmur of his criticism went away, faded and died out together with the soft footfall of his bare feet in the dark passage. For some time Almayer did not move. His thoughts were busy at work shaping a momentous resolution, and in the perfect silence of the house he believed that he could hear the voice of the operation, as if the work had been done with a hammer. He certainly felt a thumping of strokes, faint, profound and startling, somewhere low down in his breast, and he was aware of a sound of dull knocking, abrupt and rapid, in his ears. Now and then he held his breath, unconsciously, too long, and had to relieve himself by a deep expiration that whistled dully through his pursed lips. The lamp, standing on the far side of the table, threw a section of a lighted circle on the floor, where his outstretched legs stuck out from under the table with feet rigid and turned up like the feet of a corpse, and his face, set with fixed eyes, would have been also like the face of the dead, but for its vacant yet conscious aspect, the hard, the stupid, the stony aspect of one not dead, but only buried under the dust, ashes and corruption of personal thoughts, of base fears, of selfish desires. I will do it. Not till he heard his own voice did he know that he had spoken. It startled him. He stood up. The knuckles of his hand, somewhat behind him, were resting on the edge of the table as he remained still with one foot advanced, his lips a little open, and thought, "It would not do to fool about with Lingard. But I must risk it. It's the only way I can see. I must tell her. She has some little sense. I wish they were 1,000 miles off already. 100,000 miles. I do. And if it fails, and she blabs out then to Lingard. She seemed a fool. No. Probably they will get away. And if they did, would Lingard believe me? Yes, I never lied to him. He would believe. I don't know. Perhaps he wouldn't. I must do it. Must," he argued aloud to himself. For a long time he stood still, looking before him with an intense gaze, a gaze rapt and immobile, that seemed to watch the minute quivering of a delicate balance coming to a rest. To the left of him, in the whitewashed wall of the house that formed the back of the verandah, there was a closed door. Black letters were painted on it, proclaiming the fact that behind that door there was the office of Lingard and Company. The interior had been furnished by Lingard when he had built the house for his adopted daughter and her husband, and it had been furnished with reckless prodigality. There was an office desk, a revolving chair, bookshelves, a safe, all to humour the weakness of Almayer, who thought all those paraphernalia necessary to successful trading. Lingard had laughed, but had taken immense trouble to get the things. It pleased him to make his protege, his adopted son-in-law, happy. It had been the sensation of Sambir some 5 years ago. While the things were being landed, the whole settlement literally lived on the river bank in front of the Rajah Laut's house, to look, to wonder, to admire. What a big mesa, with many boxes fitted all over it and under it. What did the white man do with such a table? And look, look, O brothers! There is a green square box, with a gold plate on it, a box so heavy that those 20 men cannot drag it up the bank. Let us go, brothers, and help pull at the ropes, and perchance we may see what's inside. Treasure, no doubt. Gold is heavy and hard to hold, O brothers. Let us go and earn a recompense from the fierce Rajah of the sea, who shouts over there with a red face. See, there is a man carrying a pile of books from the boat. What a number of books! What were they for? And an old invalided Jerumudi, who had travelled over many seas and had heard holy men speak in far-off countries, explained to a small knot of unsophisticated citizens of Sambir that those books were books of magic that guides the white men's ships over the seas, that gives them their wicked wisdom and their strength, of magic that makes them great, powerful, and irresistible while they live, and, praise be to Allah, the victims of Satan, the slaves of Jahannam when they die. And when he saw the room furnished, Almayer had felt proud. In his exaltation of an empty-headed quill driver, he thought himself, by the virtue of that furniture, at the head of a serious business. He had sold himself to Lingard for these things, married the Malay girl of his adoption for the reward of these things and of the great wealth that must necessarily follow upon conscientious bookkeeping. He found out very soon that trade in Sambir meant something entirely different. He could not guide Patalolo, control the irrepressible old Sahamin, or restrain the youthful vagaries of the fierce Bahassan with pen, ink, and paper. He found no successful magic in the blank pages of his ledgers,
and gradually he lost his old point of view in the saner appreciation of his situation. The room known as the office became neglected then like a temple of an exploded superstition. At first, when his wife reverted to her original savagery, Almayer, now and again, had sought refuge from her there. But after their child began to speak, to know him, he became braver, for he found courage and consolation in his unreasoning and fierce affection for his daughter, in the impenetrable mantle of selfishness he wrapped round both their lives, round himself and that young life that was also his. When Lingard ordered him to receive Joanna into his house, he had a truckle bed put into the office, the only room he could spare. The big office desk was pushed on one side, and Joanna came with her little shabby trunk and with her child, and took possession in her dreamy, slack, half asleep way; took possession of the dust, dirt, and squalor where she appeared naturally at home, where she dragged a melancholy and dull existence, an existence made up of sad remorse and frightened hope, amongst the hopeless disorder, the senseless and vain decay of all these emblems of civilized commerce. Bits of white stuff, rags yellow, pink, blue, rags limp, brilliant and soiled, trailed on the floor, lay on the desk amongst the sombre covers of books soiled, grimy, but stiff-backed in virtue, perhaps, of their European origin. The biggest set of bookshelves was partly hidden by a petticoat, the waistband of which was caught upon the back of a slender book pulled a little way out of the row so as to make an improvised clothes peg. The folding canvas bedstead stood nearly in the middle of the room, stood anyhow, parallel to no wall, as if it had been, in the process of transportation to some remote place, dropped casually there by tired bearers. And on the tumbled blankets that lay in a disordered heap on its edge, Joanna sat almost all day with her stockingless feet upon one of the bed pillows that were, somehow, always kicking about the floor. She sat there, vaguely tormented at times by the thought of her absent husband, but most of the time thinking tearfully of nothing at all, looking with swimming eyes at her little son, at the big-headed, pasty-faced, and sickly Louis Willems, who rolled a glass inkstand, solid with dried ink, about the floor, and tottered after it with a portentous gravity of demeanour and absolute absorption by the business in hand that characterized the pursuits of early childhood. Through the half-open shutter a ray of sunlight, a ray merciless and crude, came into the room, beat in the early morning upon the safe in the far-off corner, then, travelling against the sun, cut at midday the big desk in two with its solid and clean-edged brilliance, with its hot brilliance in which a swarm of flies hovered in dancing flight over some dirty plate forgotten there amongst yellow papers for many a day. And towards the evening the cynical ray seemed to cling to the ragged petticoat, lingered on it with wicked enjoyment of that misery it had exposed all day, lingered on the corner of the dusty bookshelf, in a red glow, intense and mocking, till it was suddenly snatched by the setting sun out of the way of the coming night. And the night entered the room. The night abrupt, impenetrable, and all filling with its flood of darkness, the night cool and merciful, the blind night that saw nothing, but could hear the fretful whimpering of the child, the creak of the bedstead, Joanna's deep sighs as she turned over, sleepless, in the confused conviction of her wickedness, thinking of that man masterful, fair-headed and strong, a man hard perhaps, but her husband, her clever and handsome husband, to whom she had acted so cruelly on the advice of bad people, if her own people, and of her poor, dear, deceived mother. To Almayer, Joanna's presence was a constant worry, a worry unobtrusive yet intolerable, a constant but mostly mute warning of possible danger. In view of the absurd softness of Lingard's heart, every one in whom Lingard manifested the slightest interest was to Almayer a natural enemy. He was quite alive to that feeling, and in the intimacy of the secret intercourse with his inner self had often congratulated himself upon his own wide-awake comprehension of his position. In that way, and impelled by that motive, Almayer had hated many and various persons at various times, but he never had hated and feared anybody so much as he did hate and fear Willems. Even after Willems' treachery, which seemed to remove him beyond the pale of all human sympathy, Almayer distrusted the situation and groaned in spirit every time he caught sight of Joanna.
He saw her very seldom in the daytime, but in the short and opal-tinted twilights, or in the azure dusk of starry evenings, he often saw, before he slept, the slender and tall figure trailing to and fro the ragged tail of its white gown over the dried mud of the riverside in front of the house. Once or twice, when he sat late on the veranda, with his feet upon the deal table on a level with the lamp, reading the 7-months-old copy of the North China Herald brought by Lingard, he heard the stairs creak, and, looking round the paper, he saw her frail and meagre form rise step by step and toil across the veranda, carrying with difficulty the big fat child, whose head, lying on the mother's bony shoulder, seemed of the same size as Joanna's own. Several times she had assailed him with tearful clamour or mad entreaties, asking about her husband, wanting to know where he was, when he would be back, and ending every such outburst with despairing and incoherent self-reproaches that were absolutely incomprehensible to Almayer. On one or two occasions she had overwhelmed her host with vituperative abuse, making him responsible for her husband's absence. Those scenes, begun without any warning, ended abruptly in a sobbing flight and a bang of the door, stirred the house with a sudden, a fierce and an evanescent disturbance, like those inexplicable whirlwinds that rise, run, and vanish without apparent cause upon the sun-scorched dead level of arid and lamentable plains. But to-night the house was quiet, deadly quiet, while Almayer stood still, watching that delicate balance where he was weighing all his chances. Joanna's intelligence, Lingard's credulity, Willems' reckless audacity, desire to escape, readiness to seize an unexpected opportunity. He weighed, anxious and attentive, his fears and his desires against the tremendous risk of a quarrel with Lingard. Yes, Lingard would be angry. Lingard might suspect him of some connivance in his prisoner's escape, but surely he would not quarrel with him, Almayer, about those people once they were gone, gone to the devil in their own way. And then he had hold of Lingard through the little girl. Good. What an annoyance. A prisoner. As if one could keep him in there. He was bound to get away some time or other, of course. A situation like that can't last. Anybody could see that. Lingard's eccentricity passed all bounds. You may kill a man, but you mustn't torture him. It was almost criminal. It caused worry, trouble, and unpleasantness. Almayer for a moment felt very angry with Lingard. He made him responsible for the anguish he suffered from, for the anguish of doubt and fear, for compelling him, the practical and innocent Almayer, to such painful efforts of mind in order to find out some issue for absurd situations created by the unreasonable sentimentality of Lingard's unpractical impulses. Now, if the fellow were dead, it would be all right, said Almayer to the veranda. He stirred a little, and scratching his nose thoughtfully, revelled in a short flight of fancy, showing him his own image crouching in a big boat that floated arrested, say 50 yards off, abreast of Willems' landing place. In the bottom of the boat there was a gun. A loaded gun. One of the boatmen would shout, and Willems would answer from the bushes. The rascal would be suspicious. Of course. Then the man would wave a piece of paper urging Willems to come to the landing place and receive an important message. From the Rajah Laut, the man would yell as the boat edged inshore, and that would fetch Willems out. Wouldn't it? Rather. And Almayer saw himself jumping up at the right moment, taking aim, pulling the trigger, and Willems tumbling over, his head in the water. The swine! He seemed to hear the report of the shot. It made him thrill from head to foot where he stood. How simple. Unfortunate. Lingard. He sighed, shook his head. Pity. Couldn't be done. And couldn't leave him there either. Suppose the Arabs were to get hold of him again, for instance, to lead an expedition up the river. Goodness only knows what harm would come of it. The balance was at rest now, and inclining to the side of immediate action. Almayer walked to the door, walked up very close to it, knocked loudly, and turned his head away, looking frightened for a moment at what he had done. After waiting for a while, he put his ear against the panel and listened. Nothing. He composed his features into an agreeable expression while he stood listening and thinking to himself. I hear her. Crying, eh? I believe she has lost the little wits she had, and is crying night and day since I began to prepare her for the news of her husband's death, as Lingard told me. I wonder what she thinks. It's just like her father to make me invent all these stories for nothing at all. Out of kindness. Kindness. Damn! She isn't deaf, surely." He knocked again, then said in a friendly tone, grinning benevolently at the closed door, "It's me, Mrs. Willems. I want to speak to you. I have important news." "What is it?" "News," repeated Almayer, distinctly. "News about your husband." "Your husband! Damn him," he added under his breath. He heard a stumbling rush inside. Things were overturned. Joanna's agitated voice cried "News? What? What? I am coming out." "No," shouted Almayer. "Put on some clothes, Mrs. Willems, and let me in. It's very confidential. You have a candle, haven't you?" She was knocking herself about blindly amongst the furniture in that room. The candlestick was upset. Matches were struck ineffectually. The matchbox fell. He heard her drop on her knees and grope over the floor while she kept on moaning in maddened distraction. "Oh, my God! News! Yes, yes. Ah, where? Where? Candle. Oh, my God! I can't find. Don't go away, for the love of Heaven!" "I don't want to go away," said Almayer, impatiently through the keyhole. "But look sharp. It's pressing." He stamped his foot lightly, waiting with his hand on the door handle. He thought anxiously: "The woman's a perfect idiot. Why should I go away? She will be off her head. She will never catch my meaning. She's too stupid." She was moving now inside the room hurriedly and in silence. He waited. There was a moment of perfect stillness in there, and then she spoke in an exhausted voice, in words that were shaped out of an expiring sigh, out of a sigh light and profound, like words breathed out by a woman before going off into a dead faint. "Come in." He pushed the door. Ali, coming through the passage, with an armful of pillows and blankets pressed to his breast high up under his chin, caught sight of his master before the door closed behind him. He was so astonished that he dropped his bundle, and stood staring at the door for a long time. He heard the voice of his master talking. Talking to that Sirani woman. Who was she? He had never thought about that, really. He speculated for a while hazily upon things in general. She was a Sirani woman, and ugly. He made a disdainful grimace, picked up the bedding, and went about his work, slinging the hammock before two uprights of the verandah. Those things did not concern him. She was ugly and brought here by the Rajah Laut, and his master spoke to her in the night. Very well. He, Ali, had his work to do. Sling the hammock, go round and see that the watchmen were awake. Take a look at the moorings of the boats, at the padlock of the big storehouse. Then go to sleep. To sleep. He shivered pleasantly. He leaned with both arms over his master's hammock, and fell into a light doze. A scream, unexpected, piercing, a scream beginning at once on the highest pitch of a woman's voice, and then cut short, so short that it suggested the swift work of death, caused Ali to jump on one side away from the hammock, and the silence that succeeded seemed to him as startling as the awful shriek. He was thunderstruck with surprise. Almayer came out of the office, leaving the door ajar, passed close to his servant without taking any notice, and made straight for the water chatty hung on a nail in a draughty place. He took it down and came back, missing the petrified Ali by an inch. He moved with long strides, yet, notwithstanding his haste, stopped short before the door, and, throwing his head back, poured a thin stream of water down his throat. While he came and went, while he stopped to drink, while he did all this, there came steadily from the dark room the sound of feeble and persistent crying, the crying of a sleepy and frightened child. After he had drunk, Almayer went in, closing the door carefully. Ali did not budge. That Sirani woman shrieked. He felt an immense curiosity, very unusual to his stolid disposition. He could not take his eyes off the door. Was she dead in there? How interesting and funny. He stood with open mouth till he heard again the rattle of the door handle. Master coming out. He pivoted on his heels with great rapidity, and made believe to be absorbed in the contemplation of the night outside. He heard Almayer moving about behind his back. Chairs were displaced. His master sat down. "Ali," said Almayer. His face was gloomy and thoughtful. He looked at his head man, who had approached the table. Then he pulled out his watch. It was going. Whenever Lingard was in Sambir, Ali's watch was going. He would set it by the cabin clock, telling himself every time that he really must keep that watch going for the future. and every time when Lingard went away he would let it run down, and would measure his weariness by sunrises and sunsets in an apathetic indifference to mere hours. To hours only, to hours that had no importance in Sambir life, in the tired stagnation of empty days, when nothing mattered to him but the quality of the guttah and the size of the rattans, when there were no small hopes to be watched for, where to him there was nothing interesting, nothing supportable, nothing desirable to expect, nothing bitter but the slowness of the passing days, nothing sweet but the hope, the distant and glorious hope, the hope wearying, aching, and precious, of getting away. He looked at the watch. 8:30. Ali waited stolidly. "Go to the settlement," said Almayer, "and tell Mahmat Banjer to come and speak to me to-night." Ali went off muttering. He did not like his errand. Banjer and his two brothers were Bajow vagabonds who had appeared lately in Sambir, and had been allowed to take possession of a tumble-down abandoned hut on 3 posts belonging to Lingard and Company, and standing just outside their fence. Ali disapproved of the favour shown to those strangers. Any kind of dwelling was valuable in Sambir at that time, and if master did not want that old rotten house, he might have given it to him, Ali, who was his servant, instead of bestowing it upon those bad men. Everyone knew they were bad. It was well known that they had stolen a boat from Hinapari, who was very aged and feeble and had no sons, and that afterwards, by the truculent recklessness of their demeanour, they had frightened the poor old man into holding his tongue about it. Yet everybody knew of it. It was one of the tolerated scandals of Sambir, disapproved and accepted, a manifestation of that base acquiescence in success, of that inexpressed and cowardly toleration of strength that exists, infamous and irremediable, at the bottom of all hearts, in all societies, whenever men congregate, in bigger and more virtuous places than Sambir, and in Sambir also, where, as in other places, one man could steal a boat with impunity, while another would have no right to look at the paddle. Almayer, leaning back in his chair, meditated. The more he thought, the more he felt convinced that Banjer and his brothers were exactly the men he wanted. Those fellows were sea gypsies, and could disappear without attracting notice, and if they returned, nobody, and Lingard least of all, would dream of seeking information from them. Moreover, they had no personal interest of any kind in Sambir affairs, had taken no sides, would know nothing anyway. He called in a strong voice, "Mrs. Willems." She came out quickly, almost startling him, so much did she appear as though she had surged up through the floor on the other side of the table. The lamp was between them, and Almayer moved it aside, looking up at her from his chair. She was crying. She was crying gently, silently, in a ceaseless welling up of tears that did not fall in drops, but seemed to overflow in a clear sheet from under her eyelids, seemed to flow at once all over her face, her cheeks, and over her chin that glistened with moisture in the light. Her breast and her shoulders were shaken repeatedly by a convulsive and noiseless catching in her breath, and after every spasmodic sob her sorrowful little head, tied up in a red kerchief, trembled on her long neck, round which her bony hand gathered and clasped the disarranged dress. "Compose yourself, Mrs. Willems," said Almayer. She emitted an inarticulate sound that seemed to be a faint, a very far off, a hardly audible cry of mortal distress. Then the tears went on flowing in profound stillness. "You must understand that I have told you all this because I am your friend, real friend," said Almayer, after looking at her for some time with visible dissatisfaction. "You, his wife, ought to know the danger he is in. Captain Lingard is a terrible man, you know." She blubbered out, sniffing and sobbing together. "Do you speak the truth now?" "Upon my word of honour. Upon the head of my child," protested Almayer. "I had to deceive you till now because of Captain Lingard. But I couldn't bear it. Think only what a risk I run in telling you. If ever Lingard was to know! Why should I do it? Pure friendship. Dear Peter was my colleague in Macassar for years, you know." "What shall I do? What shall I do?" she exclaimed faintly, looking around on every side, as if she could not make up her mind which way to rush off. "You must help him to clear out, now Lingard is away. He offended Lingard, and that's no joke. Lingard said he would kill him. He will do it, too," said Almayer, earnestly. She wrung her hands. "Oh, the wicked man! The wicked, wicked man!" she moaned, swaying her body from side to side. "Yes, yes, he is terrible," assented Almayer. "You must not lose any time, I say. Do you understand me, Mrs. Willems? Think of your husband, of your poor husband. How happy he will be. You will bring him his life actually his life. Think of him." She ceased her swaying movement, and now, with her head sunk between her shoulders, she hugged herself with both her arms. And she stared at Almayer with wild eyes, while her teeth chattered, rattling violently and uninterruptedly, with a very loud sound in the deep peace of the house. "Oh, Mother of God!" she wailed. "I am a miserable woman. Will he forgive me? The poor, innocent man. Will he forgive me? Oh, Mr. Almayer, he is so severe. Oh, help me. I dare not. You don't know what I've done to him. I daren't. I can't. God help me." The last words came in a despairing cry. Had she been flayed alive she could not have sent to heaven a more terrible, a more heart-rending and anguished plaint. "Sh! Sh!" hissed Almayer, jumping up. "You will wake up everybody with your shouting." She kept on sobbing then without any noise, and Almayer stared at her in boundless astonishment. The idea that maybe he had done wrong by confiding in her upset him so much that for a moment he could not find a connected thought in his head. At last he said "I swear to you that your husband is in such a position that he would welcome the devil listen well to me the devil himself, if the devil came to him in a canoe. Unless I am mistaken," he added under his breath. Then again loudly, "If you have any little difference to make up with him, I assure to you, I swear to you, this is your time." The ardently persuasive tone of his words, he thought, would have carried irresistible conviction to a graven image. He noticed with satisfaction that Joanna seemed to have got some inkling of his meaning. He continued, speaking slowly. "Look here, Mrs. Willems. I can't do anything daren't but I will tell you what I will do. There will come here in about 10 minutes a Bugis man. You know the language. You are from Macassar. He has a large canoe. He can take you there. To the new Rajah's clearing, tell him. They are 3 brothers, ready for anything if you pay them. You have got some money, haven't you?" She stood, perhaps listening, but giving no sign of intelligence, and stared at the floor in sudden immobility, as if the horror of the situation, the overwhelming sense of her own wickedness and of her husband's great danger had stunned her brain, her heart, her will, had left her no faculty but that of breathing and of keeping on her feet. Almayer swore to himself with much mental profanity that he had never seen a more useless, a more stupid being. "Do you hear me?" he said, raising his voice. "Do try to understand. Have you got any money? Money? Dollars? Guilders? Money? What's the matter with you?" Without raising her eyes she said in a voice that sounded weak and undecided, as if she had been making a desperate effort of memory, "The house has been sold. Mr. Hudig was angry." Almayer gripped the edge of the table with all his strength. He resisted manfully an almost uncontrollable impulse to fly at her and box her ears. "It was sold for money, I suppose," with studied and incisive calmness. "Have you got it? Who has got it?" She looked up at him, raising her swollen eyelids with a great effort, in a sorrowful expression of her drooping mouth, of her whole besmudged and tear-stained face. She whispered resignedly "Leonard has some. He wanted to get married. And Uncle Antonio, he sat at the door and would not go away. And Agustina, she is so poor, and so many, many children, little children. And Luiz, the engineer. He never said a word against my husband. Also our cousin Maria. She came and shouted, and my head was so bad, and my heart was worse. Then cousin Salvador, and old Daniel de Souza, who." Almayer had listened to her, speechless with rage. He thought, "I must give money now to that idiot. Must get her out of the way now before Lingard is back." He made 2 attempts to speak before he managed to burst out "I don't want to know their blasted names. Tell me, did all those infernal people leave you anything? To you. That's what I want to know." "I have $215," said Joanna in a frightened tone. Almayer breathed freely. He spoke with great friendliness. "That will do. It isn't much, but it will do. Now when the man comes I will be out of the way. You speak to him. Give him some money, only a little, mind, and promise more. Then when you get there you will be guided by your husband, of course. And don't forget to tell him that Captain Lingard is at the mouth of the river. The northern entrance. You will remember, won't you? The northern branch. Lingard is death." Joanna shivered. Almayer went on rapidly. "I would have given you money if you had wanted it. 'Pon my word. Tell your husband I've sent you to him, and tell him not to lose any time. And also say to him from me that we shall meet some day. That I could not die happy unless I met him once more. Only once. I love him, you know. I prove it. Tremendous risk to me, this business is." Joanna snatched his hand, and before he knew what she would be at, pressed it to her lips. "Mrs. Willems, don't. What are you?" cried the abashed Almayer, tearing his hand away. "Oh, you are good," she cried, with sudden exultation. "You are noble. I shall pray every day. To all the saints I shall." "Never mind, never mind," stammered out Almayer confusedly, without knowing very well what she was saying. "Only look out for Lingard. I am happy to be able, in your sad situation, believe me." They stood with the table between them, Joanna looking down, and her face in the half light above the lamp appeared like a soiled carving of old ivory, a carving with accentuated anxious hollows of old, very old ivory. Almayer looked at her, mistrustful, hopeful. He was saying to himself, "How frail she is. I could upset her by blowing at her. She seems to have got some idea of what must be done, but will she have the strength to carry it through? I must trust to luck now." Somewhere far in the back courtyard Ali's voice rang suddenly in angry remonstrance. "Why did you shut the gate, O father of all mischief? You are a watchman. You are only a wild man. Did I not tell you I was coming back, you?" "I am off, Mrs. Willems," exclaimed Almayer. "That man is here, with my servant. Be calm. Try to." He heard the footsteps of the two men in the passage, and without finishing his sentence ran rapidly down the steps towards the riverside. Chapter 1. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 5, Chapter 2 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 2. For the next half hour, Almayer, who wanted to give Joanna plenty of time, stumbled amongst the lumber in distant parts of his enclosure, sneaked along the fences, or held his breath flattened against grass walls behind various outhouses. All this to escape Ali's inconveniently zealous search for his master. He heard him talk with the head watchman, sometimes quite close to him in the darkness, then moving off, coming back, wondering, and, as the time passed, growing uneasy. "He did not fall into the river, say thou blind watcher," Ali was growling in a bullying tone to the other man. "He told me to fetch Mahmat, and when I came back swiftly I found him not in the house. There is that Sirani woman there, so that Mahmat cannot steal anything, but it is in my mind the night will be half gone before I rest." He shouted, "Master! O master! O "What are you making that noise for?" said Almayer with severity, stepping out close to them. The two Malays leaped away from each other in their surprise. "You may go. I don't want you any more to night, Ali," went on Almayer. "Is Mahmat there?" "Unless the ill-behaved savage got tired of waiting. Those men know not politeness. They should not be spoken to by white men," said Ali resentfully. Almayer went towards the house, leaving his servants to wonder where he had sprung from so unexpectedly. The watchman hinted obscurely at powers of invisibility possessed by the master, who often at night. Ali interrupted him with great scorn. "Not every white man has the power. Now, the Rajah Laut could make himself invisible. Also, he could be in two places at once, as everybody knew. Except he, the useless watchman, who knew no more about white men than a wild pig. Ya wa!" And Ali strolled towards his hut, yawning loudly. As Almayer ascended the steps, he heard the noise of a door flung to, and when he entered the verandah he saw only Mahmat there, close to the doorway of the passage. Mahmat seemed to be caught in the very act of slinking away, and Almayer noticed that with satisfaction. Seeing the white man, the Malay gave up his attempt and leaned against the wall. He was a short, thick, broad-shouldered man with very dark skin, and a wide, stained, bright red mouth that uncovered when he spoke a close row of black and glistening teeth. His eyes were big, prominent, dreamy, and restless. He said sulkily, looking all over the place from under his eyebrows: "What, Tuan? You are great and strong, and I a poor man. Tell me what is your will, and let me go in the name of God. It is late." Almayer examined the man thoughtfully. How could he find out whether? He had it. Lately he had employed that man and his two brothers as extra boatmen to carry stores, provisions, and new axes to a camp of rattan cutters some distance up the river. A 3 days' expedition. He would test him now in that way. He said negligently: "I want you to start at once for the camp, with surat for the capitan. $1 a day." The man appeared plunged in dull hesitation, but Almayer, who knew his Malays, felt pretty sure from his aspect that nothing would induce the fellow to go. He urged: "It is important, and if you are swift I shall give $2 for the last day." "No, Tuan, we do not go," said the man in a hoarse whisper. "Why?" "We start on another journey." "Where?" "To a place we know of," said Mahmat a little louder in a stubborn manner, and looking at the floor. Almayer experienced a feeling of immense joy. He said, with affected annoyance: "You men live in my house, and it is as if it were your own. I may want my house soon." Mahmat looked up. "We are men of the sea, and care not for a roof when we have a canoe that will hold 3, and a paddle apiece. The sea is our house. Peace be with you, Tuan." He turned and went away rapidly, and Almayer heard him directly afterwards in the courtyard calling to the watchman to open the gate. Mahmat passed through the gate in silence, but before the bar had been put up behind him he had made up his mind that if the white man ever wanted to eject him from his hut, he would burn it and also as many of the white man's other buildings as he could safely get at. And he began to call his brothers before he was inside the dilapidated dwelling. "All's well," muttered Almayer to himself, taking some loose Java tobacco from a drawer in the table. "Now if anything comes out, I am clear. I asked the man to go up the river. I urged him. He will say so himself. Good." He began to charge the Chinal bowl of his pipe, a pipe with a long cherry stem and a curved mouthpiece, pressing the tobacco down with his thumb and thinking: "No, I shan't see her again. Don't want to. I will give her a good start, then go in chase, and send an express boat after father. Yes, that's it." He approached the door of the office and said, holding his pipe away from his lips: "Good luck to you, Mrs. Willems. Don't lose any time. You may get along by the bushes. The fence there is out of repair. Don't lose time. Don't forget that it is a matter of life and death. And don't forget that I know nothing. I trust you." He heard inside a noise as of a chest lid falling down. She made a few steps. Then a sigh, profound and long, and some faint words which he did not catch. He moved away from the door on tiptoe, kicked off his slippers in a corner of the verandah, then entered the passage puffing at his pipe, entered cautiously in a gentle creaking of planks and turned into a curtained entrance to the left. There was a big room. On the floor a small binnacle lamp, that had found its way to the house years ago from the lumber room of the Flash, did duty for a night light. It glimmered very small and dull in the great darkness. Almayer walked to it, and picking it up revived the flame by pulling the wick with his fingers, which he shook directly after with a grimace of pain. Sleeping shapes, covered, head and all, with white sheets, lay about on the mats on the floor. In the middle of the room a small cot under a square white mosquito net stood, the only piece of furniture between the 4 walls, looking like an altar of transparent marble in a gloomy temple. A woman half lying on the floor with her head dropped on her arms, which were crossed on the foot of the cot, woke up as Almayer strode over her outstretched legs. She sat up without a word, leaning forward, and, clasping her knees, stared down with sad eyes full of sleep. Almayer, the smoky light in one hand, his pipe in the other, stood before the curtained cot looking at his daughter, at his little Nina, at that part of himself, at that small and unconscious particle of humanity that seemed to him to contain all his soul. and it was as if he had been bathed in a bright and warm wave of tenderness, in a tenderness greater than the world, more precious than life, the only thing real, living, sweet, tangible, beautiful and safe amongst the elusive, the distorted and menacing shadows of existence. On his face, lit up indistinctly by the short yellow flame of the lamp, came a look of rapt attention while he looked into her future. And he could see things there, things charming and splendid, passing before him in a magic unrolling of resplendent pictures, pictures of events brilliant, happy, inexpressibly glorious, that would make up her life. He would do it. He would do it. He would. He would, for that child. And as he stood in the still night, lost in his enchanting and gorgeous dreams, while the ascending thin thread of tobacco smoke spread into a faint bluish cloud above his head, he appeared strangely impressive and ecstatic, like a devout and mystic worshipper, adoring, transported and mute, burning incense before a shrine, a diaphanous shrine of a child idol with closed eyes, before a pure and vaporous shrine of a small god, fragile, powerless, unconscious, and sleeping. When Ali, roused by loud and repeated shouting of his name, stumbled outside the door of his hut, he saw a narrow streak of trembling gold above the forest and a pale sky with faded stars overhead, signs of the coming day. His master stood before the door, waving a piece of paper in his hand and shouting excitedly, "Quick, Ali, quick!" When he saw his servant he rushed forward, and pressing the paper on him objurgated him in tones which induced Ali to think that something awful had happened, to hurry up and get the whale boat ready to go immediately, at once, after Captain Lingard. Ali remonstrated, agitated also, having caught the infection of distracted haste. "If must go quick, better canoe. Whale boat no can catch, same as small canoe." "No, no, whale boat, whale boat. You dolt, you wretch," howled Almayer with all the appearance of having gone mad. "Call the men. Get along with it. Fly." And Ali rushed about the courtyard, kicking the doors of huts open, to put his head in and yell frightfully inside, and as he dashed from hovel to hovel, men shivering and sleepy were coming out, looking after him stupidly, while they scratched their ribs with bewildered apathy. It was hard work to put them in motion. They wanted time to stretch themselves and to shiver a little. Some wanted food. One said he was sick. Nobody knew where the rudder was. Ali darted here and there, ordering, abusing, pushing one, then another, and stopping in his exertions at times to wring his hands hastily and groan, because the whale boat was much slower than the worst canoe, and his master would not listen to his protestations. Almayer saw the boat go off at last, pulled anyhow by men that were cold, hungry and sulky, and he remained on the jetty watching it down the reach. It was broad day then, and the sky was perfectly cloudless. Almayer went up to the house for a moment. His household was all astir and wondering at the strange disappearance of the Sirani woman who had taken her child and had left her luggage. Almayer spoke to no one, got his revolver and went down to the river again. He jumped into a small canoe and paddled himself towards the schooner. He worked very leisurely, but as soon as he was nearly alongside, he began to hail the silent craft with the tone and appearance of a man in a tremendous hurry. "Schooner ahoy! Schooner ahoy!" he shouted. A row of blank faces popped up above the bulwark. After a while a man with a woolly head of hair said, "Sir?" The mate, call him steward," said Almayer excitedly, making a frantic grab at a rope thrown down to him by somebody. In less than a minute the mate put his head over. He asked, surprised, "What can I do for you, Mr. Almayer?" "Let me have the gig at once, Mr. Swan, at once. I ask in Captain Lingard's name. I must have it, matter of life and death." The mate was impressed by Almayer's agitation. "You shall have it, sir. Man the gig there. Bear a hand, serang. It's hanging astern, Mr. Almayer," he said, looking down again. "Get into it, sir. The men are coming down by the painter." By the time Almayer had clambered over into the stern sheets, 4 calashes were in the boat, and the oars were being passed over the taffrail. The mate was looking on. Suddenly he said, "Is it dangerous work? Do you want any help? I would come." "Yes, yes," cried Almayer. "Come along. Don't lose a moment. Go and get your revolver. Hurry up. Hurry up." Yet, notwithstanding his feverish anxiety to be off, he lolled back very quiet and unconcerned till the mate got in, and, passing over the thwarts, sat down by his side. Then he seemed to wake up, and called out, "Let go! Let go the painter!" "Let go the painter! The painter!" yelled the bowman, jerking at it. People on board also shouted "Let go!" to one another, till it occurred at last to somebody to cast off the rope, and the boat drifted rapidly away from the schooner in the sudden silencing of all voices. Almayer steered. The mate sat by his side, pushing the cartridges into the chambers of his revolver. When the weapon was loaded, he asked, "What is it? Are you after somebody?" "Yes," said Almayer curtly, with his eyes fixed ahead on the river. "We must catch a dangerous man." "I like a bit of a chase myself," declared the mate, and then, discouraged by Almayer's aspect of severe thoughtfulness, said nothing more. Nearly an hour passed. The calashes stretched forward head first and lay back with their faces to the sky alternately, in a regular swing that sent the boat flying through the water; and the two sitters, very upright in the stern sheets, swayed rhythmically a little at every stroke of the long oars plied vigorously. The mate observed, "The tide is with us." "The current always runs down in this river," said Almayer. "Yes, I know," retorted the other, "but it runs faster on the ebb. Look by the land at the way we get over the ground. A 5-knot current here, I should say." "H'm," growled Almayer. Then suddenly, "There is a passage between two islands that will save us 4 miles. But at low water the two islands in the dry season are like one with only a mud ditch between them. Still, it's worth trying." "Ticklish job that, on a falling tide," said the mate coolly. "You know best whether there's time to get through." "I will try," said Almayer, watching the shore intently. "Look out now." He tugged hard at the starboard yoke line. "Lay in your oars," shouted the mate. The boat swept round and shot through the narrow opening of a creek that broadened out before the craft had time to lose its way. "Out oars. Just room enough," muttered the mate. It was a sombre creek of black water speckled with the gold of scattered sunlight falling through the boughs that met overhead in a soaring, restless arc full of gentle whispers passing tremulous aloft amongst the thick leaves. The creepers climbed up the trunks of serried trees that leaned over, looking insecure and undermined by floods which had eaten away the earth from under their roots; and the pungent acrid smell of rotting leaves, of flowers, of blossoms and plants dying in that poisonous and cruel gloom, where they pined for sunshine in vain, seemed to lay heavy, to press upon the shiny and stagnant water in its tortuous windings amongst the everlasting and invincible shadows. Almayer looked anxious. He steered badly. Several times the blades of the oars got foul of the bushes on one side or the other, checking the way of the gig. During one of those occurrences, while they were getting clear, one of the calashes said something to the others in a rapid whisper. They looked down at the water. So did the mate. "Hello!" he exclaimed. "Eh, Mr. Almayer, look! The water is running out. See there! We will be caught." "Back! Back! We must go back!" cried Almayer. "Perhaps better go on." "No! Back! Back!" He pulled at the steering line and ran the nose of the boat into the bank. Time was lost again in getting clear. "Give way, men! Give way!" urged the mate anxiously. The men pulled with set lips and dilated nostrils, breathing hard. "Too late," said the mate suddenly. "The oars touch the bottom already. We are done." The boat stuck. The men laid in the oars and sat panting with crossed arms. "Yes, we are caught," said Almayer composedly. "That is unlucky." The water was falling round the boat. The mate watched the patches of mud coming to the surface. Then in a moment he laughed, and pointing his finger at the creek. "Look," he said. "The blamed river is running away from us. Here's the last drop of water clearing out round that bend." Almayer lifted his head. The water was gone, and he looked only at a curved track of mud soft and black, hiding fever, rottenness and evil under its level and glazed surface. "We're in for it till the evening," he said with cheerful resignation. "I did my best. Couldn't help it." "We must sleep the day away," said mate. "There's nothing to eat," he added gloomily. Almayer stretched himself in the stern sheets. The Malays curled down between thwarts. "Well, I'm jiggered," said the mate, starting up after a long pause. "I was in a devil of a hurry to go and pass the day stuck in the mud." Here's a holiday for you. Well, well." They slept or sat unmoving and patient. As the sun mounted higher, the breeze died out, and perfect stillness reigned in the empty creek. A troop of long-nosed monkeys appeared, and crowding on the outer boughs, contemplated the boat and the motionless men in it with grave and sorrowful intensity, disturbed now and then by irrational outbreaks of mad gesticulation. A little bird with sapphire breast balanced a slender twig across a slanting beam of light, and flashed in it to and fro like a gem dropped from the sky. His minute round eyes stared at the strange and tranquil creatures in the boat. After a while he sent out a thin twitter that sounded impertinent and funny in the solemn silence of the great wilderness, in the great silence full of struggle and death. Chapter 2. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part 5, Chapter 3 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 3. On Lingard's departure, solitude and silence closed round Willems. The cruel solitude of one abandoned by men. The reproachful silence which surrounds an outcast, ejected by his kind. The silence unbroken by the slightest whisper of hope. An immense and impenetrable silence that swallows up without echo the murmur of regret and the cry of revolt. The bitter peace of the abandoned clearings entered his heart, in which nothing could live now but the memory and hate of his past. Not remorse. In the breast of a man possessed by the masterful consciousness of his individuality with its desires and its rights, by the immovable conviction of his own importance, of an importance so indisputable and final that it clothes all wishes, endeavours, and mistakes with the dignity of unavoidable fate, there could be no place for such a feeling as that of remorse. The days passed. They passed unnoticed, unseen, in the wrapping blaze of glaring sunrises, in the short glow of tender sunsets, in the crushing oppression of high noons without a cloud. How many days? 2, 3, or more? He did not know. To him, since Lingard had gone, the time seemed to roll on in profound darkness. All was night within him. All was gone from his sight. He walked about blindly in the deserted courtyards, amongst the empty houses that, perched high on their posts, looked down inimically on him, a white stranger, a man from other lands. Seemed to look hostile and mute out of all memories of native life that lingered between their decaying walls. His wandering feet stumbled against the blackened brands of extinct fires, kicking up a light black dust of cold ashes that flew in drifting clouds, and settled to leeward on the fresh grass sprouting from the hard ground between the shade trees. He moved on and on, ceaseless, unresting, in widening circles, in zigzagging paths that led to no issue. He struggled on wearily with a set, distressed face, behind which, in his tired brain, seethed his thoughts, restless, sombre, tangled, chilling, horrible, and venomous, like a nestful of snakes. From afar the bleared eyes of the old serving woman, the sombre gaze of Aissa, followed the gaunt and tottering figure in its unceasing prowl along the fences, between the houses, amongst the wild luxuriance of riverside thickets. Those three human beings, abandoned by all, were like shipwrecked people left on an insecure and slippery ledge by the retiring tide of an angry sea, listening to its distant roar, living anguished between the menace of its return and the hopeless horrors of their solitude, in the midst of a tempest of passion, of regret, of disgust, of despair. The breath of the storm had cast two of them there, robbed of everything, even of resignation. The third, the decrepit witness of their struggle and their torture, accepted her own dull conception of facts, of strength and youth gone, of her useless old age, of her last servitude, of being thrown away by her chief, by her nearest, to use up the last and worthless remnant of flickering life between those two incomprehensible and sombre outcasts, a shrivelled, an unmoved, a passive companion of their disaster. To the river Willems turned his eyes like a captive that looks fixedly at the door of his cell. If there was any hope in the world, it would come from the river, by the river. For hours together he would stand in sunlight while the sea breeze, sweeping over the lonely reach, fluttered his ragged garments; the keen salt breeze that made him shiver now and then under the flood of intense heat. He looked at the brown and sparkling solitude of the flowing water, of the water flowing ceaseless and free in a soft, cool murmur of ripples at his feet. The world seemed to end there. The forests of the other bank appeared unattainable, enigmatical, forever beyond reach, like the stars of heaven, and as indifferent. Above and below, the forest on his side of the river came down to the river in a serried multitude of tall, immense trees, towering in a great spread of twisted boughs above the thick undergrowth; great solid trees, looking sombre, severe, and malevolently stolid, like a giant crowd of pitiless enemies pressing round silently to witness his slow agony. He was alone, small, crushed. He thought of escape, of something to be done. What? A raft? He imagined himself working at it feverishly, desperately, cutting down trees, fastening the logs together, and then drifting down with the current, down to the sea, into the straits. There were ships there. Ships, help, white men. Men like himself. Good men who would rescue him, take him far away where there was trade and houses and other men that could understand him exactly, appreciate his capabilities; where there was proper food and money; where there were beds, knives, forks, carriages, brass bands, cool drinks, churches with well-dressed people praying in them. He would pray also. The superior land of refined delights, where he could sit on a chair, eat his tiffin off a white tablecloth, nod to fellows, good fellows. He would be popular, always was, where he could be virtuous, correct, do business, draw a salary, smoke cigars, buy things in shops, have boots. Be happy, free, become rich. Oh God, what was wanted? Cut down a few trees? No. One would do. They used to make canoes by burning out a tree trunk, he had heard. Yes, one would do. One tree to cut down. He rushed forward and suddenly stood still, as if rooted in the ground. He had a pocket knife. And he would throw himself down on the ground by the riverside. He was tired, exhausted, as if that raft had been made, the voyage accomplished, the fortune attained. A glaze came over his staring eyes, over his eyes that gazed hopelessly at the rising river, where big logs and uprooted trees drifted in the shine of mid-stream, a long procession of black and ragged specks. He could swim out and drift away on one of those trees. Anything to escape. Anything. Any risk. He could fasten himself up between the dead branches. He was torn by desire, by fear. His heart was wrung by the faltering of his courage. He turned over, face downward, his head on his arms. He had a terrible vision of shadowless horizons, where the blue sky and the blue sea met, or a circular and blazing emptiness where a dead tree and a dead man drifted together, endlessly, up and down upon the brilliant undulations of the straits. No ships there, only death, and the river led to it. He sat up with a profound groan. Yes, death. Why should he die? No, better solitude, better hopeless waiting, alone, alone. No, he was not alone. He saw death looking at him from everywhere, from the bushes, from the clouds. He heard her speaking to him in the murmur of the river, filling the space, touching his heart, his brain with a cold hand. He could see and think of nothing else. He saw it, the sure death, everywhere. He saw it so close that he was always on the point of throwing out his arms to keep it off. It poisoned all he saw, all he did. The miserable food he ate, the muddy water he drank. It gave a frightful aspect to sunrises and sunsets, to the brightness of hot noon, to the cooling shadows of the evenings. He saw the horrible form among the big trees, in the network of creepers, in the fantastic outlines of leaves, of the great indented leaves, that seemed to be so many enormous hands with big broad palms, with stiff fingers outspread to lay hold of him. Hands gently stirring, or hands arrested in a frightful immobility, with a stillness attentive and watching for the opportunity to take him, to enlace him, to strangle him, to hold him till he died. Hands that would hold him dead, that would never let go, that would cling to his body for ever till it perished, disappeared in their frantic and tenacious grasp. And yet the world was full of life. All the things, all the men he knew existed, moved, breathed, and he saw them in a long perspective, far off, diminished, distinct, desirable, unattainable, precious, lost forever. Round him, ceaselessly, there went on without a sound the mad turmoil of tropical life. After he had died all this would remain. He wanted to clasp, to embrace solid things. He had an immense craving for sensations, for touching, pressing, seeing, handling, holding on to all these things. All this would remain, remain for years, for ages, for ever. After he had miserably died there, all this would remain, would live, would exist in joyous sunlight, would breathe in the coolness of serene nights. What for, then? He would be dead. He would be stretched upon the warm moisture of the ground, feeling nothing, seeing nothing, knowing nothing. He would lie stiff, passive, rotting slowly, while over him, under him, through him, unopposed, busy, hurried, the endless and minute throngs of insects, little shining monsters of repulsive shapes, with horns, with claws, with pincers, would swarm in streams, in rushes, in eager struggle for his body. Would swarm countless, persistent, ferocious and greedy, till there would remain nothing but the white gleam of bleaching bones in the long grass. In the long grass that would shoot its feathery heads between the bare and polished ribs. There would be that only left of him. Nobody would miss him. No one would remember him. Nonsense! It could not be. There were ways out of this. Somebody would turn up. Some human beings would come. He would speak, entreat, use force to extort help from them. He felt strong. He was very strong. He would. The discouragement, the conviction of the futility of his hopes, would return in an acute sensation of pain in his heart. He would begin again his aimless wanderings. He tramped till he was ready to drop, without being able to calm by bodily fatigue the trouble of his soul. There was no rest, no peace within the cleared grounds of his prison. There was no relief but in the black release of sleep without memory and without dreams, in the sleep coming brutal and heavy, like the lead that kills. To forget in annihilating sleep, to tumble headlong, as if stunned, out of daylight into the night of oblivion, was for him the only, the rare respite from this existence which he lacked the courage to endure or to end. He lived, he struggled with the inarticulate delirium of his thoughts, under the eyes of the silent Aissa. She shared his torment in the poignant wonder, in the acute longing, in the despairing inability to understand the cause of his anger and of his repulsion. The hate of his looks, the mystery of his silence, the menace of his rare words, of those words in the speech of white people that were thrown at her with rage, with contempt, with the evident desire to hurt her who had given herself, her life, all she had to give, to that white man, to hurt her who had wanted to show him the way to true greatness, who had tried to help him in her woman's dream of everlasting, enduring, unchangeable affection. From the short contact with the whites in the crashing collapses of her old life, there remained with her the imposing idea of irresistible power and of ruthless strength. She had found a man of their race, and with all their qualities. All whites are alike, but this man's heart was full of anger against his own people, full of anger, existing there by the side of his desire of her. And to her it had been an intoxication of hope, for great things born in the proud and tender consciousness of her influence. She had heard the passing whisper of wonder and fear in the presence of his hesitation, of his resistance, of his compromises; and yet with a woman's belief in the durable steadfastness of hearts, in the irresistible charm of her own personality, she had pushed him forward, trusting the future, blindly, hopefully, sure to attain by his side the ardent desire of her life, if she could only push him far beyond the possibility of retreat. She did not know, and could not conceive, anything of his so exalted ideals. She thought the man a warrior and a chief, ready for battle, violence, and treachery to his own people for her. What more natural? Was he not a great, strong man? Those two, surrounded each by the impenetrable wall of their aspirations, were hopelessly alone, out of sight, out of earshot of each other, each the centre of dissimilar and distant horizons, standing each on a different earth, under a different sky. She remembered his words, his eyes, his trembling lips, his outstretched hands. She remembered the great, the immeasurable sweetness of her surrender, that beginning of her power which was to last until death. He remembered the quaysides and the warehouses, the excitement of a life in a whirl of silver coins, the glorious uncertainty of a money hunt, his numerous successes, the lost possibilities of wealth and consequent glory. She, a woman, was the victim of her heart, of her woman's belief that there is nothing in the world but love, the everlasting thing. He was the victim of his strange principles, of his countenance, of his blind belief in himself, of his solemn veneration for the voice of his boundless ignorance. In a moment of his idleness, of suspense, of discouragement, she had come that creature, and by the touch of her hand had destroyed his future, his dignity of a clever and civilized man; had awakened in his breast the infamous thing which had driven him to what he had done, and to end miserably in the wilderness and be forgotten, or else remembered with hate or contempt. He dared not look at her, because now whenever he looked at her, his thought seemed to touch crime, like an outstretched hand. She could only look at him and at nothing else. What else was there? She followed him with a timorous gaze, with a gaze for ever expecting, patient and entreating. And in her eyes there was the wonder and desolation of an animal that knows only suffering, of the incomplete soul that knows pain but knows not hope, that can find no refuge from the facts of life in the illusory conviction of its dignity, of an exalted destiny beyond, in the heavenly consolation of a belief in the momentous origin of its hate. For the first 3 days after Lingard went away, he would not even speak to her. She preferred his silence to the sound of hated and incomprehensible words he had been lately addressing to her with a wild violence of manner, passing at once into complete apathy. And during these 3 days he hardly ever left the river, as if on that muddy bank he had felt himself nearer to his freedom. He would stay late, he would stay till sunset. He would look at the glow of gold passing away amongst sombre clouds in a bright red flush, like a splash of warm blood. It seemed to him ominous and ghastly, with a foreboding of violent death that beckoned him from everywhere, even from the sky. One evening he remained by the riverside long after sunset, regardless of the night mist that had closed round him, had wrapped him up and clung to him like a wet winding sheet. A slight shiver recalled him to his senses, and he walked up the courtyard towards his house. Aissa rose from before the fire that glimmered red through its own smoke, which hung thickening under the boughs of the big tree. She approached him from the side as he neared the plankway of the house. He saw her stop to let him begin his ascent. In the darkness her figure was like the shadow of a woman with clasped hands put out beseechingly. He stopped, could not help glancing at her. In all the sombre gracefulness of the straight figure, her limbs, features, all was indistinct and vague but the gleam of her eyes in the faint starlight. He turned his head away and moved on. He could feel her footsteps behind him on the bending planks, but he walked up without turning his head. He knew what she wanted. She wanted to come in there. He shuddered at the thought of what might happen in the impenetrable darkness of that house if they were to find themselves alone, even for a moment. He stopped in the doorway and heard her say, "Let me come in. Why this anger? Why this silence? Let me watch by your side. Have I not watched faithfully? Did harm ever come to you when you closed your eyes while I was by? I have waited. I have waited for your smile, for your words. I can wait no more. Look at me. Speak to me. Is there a bad spirit in you? A bad spirit that has eaten up your courage and your love? Let me touch you. Forget all, all. Forget the wicked hearts, the angry faces, and remember only the day I came to you. To you, O my heart, O my life!" The pleading sadness of her appeal filled the space with the tremor of her low tones that carried tenderness and tears into the great peace of the sleeping world. All around them the forest, the clearings, the river, covered by the silent veil of night, seemed to wake up and listen to her words in attentive stillness. After the sound of her voice had died out in a stifled sigh, they appeared to listen yet, and nothing stirred among the shapeless shadows but the innumerable fireflies that twinkled in clinging clusters, in gliding pairs, in wandering and solitary points, like the glimmering drift of scattered star dust. Willems turned round slowly, reluctantly, as if compelled by main force. Her face was hidden in her hands, and he looked above her bent head into the sombre brilliance of the night. It was one of those nights that give the impression of extreme vastness, when the sky seems higher, when the passing puffs of tepid breeze seem to bring with them faint whispers from beyond the stars. The air was full of sweet scent, of the scent charming, penetrating and violent like the impulse of love. He looked into that great dark place odorous with the breath of life, with the mystery of existence, renewed, fecund, indestructible, and he felt afraid of his solitude, of the solitude of his body, of the loneliness of his soul in the presence of this unconscious and ardent struggle, of this lofty indifference, of this merciless and mysterious purpose perpetuating strife and death through the march of ages. For the second time in his life he felt, in a sudden sense of his significance, the need to send a cry for help into the wilderness, and for the second time he realized the hopelessness of its unconcern. He could shout for help on every side, and nobody would answer. He could stretch out his hands, he could call for aid, for support, for sympathy, for relief, and nobody would come. Nobody. There was no one there but that woman. His heart was moved, softened with pity at his own abandonment. His anger against her who was the cause of all his misfortunes, vanished before his extreme need for some kind of consolation. Perhaps, if he must resign himself to his fate, she might help him to forget. To forget. For a moment, in an access of despair so profound that it seemed like the beginning of peace, he planned the deliberate descent from his pedestal, the throwing away of his superiority, of all his hopes, of old ambitions, of the ungrateful civilization. For a moment, forgetfulness in her arms seemed possible, and lured by that possibility, the semblance of renewed desire possessed his breast in a burst of reckless contempt for everything outside himself, in a savage disdain of earth and of heaven. He said to himself that he would not repent. The punishment for his only sin was too heavy. There was no mercy under heaven. He did not want any. He thought desperately that if he could find with her again the madness of the past, the strange delirium that had changed him, that had worked his undoing, he would be ready to pay for it with an eternity of perdition. He was intoxicated by the subtle perfumes of the night. He was carried away by the suggestive stir of the warm breeze. He was possessed by the exaltation of the solitude, of the silence, of his memories, in the presence of that figure offering herself in a submissive and patient devotion, coming to him in the name of the past, in the name of those days when he could see nothing, think of nothing, desire nothing but her embrace. He took her suddenly in his arms, and she clasped her hands round his neck with a low cry of joy and surprise. He took her in his arms and waited for the transport, for the madness, for the sensations remembered and lost, and while she sobbed gently on his breast he held her and felt cold, sick, tired, exasperated with his failure, and ended by cursing himself. She clung to him trembling with the intensity of her happiness and her love. He heard her whispering, her face hidden on his shoulder, of past sorrow, of coming joy that would last forever, of her unshaken belief in his love. She had always believed, always. Even while his face was turned away from her in the dark days, while his mind was wandering in his own land, amongst his own people. But it would never wander away from her any more, now it had come back. He would forget the cold faces and the hard hearts of the cruel people. What was there to remember? Nothing? Was it not so? He listened hopelessly to the faint murmur. He stood still and rigid, pressing her mechanically to his breast while he thought that there was nothing for him in the world. He was robbed of everything. Robbed of his passion, of his liberty, of forgetfulness, of consolation. She, wild with delight, whispered on rapidly of love, of light, of peace, of long years. He looked drearily above her head, down into the deeper gloom of the courtyard, and all at once it seemed to him that he was peering into a sombre hollow, into a deep black hole full of decay and of whitened bones, into an immense and inevitable grave full of corruption where sooner or later he must unavoidably fall. In the morning he came out early, and stood for a time in the doorway, listening to the light breathing behind him in the house. She slept. He had not closed his eyes through all that night. He stood swaying, then leaned against the lintel of the door. He was exhausted, done up, fancied himself hardly alive. He had a disgusted horror of himself that, as he looked at the level sea of mist at his feet, faded quickly into dull indifference. It was like a sudden and final decrepitude of his senses, of his body, of his thoughts. Standing on the high platform, he looked over the expanse of low night fog above which, here and there, stood out the feathery heads of tall bamboo clumps, and the round tops of single trees, resembling small islets emerging black and solid from a ghostly and impalpable sea. Upon the faintly luminous background of the eastern sky, the sombre line of the great forest bounded that smooth sea of white vapours with an appearance of a fantastic and unattainable shore. He looked without seeing anything, thinking of himself. Before his eyes the light of the rising sun burst above the forest with the suddenness of an explosion. He saw nothing. Then, after a time, he murmured with conviction, speaking half aloud to himself in the shock of the penetrating thought, "I am a lost man." He shook his hand above his head in a gesture careless and tragic, then walked down into the mist that closed above him in shining undulations under the first breath of the morning breeze. Chapter 3. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part 5, Chapter 4 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 4. Willems moved languidly towards the river, then retraced his steps to the tree, and let himself fall on the seat under its shade. On the other side of the immense trunk he could hear the old woman moving about, sighing loudly, muttering to herself, snapping dry sticks, blowing up the fire. After a while a whiff of smoke drifted round to where he sat. It made him feel hungry, and that feeling was like a new indignity added to an intolerable load of humiliations. He felt inclined to cry. He felt very weak. He held up his arm before his eyes, and watched for a little while the trembling of the lean limb. Skin and bone, by God! How thin he was! He had suffered from fever a good deal, and now he thought with tearful dismay that Lingard, although he had sent him food, and what food, great Lord! A little rice and dried fish, quite unfit for a white man, had not sent him any medicine. Did the old savage think that he was like the wild beasts that are never ill? He wanted quinine. He leaned the back of his head against the tree and closed his eyes. He thought feebly that if he could get hold of Lingard, he would like to flay him alive. But it was only a blurred, a short, and a passing thought. His imagination, exhausted by the repeated delineations of his own fate, had not enough strength left to grip the idea of revenge. He was not indignant and rebellious. He was cowed. He was cowed by the immense cataclysm of his disaster. Like most men, he had carried solemnly within his breast the whole universe, and the approaching end of all things in the destruction of his own personality filled him with paralyzing awe. Everything was toppling over. He blinked his eyes quickly, and it seemed to him that the very sunshine of the morning disclosed in its brightness a suggestion of some hidden and sinister meaning. In his unreasoning fear he tried to hide within himself. He drew his feet up, his head sank between his shoulders, his arms hugged his sides. Under the high and enormous trees soaring superbly out of the mist in a vigorous spread of lofty boughs, with a restless and eager flutter of its innumerable leaves in the clear sunshine, he remained motionless, huddled up on his seat, terrified and still. Willems' gaze roamed over the ground, and then he watched with idiotic fixity half a dozen black ants entering courageously a tuft of long grass which, to them, must have appeared a dark and a dangerous jungle. Suddenly he thought, there must be something dead in there, some dead insect. Death everywhere. He closed his eyes again in an access of trembling pain. Death everywhere, wherever one looks. He did not want to see the ants. He did not want to see anybody or anything. He sat in the darkness of his own making, reflecting bitterly that there was no peace for him. He heard voices now. Illusion, misery, torment. Who would come? Who would speak to him? What business had he to hear voices? Yet he heard them faintly, from the river. Faintly, as if shouted far off over there, came the words, "We come back soon." Delirium and mockery. Who would come back? Nobody ever comes back. Fever comes back. He had it on him this morning. That was it. He heard unexpectedly the old woman muttering something near by. She had come round to his side of the tree. He opened his eyes and saw her bent back before him. She stood with her hand shading her eyes, looking towards the landing place. Then she glided away. She had seen, and now she was going back to her cooking. A woman incurious, expecting nothing, without fear and without hope. She had gone back behind the tree, and now Willems could see a human figure on the path to the landing place. It appeared to him to be a woman, in a red gown, holding some heavy bundle in her arms. It was an apparition unexpected, familiar and odd. He cursed through his teeth. It had wanted only this. See things like that in broad daylight. He was very bad, very bad. He was very scared at this awful symptom of the desperate state of his health. This scare lasted for the space of a flash of lightning. And in the next moment it was revealed to him that the woman was real, that she was coming towards him, that she was his wife. He put his feet down to the ground quickly, but made no other movement. His eyes opened wide. He was so amazed that for a time he absolutely forgot his own existence. The only idea in his head was, why on earth did she come here? Joanna was coming up the courtyard with eager, hurried steps. She carried in her arms the child, wrapped up in one of Almayer's white blankets that she had snatched off the bed at the last moment before leaving the house. She seemed to be dazed by the sun in her eyes, bewildered by her strange surroundings. She moved on, looking quickly right and left in impatient expectation of seeing her husband at any moment. Then, approaching the tree, she perceived suddenly a kind of a dried up yellow corpse sitting very stiff on a bench in the shade and looking at her with big eyes that were alive. That was her husband. She stopped dead short. They stared at one another in profound stillness, with astounded eyes, with eyes maddened by the memories of things far off that seemed lost in the lapse of time. Their looks crossed, passed each other, and appeared to dart at them through fantastic distances, to come straight from the incredible. Looking at him steadily, she came nearer, and deposited the blanket with the child in it on the bench. Little Louis, after howling with terror in the darkness of the river most of the night, now slept soundly and did not wake. Willems' eyes followed his wife, his head turning slowly after her. He accepted her presence there with a tired acquiescence in its fabulous improbability. Anything might happen. What did she come for? She was part of the general scheme of his misfortune. He half expected that she would rush at him, pull his hair, and scratch his face. Why not? Anything might happen. In an exaggerated sense of his great bodily weakness, he felt somewhat apprehensive of possible assault. At any rate, she would scream at him. He knew her of old. She could screech. He had thought that he was rid of her for ever. She came now probably to see the end. Suddenly she turned, and embracing him, slid gently to the ground. This startled him. With her forehead on his knees, she sobbed noiselessly. He looked down dismally at the top of her head. What was she up to? He had not the strength to move, to get away. He heard her whispering something, and bent over to listen. He caught the word "forgive." That was what she came for? All that way? Women are queer. Forgive? Not he. All at once this thought darted through his brain. How did she come? In a boat? 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 He shouted "Boat!" and jumped up, knocking her over. Before she had time to pick herself up, he pounced upon her and was dragging her up by the shoulders. No sooner had she regained her feet than she clasped him tightly round the neck, covering his face, his eyes, his mouth, his nose with desperate kisses. He dodged his head about, shaking her arms, trying to keep her off, to speak, to ask her. She came. In a boat. 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 They struggled and swung round, tramping in a semicircle. He blurted out, "Leave off. Listen," while he tore at her hands. This meeting of lawful love and sincere joy resembled fight. Louis Willems slept peacefully under his blanket. At last Willems managed to free himself, and held her off, pressing her arms down. He looked at her. He had half a suspicion that he was dreaming. Her lips trembled, her eyes wandered unsteadily, always coming back to his face. He saw her the same as ever in his presence. She appeared startled, tremulous, ready to cry. She did not inspire him with confidence. He shouted, "How did you come?" She answered in hurried words, looking at him intently. "In a big canoe with 3 men. I know everything. Lingard's away. I come to save you, I know. Almayer told me." "Canoe? Almayer? Lies! Told you! You!" stammered Willems in a distracted manner. "Why you? Told what?" Words failed him. He stared at his wife, thinking with fear that she, stupid woman, had been made a tool in some plan of treachery, in some deadly plot. She began to cry. "Don't look at me like that, Peter. What have I done? I come to beg forgiveness. Save Lingard. Danger." He trembled with impatience, with hope, with fear. She looked at him and sobbed out in a fresh outburst of grief. "Oh, Peter, what's the matter? Are you ill? Oh, you look so ill." He shook her violently into a terrified and wondering silence. "How dare you? I am well. Perfectly well. Where's that boat? Will you tell me where that boat is, at last? The boat, I say. You hurt me," she moaned. He let her go, and, mastering her terror, she stood quivering and looking at him with strange intensity. Then she made a movement forward, but he lifted his finger, and she restrained herself with a long sigh. He calmed down suddenly and surveyed her with cold criticism, with the same appearance as when, in the old days, he used to find fault with the household expenses. She found a kind of fearful delight in this abrupt return into the past, into her old subjection. He stood outwardly collected now, and listened to her disconnected story. Her words seemed to fall round him with the distracting clatter of stunning hail. He caught the meaning here and there, and straightway would lose himself in a tremendous effort to shape out some intelligible theory of events. There was a boat, a big boat that could take him to sea if necessary. That much was clear. She brought it. Why did Almayer lie to her so? Was it a plan to decoy him into some ambush? Better that than hopeless solitude. She had money. The men were ready to go anywhere, she said. He interrupted her. "Where are they now?" "They are coming directly," she answered tearfully. "Directly. There are some fishing stakes near here, they said. They are coming directly." Again she was talking and sobbing together. She wanted to be forgiven. Forgiven! What for? Ah, the scene in Macassar. As if he had time to think of that. What did he care what she had done months ago? He seemed to struggle in the toils of complicated dreams, where everything was impossible, yet a matter of course; where the past took the aspects of the future, and the present lay heavy on his heart, seemed to take him by the throat like the hand of an enemy. And while she begged, entreated, kissed his hands, wept on his shoulder, adjured him in the name of God to forgive, to forget, to speak the word for which she longed, to look at his boy, to believe in her sorrow and in her devotion, his eyes, in the fascinated immobility of shining pupils, looked far away, far beyond her, beyond the river, beyond this land, through days, weeks, months, looked into liberty, into the future, into his triumph, into the great possibility of a startling revenge. He felt a sudden desire to dance and shout. He shouted: "After all, we shall meet again, Captain Lingard." "Oh, no, no!" she cried, joining her hands. He looked at her with surprise. He had forgotten she was there till the break of her cry in the monotonous tones of her prayer recalled him into that courtyard from the glorious turmoil of his dreams. It was very strange to see her there, near him. He felt almost affectionate towards her. After all, she came just in time. Then he thought: that other one. I must get away without a scene. Who knows, she may be dangerous. And all at once he felt he hated Aissa with an immense hatred that seemed to choke him. He said to his wife: "Wait a moment." She, obedient, seemed to gulp down some words which wanted to come out. He muttered: "Stay here," and disappeared round the tree. The water in the iron pan for the cooking fire boiled furiously, belching out volumes of white steam that mixed with a thin black thread of smoke. The old woman appeared to him through this as if in a fog, squatting on her heels, impassive and weird. Willems came up near and asked: "Where is she?" The woman did not even lift her head, but answered at once, readily, as though she had expected the question for a long time. "While you were asleep under the tree, before the strange canoe came, she went out of the house. I saw her look at you, and pass on with a great light in her eyes. A great light. And she went towards the place where our master Lakamba had his fruit trees. When we were many here, many, many, men with arms by their sides, many men, and talk and songs. She went on like that, raving gently to herself for a long time after Willems had left her." Willems went back to his wife. He came up close to her and found he had nothing to say. Now all his faculties were concentrated upon his wish to avoid Aissa. She might stay all the morning in that grove. Why did those rascally boatmen go? He had a physical repugnance to set eyes on her. And somewhere at the bottom of his heart there was a fear of her. Why? What could she do? Nothing on earth could stop him now. He felt strong, reckless, pitiless, and superior to everything. He wanted to preserve before his wife the lofty purity of his character. He thought: she does not know. Almayer held his tongue about Aissa. But if she finds out, I am lost. If it hadn't been for the boy I would free of both of them. The idea darted through his head. Not he. Married. Swore solemnly. No. Sacred tie. Looking on his wife, he felt for the first time in his life something approaching remorse. Remorse arising from his conception of the awful nature of an oath before the altar. She mustn't find out. Oh, for that boat! He must run in and get his revolver. Couldn't think of trusting himself unarmed with those Bajo fellows. Get it now while she is away. Oh, for that boat! He dared not go to the river and hail. He thought: she might hear me. I'll go and get cartridges, then we'll be all ready. Nothing else. No. And while he stood meditating profoundly, before he could make up his mind to run to the house, Joanna pleaded, holding to his arm, pleaded despairingly, broken hearted, hopeless whenever she glanced up at his face, which to her seemed to wear the aspect of unforgiving rectitude, of virtuous severity, of merciless justice. And she pleaded humbly, abashed before him, before the unmoved appearance of the man she had wronged, in defiance of human and divine laws. He heard not a word of what she said, till she raised her voice in a final appeal. "Don't you see I loved you always? They told me horrible things about you. My own mother. They told me you have been unfaithful to me, and I—" "It's a damned lie!" shouted Willems, waking up for a moment into righteous indignation. I know. Be generous. Think of my misery since you went away. Oh, I could have torn my tongue out. I will never believe anybody. Look at the boy. Be merciful. I could never rest till I found you. Say a word, one word." "What the devil do you want?" exclaimed Willems, looking towards the river. "Where's that damned boat? Why did you let them get away? You stupid—" "Oh, Peter, I know that in your heart you have forgiven me. You are so generous. I want to hear you say so. Tell me, do you?" "Yes, yes," said Willems, impatiently. "I forgive you. Don't be a fool." "Don't go away. Don't leave me alone here. Where is the danger? I am so frightened. Are you alone here? Sure? Let us go away." "That's sense," said Willems, still looking anxiously towards the river. She sobbed gently, leaning on his arm. "Let me go," he said. He had seen above the steep bank the heads of 3 men glide along smoothly. Then, where the shore shelved down to the landing place, appeared a big canoe which came slowly to land. "Here they are," he went on briskly. "I must get my revolver." He made a few hurried paces towards the house, but seemed to catch sight of something, turned short round, and came back to his wife. She stared at him, alarmed by the sudden change in his face. He appeared much discomposed. He stammered a little as he began to speak. "Take the child, walk down to the boat, and tell them to drop it out of sight, quick, behind the bushes. Do you hear? Quick! I will come to you there directly. Hurry up." "Peter, what is it? I won't leave you. There is some danger in this horrible place." "Will you do what I tell you?" said Willems, in an irritable whisper. "No, I won't leave you. I will not lose you again. Tell me, what is it?" From beyond the house came a faint voice, singing. Willems shook his wife by the shoulder. "Do what I tell you. Run at once." She gripped his arm and clung to him desperately. He looked up to heaven, as if taking it to witness of that woman's infernal folly. The song grew louder, then ceased suddenly, and Aissa appeared in sight, walking slowly, her hands full of flowers. She had turned the corner of the house, coming into the full sunshine, and the light seemed to leap upon her in a stream brilliant, tender, and caressing, as if attracted by the radiant happiness of her face. She had dressed herself for a festive day, for the memorable day of his return to her, and of his return to an affection that would last for ever. The rays of the morning sun were caught by the oval clasp of the embroidered belt that held the silk sarong round her waist. The dazzling white stuff of her body jacket was crossed by a bar of yellow and silver of her scarf, and in the black hair twisted high on her small head shone the round balls of gold pins amongst crimson blossoms and white star-shaped flowers, with which she had crowned herself to charm his eyes. Those eyes that were henceforth to see nothing in the world but her own resplendent image. And she moved slowly, bending her face over the mass of pure white champakas and jasmine pressed to her breast, in a dreamy intoxication of sweet scents and of sweeter hopes. She did not seem to see anything, stopped for a moment at the foot of the plankway leading to the house, then, leaving her high-heeled wooden sandals there, ascended the planks in a light run, strong, graceful, flexible and noiseless, as if she had soared up to the door on invisible wings. Willems pushed his wife roughly behind the tree, and made up his mind quickly for a rush to the house, to grab his revolver and... Thoughts, doubts, expedients seemed to boil in his brain. He had a flashing vision of delivering a stunning blow, of tying up that flower-bedecked woman in the dark house, a vision of things done swiftly with enraged haste, to save his prestige, his superiority, something of immense importance. He had not made but 2 steps, when Joanna bounded after him, caught the back of his ragged jacket, tore out a big piece, and instantly hooked herself with both hands to the collar, nearly dragging him down on his back. Although taken by surprise, he managed to keep his feet. From behind she panted into his ear. "That woman! Who's that woman? Ah, that's what those boatmen were talking about. I heard them, heard in the night. They spoke about some woman. I dared not understand. I would not ask, listen, believe. How could I? Then it's true. No, say no. Who's that woman?" She swayed, tugging forward. She jerked at him till the button gave way, and then he slipped half out of his jacket, and, turning round, remained strangely motionless. His heart seemed to beat in his throat. He choked, tried to speak, could not find any words. He fought with fury. "I will kill both of them." For a second nothing moved about the courtyard in the great vivid clearness of the day. Only down by the landing place a waringan tree, all in a blaze of clustering red berries, seemed alive with the stir of little birds that filled with the feverish flutter of their feathers the tangle of overloaded branches. Suddenly the variegated flock rose, spinning in a soft whir and dispersed, slashing the sunlit haze with the sharp outlines of stiffened wings. Mahmat and one of his brothers appeared coming up from the landing place, their lances in their hands, to look for their passengers. Aissa, coming now empty-handed out of the house, caught sight of the two armed men. In her surprise she emitted a faint cry, vanished back, and in a flash reappeared in the doorway with Willems' revolver in her hand. To her the presence of any man there could only have an ominous meaning. There was nothing in the outer world but enemies. She and the man she loved were alone, with nothing round them but menacing dangers. She did not mind that, for if death came, no matter from what hand, they would die together. Her resolute eyes took in the courtyard in a circular glance. She noticed that the two strangers had ceased to advance, and now were standing close together, leaning on their polished shafts of their weapons. The next moment she saw Willems, with his back towards her, apparently struggling under the tree with some one. She saw nothing distinctly, and, on hesitating, flew down the plankway, calling out, "I come!" He heard her cry, and with an unexpected rush drove his wife backwards to the seat. She fell on it, he jerked himself altogether out of his jacket, and she covered her face with the soiled rags. He put his lips close to her, asking, "For the last time, will you take the child and go?" She groaned behind the unclean ruins of his upper garment. She mumbled something. He bent lower to hear. She was saying, "I won't. Order that woman away. I can't look at her." "You fool!" He seemed to spit the words at her, then, making up his mind, spun round to face Aissa. She was coming towards them slowly now, with a look of unbounded amazement on her face. Then she stopped and stared at him, who stood there stripped to the waist, bareheaded and sombre. Some way off, Mahmat and his brother exchanged rapid words in calm undertones. This was the strong daughter of the holy man who had died. The white man is very tall. There would be 3 women and the child to take in the boat, besides that white man who had the money. The brother went away back to the boat, and Mahmat remained looking on. He stood like a sentinel, the leaf-shaped blade of his lance glinting above his head. Willems spoke suddenly. "Give me this," he said, stretching his hand towards the revolver. Aissa stepped back. Her lips trembled. She said very low, "Your people?" He nodded slightly. She shook her head thoughtfully, and a few delicate petals of the flowers dying in her hair fell like big drops of crimson and white at her feet. "Did you know?" she whispered. "No," said Willems. "They sent for me." "Tell them to depart. They are accursed. What is there between them and you who carry my life in your heart?" Willems said nothing. He stood before her, looking down on the ground and repeating to himself, "I must get that revolver away from her. At once. At once. I can't think of trusting myself with those men without firearms. I must have it." She asked, after gazing in silence at Joanna, who was sobbing gently, "Who is she?" "My wife," answered Willems, without looking up. "My wife according to our white law, which comes from God." "Your law. Your God," murmured Aissa, contemptuously. "Give me this revolver," said Willems, in a peremptory tone. He felt an unwillingness to close with her, to get it by force. She took no notice and went on. "Your law or your lies. What am I to believe? I ran to defend you when I saw the strange men. You lied to me with your lips, with your eyes, your crooked heart. Ah!" she added, after an abrupt pause, "she is the first. Am I then to be a slave?" "You may be what you like," said Willems, brutally. "I am going." Her gaze was fastened on the blanket under which she had detected a slight movement. She made a long stride towards it. Willems turned half round. His legs seemed to him to be made of lead. He felt faint and so weak that, for a moment, the fear of dying there where he stood, before he could escape from sin and disaster, passed through his mind in a wave of despair. She lifted up one corner of the blanket, and when she saw the sleeping child, a sudden quick shudder shook her as though she had seen something inexpressibly horrible. She looked at Louis Willems with eyes fixed in an unbelieving and terrified stare. Then her fingers opened slowly, and a shadow seemed to settle on her face, as if something obscure and fatal had come between her and the sunshine. She stood looking down, absorbed, as though she had watched at the bottom of a gloomy abyss the mournful procession of her thoughts. Willems did not move. All his faculties were concentrated upon the idea of his release. And it was only then that the assurance of it came to him with such force that he seemed to hear a loud voice shouting in the heavens that all was over, that in another 5-10 minutes he would step into another existence, that all this, the woman, the madness, the sin, the regrets, all would go, rush into the past, disappear, become as dust, as smoke, as drifting clouds, as nothing. Yes, all would vanish in the unappeasable past which would swallow up all, even the very memory of his temptation and of his downfall. Nothing mattered. He cared for nothing. He had forgotten Aissa, his wife, Lingard, Hudig, everybody in the rapid vision of his hopeful future. After a while he heard Aissa saying, "A child. A child. What have I done to be made to devour this sorrow and this grief? And while your man child and the mother lived, you told me there was nothing for you to remember in the land from which you came. And I thought you could be mine. I thought that I would." Her voice ceased in a broken murmur, and with it, in her heart, seemed to die the greater and most precious hope of her new life. She had hoped that in the future the frail arms of a child would bind their two lives together in a bond which nothing on earth could break, a bond of affection, of gratitude, of tender respect. She, the first, the only one. But in the instant she saw the son of that other woman, she felt herself removed into the cold, the darkness, the silence of a solitude impenetrable and immense, very far from him, beyond the possibility of any hope, into an infinity of wrongs without any redress. She strode nearer to Joanna. She felt towards that woman anger, envy, jealousy. Before her she felt humiliated and enraged. She seized the hanging sleeve of the jacket in which Joanna was hiding her face, and tore it out of her hands, exclaiming loudly, "Let me see the face of her before whom I am only a servant and a slave. Yawa! I see you!" Her unexpected shout seemed to fill the sunlit space of cleared grounds, rise high and run on far into the land over the unstirring tree tops of the forest. She stood in sudden stillness, looking at Joanna with surprised contempt. "A Sirani woman," she said slowly, in a tone of wonder. Joanna rushed at Willems, clung to him, shrieking, "Defend me, Peter! Defend me from that woman!" "Be quiet. There is no danger," muttered Willems thickly. Aissa looked at them with scorn. "God is great. I sit in the dust at your feet," she exclaimed jeeringly, joining her hands above her head in a gesture of mock humility. "Before you I am as nothing." She turned to Willems fiercely, opening her arms wide. "What have you made of me?" she cried. "You lying child of an accursed mother! What have you made of me? The slave of a slave. Don't speak. Your words are worse than the poison of snakes. A Sirani woman. A woman of a people despised by all." She pointed her finger at Joanna, stepped back, and began to laugh. "Make her stop, Peter!" screamed Joanna. "That heathen woman. Heathen. Heathen. Beat her, Peter!" Willems caught sight of the revolver which Aissa had laid on the seat near the child. He spoke in Dutch to his wife, without moving his head. "Snatch the boy and my revolver there. See. Run to the boat. I will keep her back. Now's the time." Aissa came nearer. She stared at Joanna, while between the short gusts of broken laughter she raved, fumbling distractedly at the buckle of her belt. To her, the mother of him who will speak of your wisdom, of your courage, all to her. I have nothing. Nothing. Take, take!" She tore the belt off and threw it at Joanna's feet. She flung down with haste the amulets, the gold pins, the flowers, and the long hair released fell scattered over her shoulders, framing in its blackness the wild exultation of her face. "Drive her off, Peter. Drive off the heathen savage," persisted Joanna. She seemed to have lost her head altogether. She stamped, clinging to Willems' arm with both her hands. "Look," cried Aissa. "Look at the mother of your son. She is afraid. Why does she not go from before my face? Look at her. She is ugly." Joanna seemed to understand the scornful tone of the words. As Aissa stepped back again nearer to the tree, she let go her husband's arms, rushed at her madly, slapped her face, then, swerving round, darted at the child who, unnoticed, had been wailing for some time, and snatching him up, flew down to the waterside, sending shriek after shriek in an access of insane terror. Willems made for the revolver. Aissa passed swiftly, giving him an unexpected push that sent him staggering away from the tree. She caught up the weapon, put it behind her back, and cried "You shall not have it. Go after her. Go to meet danger. Go to meet death. Go unarmed. Go with empty hands and sweet words, as you came to me. Go helpless and lie to the forest, to the sea, to the death that waits for you." She ceased as if strangled. She saw in the horror of the passing seconds the half-naked, wild-looking man before her. She heard the faint shrillness of Joanna's insane shrieks for help somewhere down by the riverside. The sunlight streamed on her, on him, on the mute land, on the murmuring river, the gentle brilliance of a serene morning that, to her, seemed traversed by ghastly flashes of uncertain darkness. Hate filled the world, filled the space between them, the hate of race, the hate of hopeless diversity, the hate of blood, the hate against the man born in the land of lies and of evil, from which nothing but misfortune comes to those who are not white. And as she stood maddened, she heard a whisper near her, the whisper of the dead Omar's voice, saying in her ear, "Kill. Kill." She cried, seeing him moved, "Do not come near me, or you die now. Go while I remember yet. Remember." Willems pulled himself together for a struggle. He dared not go unarmed. He made a long stride and saw her raise the revolver. He noticed that she had not cocked it, and said to himself that, even if she did fire, she would surely miss. Go too high. It was a stiff trigger. He made a step nearer, saw the long barrel moving unsteadily at the end of her extended arm. He thought, "This is my time." He bent his knees slightly, throwing his body forward, and took off with a long bound for a tearing rush. He saw a burst of red flame before his eyes, and was deafened by a report that seemed to him louder than a clap of thunder. Something stopped him short, and he stood aspiring in his nostrils the acrid smell of the blue smoke that drifted from before his eyes like an immense cloud. Mist, by heaven! Thought so. And he saw her very far off, throwing her arms up, while the revolver, very small, lay on the ground between them. Mist! He would go on and pick it up. Never before did he understand, as in that second, the joy, the triumphant delight of sunshine and of life. His mouth was full of something, salt and warm. He tried to cough, spat out. Who shrieks, "In the name of God," he dies. He dies. Who dies? Must pick up. Night. What? Night already? Many years afterwards, Almayer was telling the story of the great revolution in Sambir to a chance visitor from Europe. He was a Romanian, half naturalist, half orchid hunter for commercial purposes, who used to declare to everybody, in the first 5 minutes of his acquaintance, his intention of writing a scientific book about tropical countries. On his way to the interior he had quartered himself upon Almayer. He was a man of some education, but he drank his gin neat, or only, at most, would squeeze the juice of half a small lime into the raw spirit. He said it was good for his health, and, with that medicine before him, he would describe to the surprised Almayer the wonders of European capitals, while Almayer in exchange bored him by expounding, with gusto, his unfavourable opinions of Sambir's social and political life. They talked far into the night across the deal table of the verandah, while between them clear-winged, small and flabby insects dissatisfied with moonlight, streamed in and perished in thousands round the smoky light of the evil-smelling lamp. Almayer, his face flushed, was saying, "Of course I did not see that. I told you I was stuck in the creek on account of father's, Captain Lingard's, susceptible temper. I am sure I did it all for the best in trying to facilitate that fellow's escape. But Captain Lingard was that kind of man, you know, one couldn't argue with. Just before sunset the water was high enough, and we got out of the creek. We got to Lakamba's clearing about dark. All was very quiet. I thought they were gone, of course, and felt very glad. We walked up the courtyard, saw a big heap of something lying in the middle. Out of that she rose and rushed at us. By God, you know those stories of faithful dogs watching their masters' corpses? Don't let anybody approach. Got to beat them off and all that. Well, 'pon my word, we had to beat her off. Had to. She was like a fury. Wouldn't let us touch him. Dead, of course. Should think so. Shot through the lung on the left side, rather high up, and at pretty close quarters too, for the 2 holes were small. Bullet came out through the shoulder blade. After we had overpowered her, you can't imagine how strong that woman was. It took 3 of us. We got the body into the boat and shoved off. We thought she had fainted then, but she got up and rushed into the water after us. Well, I let her clamber in. What could I do? The river's full of alligators. I will never forget that pull up stream in the night as long as I live. She sat in the bottom of the boat, holding his head in her lap, and now and again wiping his face with her hair. There was a lot of blood dried about his mouth and chin. And for all the 6 hours of that journey she kept on whispering tenderly to that corpse. I had the mate of the schooner with me. The man said afterwards that he wouldn't go through it again, not for a handful of diamonds. And I believed him. I did. It makes me shiver. Do you think he heard, I mean, somebody, something, heard?" "I am a materialist," declared the man of science, tilting the bottle shakily over the empty glass. Almayer shook his head and went on. "Nobody saw how it really happened but that man Mahmat. He always said that he was no further off from them than 2 lengths of his lance. It appeared the 2 women rowed each other while that Willem stood between them. Then Mahmat says that when Joanna struck her and ran off, the other 2 seemed to become suddenly mad together. They rushed here and there, Mahmat says. Those were his very words. I saw her standing holding the pistol that fires many times, and pointing it all over the campong. I was afraid lest she might shoot me, and jumped on one side. Then I saw the white man coming at her swiftly. He came like our master the tiger when he rushes out of the jungle at the spears held by men. She did not take aim. The barrel of her weapon went like this, from side to side, but in her eyes I could see suddenly a great fear. There was only 1 shot. She shrieked while the white man stood blinking his eyes and very straight, till you could count slowly 1, 2, 3, then he coughed and fell on his face. The daughter of Omar shrieked without drawing breath till he fell. I went away then and left silence behind me. These things did not concern me, and in my boat there was that other woman who had promised me money. We left directly, paying no attention to her cries. We are only poor men, and had but a small reward for our trouble. That's what Mahmat said, never varied. You ask him yourself. He's the man you hired the boats from for your journey up the river." "The most rapacious thief I ever met," exclaimed the traveller thickly. "Ah, he is a respectable man. His 2 brothers got themselves speared. Served them right. They went in for robbing Dyak graves. Gold ornaments in them, you know. Served them right. But he kept respectable and got on. Aye, everything got on but I. And all through that scoundrel who brought the Arabs here. De mortiis nil num," muttered Almayer's guest. "I wish you would speak English instead of jabbering in your own language which no one can understand," said Almayer sulkily. "Don't be angry," hiccuped the other. "It's Latin, and it's wisdom. It means, don't waste your breath in abusing shadows. No offence there. I like you. You have a quarrel with Providence, so have I. I was meant to be a professor while look." His head nodded. He sat grasping the glass. Almayer walked up and down, then stopped suddenly. "Yes, they all got on but I. Why? I am better than any of them. Lakamba calls himself a sultan, and when I go to see him on business sends that one-eyed fiend of his Babalatchi to tell me that the ruler is asleep and shall sleep for a long time. And that Babalatchi, he is the Shahbandar of the state, if you please. Oh Lord, Shahbandar, the pig! A vagabond I wouldn't let come up these steps when he first came here. Look at Abdulla now. He lives here because he says here he is away from white men. But he has hundreds of thousands. Has a house in Penang, ships. What did he not have when he stole my trade from me? He knocked everything here into a cocked hat, drove father to gold hunting, then to Europe, where he disappeared. Fancy a man like Captain Lingard disappearing, as though he had been a common coolie. Friends of mine wrote to London asking about him. Nobody ever heard of him there. Fancy, never heard of Captain Lingard." The learned gatherer of orchids lifted his head. "He was a sentimental old buccaneer," he stammered out. "I like him. I'm sentimental myself." He winked slowly at Almayer, who laughed. "Yes, I told you about that gravestone. Yes, another $120 thrown away. Wish I had them now. He would do it. And the inscription, ha ha ha! Peter Willems, delivered by the mercy of God from his enemy. What enemy, unless Captain Lingard himself? And then it has no sense. He was a great man, father was, but strange in many ways. You haven't seen the grave? On top of that hill there, on the other side of the river. I must show you. We will go there." "Not I," said the other. "No interest in the sun. Too tiring. Unless you carry me there." As a matter of fact, he was carried there a few months afterwards, and his was the second white man's grave in Sambir, but at present he was alive, if rather drunk. He asked abruptly, "And the woman?" "Oh, Lingard, of course, kept her and her ugly brat in Macassar. Sinful waste of money, that. Devil only knows what became of them since father went home. I had my daughter to look after. I shall give you a word to Mrs. Vinck in Singapore when you go back. You shall see my Nina there. Lucky man. She is beautiful, and I hear so accomplished, so. I have heard already 20, 100 times about your daughter. What about that other one, Aissa? She, oh, we kept her here. She was mad for a long time, in a quiet sort of way. Father thought a lot about her. He gave her a house to live in my campong. She wandered about, speaking to nobody, unless she caught sight of Abdulla, when she would have a fit of fury and shriek and curse like anything. Very often she would disappear, and then we all had to turn out and hunt for her, because father would worry till she was brought back. Found her in all kinds of places. Once in the abandoned campong of Lakamba. Sometimes simply wandering in the bush. She had one favourite spot we always made for at first. It was a 10 to 1 in finding her there, a kind of grassy glade on the banks of a small brook. Why she preferred that place I can't imagine. And such a job to get her away from there. Had to drag her away by main force. Then, as the time passed, she became quieter and more settled like. Still, all my people feared her greatly. It was my Nina that tamed her. You see, the child was naturally fearless and used to have her own way, so she would go to her and pull at her sarong and order her about as she did everybody. Finally she, I verily believe, came to love the child. Nothing could resist that little one, you know. She made a capital nurse. Once when the little devil ran away from me and fell into the river off the end of the jetty, she jumped in and pulled her out in no time. I very nearly died of fright. Now, of course, she lives with my servant girls, but does what she likes. As long as I have a handful of rice or a piece of cotton in the store, she shan't want for anything. You have seen her. She brought in the dinner with Ali." "What? That doubled up crone?" "Aye," said Almayer. "They age quickly here. And long foggy nights spent in the bush will soon break the strongest backs, as you will find out yourself soon." Disgusting," growled the traveller. He dozed off. Almayer stood by the balustrade, looking out at the bluish sheen of the moonlit night. The forest, unchanged and sombre, seemed to hang over the water, listening to the unceasing whisper of the great river. And above their dark wall the hill on which Lingard had buried the body of his late prisoner rose in a black rounded mass upon the silver paleness of the sky. Almayer looked for a long time at the clean-cut outline of the summit, as if trying to make out through darkness and distance the shape of that expensive tombstone. When he turned round at last, he saw his guest sleeping, his arms on the table, his head on his arms. "Now look here," he shouted, slapping the table with the palm of his hand. The naturalist woke up and sat all in a heap, staring owlishly. "Here," went on Almayer, speaking very loud and thumping the table, "I want to know, you who say you have read all the books, just tell me, why such infernal things are ever allowed. Here I am, done harm to nobody, lived an honest life, and a scoundrel like that is born in Rotterdam or some such place at the other end of the world somewhere, travels out here, robs his employer, runs away from his wife, and ruins me and my Nina he ruined me, I tell you and gets himself shot at last by a poor, miserable savage that knows nothing at all about him really. Where's the sense of all this? Where's your providence? Where's the good for anybody in all this? The world's a swindle. A swindle. Why should I suffer? What have I done to be treated so?" He howled out his string of questions and suddenly became silent. The man who ought to have been a professor made a tremendous effort to articulate distinctly. "My dear fellow, don't you see that the bare fact of your existence is offensive? I like you, like." He fell forward on the table and ended his remarks by an unexpected and prolonged snore. Almayer shrugged his shoulders and walked back to the balustrade. He drank his own trade gin very seldom, but when he did, a ridiculously small quantity of the stuff could induce him to assume a rebellious attitude towards the scheme of the universe. And now, throwing his body over the rail, he shouted impudently into the night, turning his face towards that far off and invisible slab of imported granite upon which Lingard had thought fit to record God's mercy and Willems' escape. "Father was wrong, wrong," he yelled. "I want you to smart for it. You must smart for it. Where are you, Willems, hey, hey? Where there is no mercy for you, I hope." Hope! Repeated in a whispering echo the startled forest, the river and the hills, and Almayer, who stood waiting, with a smile of tipsy attention on his lips, heard no other answer. This is the end of The Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.